Am I in the right place? It is extremely quiet, unusual.
Yes,
Hi,
remember,
Namaste.
Yes, Amanda,
we are all
we
in
are
the
here.
mortuary.
It's quiet.
We are in the mortuary, remember. Remember the
Morning,
we are in the
everybody.
mortuary.
I
We are,
missed
Here
the
we are waiting
battery.
for a speaker.
It's terrible.
we are in the mortuary, all of us.
Good morning.
Morning, Pastor.
Good morning, servant. How are you?
I'm well.
Good, man. Good.
Oh, it's so quiet. It's like we are observing a moment of silence. Are we? Yo, Mela.
Good morning,
Yeah,
ma'am.
Dr.
That's
Pamela,
exactly
how are
what
you?
I said. Something is wrong.
Thobela, Chair.
Dr.
Thobela,
Pamela,
Thobela, Chair. Thobela.
oh, we
Sanibonani,
are here. We are waiting for speaker.
All right.
Okay, doctor.
Can someone phone the speaker and check what is happening?
Khona Skaralina.
Somebody phone the speaker, check gore go etsagalang. Eh? Lesego.
Chair of committees, you are
Honorable members, the speaker had logged in a wrong link, which purported to be of today. We hope that she's the only one, but she's now gonna try and not try. She's gonna link to use the correct link. So she'll be with us anytime from now. Thank you.
Yeah, we were
Thank
lost.
you, Chief.
We're in the wrong platform with the speaker.
Are we in the wrong? Are we in the wrong platform? Chief?
No, we were in the wrong platform.
So we
the
support.
spot lot.
This
So
is
Yeah,
the
the speaker is going to join together with Soli and other members.
Oh,
Brajo, Brajo.
Eta.
Kengarlar sabotage, Arkokana, Wetalan.
No,
And a
we are not.
Pulayana Mokautemo, na Pulayana Mokautemo.
Ina ko wena mo gauteng ka mo rona ene ntate.
Oh, okay.
Straight.
Yeah.
Awu Gauteng wena itani.
Ina
Wena
West
o
Rand,
Gauteng.
Chief Upuatseba, ina West Rand.
Yeah,
No,
ke-
go West
ke-
Rand,
ke-
go,
ke-
Western. Ke re re batho ba dipolasi rona monna re batla gore
Yeah,
Sorry, Malona.
the Honorable Amanda White, there's rain, Amanda, in West Rand, yes? Proper rain.
Proper rain, and we're very grateful.
Yes.
We need something to clean the cities.
Yeah, that's too much.
Honorable Amanda, watch out for the potholes. There's too many potholes. You can drown there.
Yes, Bishop, you are praying so hard this side.
We're fixing it. We're fixing it. I'm personally fixing it. Bit by bit, it's hard work, ne?
Yeah, I can see where the energy comes from, Amanda.
Hey, I nearly lost it. I almost didn't see you guys again, but we're back.
Yeah, now we're in the wrong platform.
Yeah.
Is the speaker still having a difficulty to connect, Chief Whip?
Let me just check it quickly.
Maybe we should start.
No, the speaker is joining us now, honorable members.
Yeah, indeed. The more we call her, she says that we are disturbing her. I guess she's using her phone to join.
Yeah, Spanish phone, Chief Whip. Chair of Chairs or Deputy Speaker, I think you must start.
Members? Good morning, members.
Morning, Chair of
Morning,
Committees.
morning.
I think we
Morning,
should.
Chairs.
Yeah, I think we should start the meeting.
Chair of Chairs.
We'll wait for, and as soon as the speaker joined us, he'll then take over. Can you all stand up? I'm not going to show. I'm in a funeral, but I'm also in the meeting, so I'm not going to show my face for now. But may I then request that we all stand up and observe a moment of silence for prayer and meditation. Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to greet the Speaker, Deputy Speaker, the Premier of Gauteng, Mr. David Makhura, the Chief Whip, Mr. Mzi Khumalo, leadership of the opposition parties, the DA, ACDP, IFP, EFF. Thank you very much. Freedom Front Plus and all honorable members, senior staff members of Gauteng Legislature, staff members of Gauteng Legislature, citizens of Gauteng. You are all greeted and honored. We'll then welcome you to this meeting, those that have joined us visually. As we know, everyone has joined us visually, but also those who have joined us in other social media platforms. Thank you very much. You can be seated. In terms of Rule 36 in brackets 5, there will be the adoption of the report of the final voting mandate on the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill B19-2021. We will actually be getting, I now want to welcome the MEC Masupie to make a statement in terms of Rule 79 in brackets 1. MEC Masupie. If she's not there, may I then request member statement in terms of Rule 8 in 81 in brackets 1, Member Adams. Are we all in the house or I'm alone?
Morning, Chair of Chairs.
We're with you, Chair.
We're listening to you.
Honorable Adams.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Good morning, honorable members, honorable Premier, Speaker in absentia, and also citizenry of Gauteng. Good morning, everybody. Member statement on the Public Service Commission PSC announcement that has finalized plans and will be implementing lifestyle audits for public servants for February next year. We as the ACDP welcome the announcement by the Public Service Commission to conduct lifestyle audits on all public servants. We firmly believe that although it is long overdue, it is a step in the right direction, and using lifestyle audits in combating corruption will prove to be a viable strategy. Anti-corruption initiatives have been implemented under a wide range of national, provincial, and regional legal frameworks. Yet the corruption of our economy continues to debilitate our development goals and to harm the well-being of South Africans despite these efforts. Weakening the rule of law and losing faith in governments are consequences of corruption, and it has had major impacts on our criminal justice system, politics, and governance. In the process, public services have become less efficient and ineffective. We believe that the effective implementation and integration of the integrity of the lifestyle audit process must be maintained by the PSC, as well as the 40 ethics officers who have been trained to conduct the lifestyle audits. It is necessary to mention that in the first quarter of 2021, we were advised that lifestyle audits should be conducted on MECs as proof of transparent and integral governance. We are still waiting the release of the presentation to that effect. We as the ACDP reaffirm our commitment to improving the efficiency and equity of the provision of public services, and we support the strengthening of accountability institutions governing them. I thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Adams. I now call upon our Chief Whip to also read a motion without notice in terms of Rule 120. There is none at the moment. We'll then move to apologies. Can I then request that the Secretary read out the apologies that have been received, because I don't have the list with me. I'll take it that there are no apologies in this meeting. All members are in attendance. I hope that when we sign the register, it will actually indicate that all members did actually log in this meeting. May I also remind all members that there is a decision that was taken by the Whips Forum as well as the presiding officers a meeting that all members must sign a register every time there's a sitting or when there's a committee meeting. We'll also make sure that every 3 months we will actually give a report indicating the participation of members in all legislature activities, not just the meeting, this meeting, but committee meetings as well as committee works, whether it is FIS or any other oversight visits, we'll also make sure that we indicate who attends and who doesn't attend. There are those that attend with apologies. We also request that all of us honor our commitment as members by making sure that we commit our time in terms of working for the people of Gauteng. So please, today I request that everyone must sign a register, and in all meetings that we'll have, everyone will actually be requested to sign a register, irrespective of his position in the legislature or in his political party. I'll then request...
apologies, Acting Chair. My hand is up.
Or is it
up?
Okay. Okay.
Yes, it is. It is up. Thank you. I did not want to. We thought the Secretariat was going to give the apologies, but I just want to inform that Member Alberts was called away for national matters. He has to attend to very urgently, so he's not present.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honourable
He must
Member.
be deployed nationally.
Thank you very much.
Honourable Mpisi, today I'm not in a good mood. I'm in a funeral, so today I'm not going to allow us to be out of order. Please, can we be in order as members in order for us to be able to finish in time? Thank you very much. Secretary, please call the next order.
Chair of Committee.
Thank you, Honourable.
Chair, there is one apology that we've left out, the one for the Deputy Speaker, who's attending the National Speakers Forum in Western Cape. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I must say, although the Speaker might have a challenge in terms of connectivity, she's not feeling well. In our earlier meeting, you could even hear from her voice that she was struggling. She might be struggling in terms of connectivity, but she's also health-wise struggling. And I think it is important that we note that as well. Can we then call the next order? All apologies are noted. Secretary, call the next order.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Introduction of Gauteng Provincial Adjustment Appropriation Bill G004 of 2021 for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Okay. Honourable MEC and Nkomorale Hoko, please present the adjustment bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair of Committees. Let me greet Madam Speaker and Madam Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier, colleagues in the Executive, Honourable Chief Whip, Honourable Members of the House, Mayors and MMCs, HODs of our departments, CEOs of our public entities, private sector representatives, comrades and friends, the people of Gauteng. I am honored today to be given the opportunity to present the 2021 medium-term budget policy statement and the adjustment budget to the House. This is the third MTPBS of the 6th administration under the leadership of Premier David Makhura. Let me begin by tabling the following documents for consideration by the House. I'm tabling the medium-term budget policy statement 2020-21, the adjusted estimates of provincial revenue and expenditure 2020-21, the adjusted estimates of capital expenditure 2020-21, a copy of my speech. Madam Chair of Committees, the MTPBS that we are presenting today comes a few weeks after our country's successful 6th democratic local government election. These elections were different from the previous ones. They were organized in a short period of time, in about 42 days, and the contestation amongst all political parties was far more intense. The elections culminated in a peaceful transfer of power in some of our municipalities in the province and the country. These honorable members clearly demonstrated the strength and maturity of our democratic system and the respect that our people have for the supremacy of the Constitution. As Gauteng Provincial Government, we once again congratulate the people of this province for exercising their democratic right to vote in the local government elections. In doing so, the people of this province gave all of us as public representatives from across the political divide a clear message to prioritize service delivery to communities above all other interests. Honorable members, this emphasis on the Constitution and how it has shaped our democratic system is important because tomorrow, which is the 10th of December, our country marks the 25th anniversary of the signing into law of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa by Isitwalandwe Ubaba President Nelson Mandela in Sharpeville in 1996. President Mandela chose Sharpeville for that occasion to remember and to honor men and women who faced the most brutal force of apartheid regime. They paid the supreme price for justice and freedom. The silent emphasis on our Constitution, which are marking its 25th anniversary tomorrow, magnifies a point that human rights are women's rights too, since both rights are intimately linked. The 10th of December is also celebrated as the day on which the United Nations General Assembly had adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which was done in 1948. This day was to be known as an International Human Rights Day throughout the world, and this year, both our government and the United Nations have adopted complementary themes. The theme adopted by our government is the Constitution as a catalyst for achievement of equality. The United Nations, on the other hand, has adopted a theme, equality as the solution to provide opportunities within and access to a fair and more inclusive society. Honorable members, these two themes elevate an important message for non-sexism and equality, not only in our country, but throughout the world. It is until we win a struggle for equality that we can defeat the demon of scourge of gender-based violence. In our country, Madam Chair of Committees, gender-based violence has reached unbearable proportions, wherein every day we read about violence, displacement, and brutality against women, children, and members of LGBTIQ+ community. It has become a pandemic of a special type, which requires extraordinary interventions and actions from all sectors of our society, and they must do that in partnership with government. Therefore, honorable members, these themes galvanize everyone in our country and the world to stand up for human rights as we review and reflect our country's lived experience of constitutionalism, working to strengthen the constitutional values of human dignity and the achievement of equality and advancement of human rights, freedom, non-racialism, and non-sexism. The third significant, directly linked to the 2 points I've just transversed above, is that the 10th of December marks the end of 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children. This is yet another campaign adopted by the United Nations together with International Human Rights Day. This year, we mark this campaign under the theme, the Year of Charlotte Maxeke, 16 Days of Activism, moving from awareness to accountability. Government has declared gender-based violence a scourge and another pandemic. And to this end, gender machinery in our country must move one gear up from awareness to accountability. We must all of us be activists against GBV in our homes, in our communities, in our workplace, and in positions that we hold in society. Let us challenge cultures and practices that perpetuate gender inequalities and abuse of women and children at personal and societal level. Honorable members, as we present this year's MTPBS, we must acknowledge the difficult context within which we must fund the implementation of our provincial priorities over the next 3 years. This was demonstrated on Tuesday when State South Africa released the latest gross domestic product figures, showing that South Africa's economy contracted by 1.5% quarter on quarter and on a seasonal adjusted basis, following our 4 consecutive quarters of negative growth. The latest contraction is largely reflective of the effects of the civil unrest in July, as well as pressures of tighter COVID-19 lockdown restrictions during the quarter. Although the contraction was somewhere expected, it was more severe than the South Africa's Reserve Bank's latest forecast of minus 0.6%. This also implies that GDP is now at the level recorded in the first quarter of 2016. These difficult times were also reflected in last week's Labour Force Survey report that was released by State South Africa, which showed that our country's third quarter unemployment rate reached a record of 34.9% from 34.5% in the second quarter. What was also disheartening was the report showed that Gauteng's unemployment rate reached 37% in the third quarter from 34% in the previous quarter. We are particularly concerned about the high unemployment levels in our province, especially among young people. It is a matter of grave concern to us that in a relatively rich province such as Gauteng, where we continue to see high and deepening levels of poverty. However, we are of the view that the economic growth and recovery interventions that we're implementing in partnership with the private sector, labor, and the rest of society, which are aligned to our Growing Gauteng Together Vision 2030 plan, are the most direct and effective route towards addressing the socio-economic challenges that we are facing. Therefore, in 2021 adjustment budget that we are presenting today, we continue to focus on our 4 priorities, and those 4 priorities are defeating the COVID-19 pandemic. The second one is reigniting the Gauteng's economy. The third one is recalibrating social policy, recalibrating social policy and improving governance. Honorable members, the risk presented by COVID-19 to the speed and sustainability of economic recovery and growth at both national and provincial levels cannot be overemphasized. Since the outbreak of COVID-19 in our country, Gauteng has been the epicenter of this pandemic. On the 7th of December, this province passed the 1 million mark of COVID-19 cases from 6th of December. The province also entered the 4th wave on Tuesday. On the 1st of December, the rate of increase in the number of new COVID-19 cases have been significantly higher in the past month compared to any period during this pandemic. The new Omicron variant that was first detected in our province has been linked to this rapid transmission. The rate of severe illness and hospitalization due to COVID-19 is also increasing, albeit at a slower rate, and majority of these admissions are not vaccinated against the virus. We encourage all eligible people in the province to get vaccinated against COVID-19. In order to beat the adverse effects of the 4th wave, we've expanded and strengthened the vaccination drive to ensure that as many people as possible are protected from severe illness, hospitalization, or death in the event they contract COVID-19. The vaccination program is free and open to all people in South Africa, regardless of nationality. According to information from the Gauteng Department of Health, as of the end of November 2021, this province had vaccinated more than 4.4 million people. The number of those who were fully vaccinated in our province stood at just over 3.6 million people. In addition to vaccination, we call on our people to continue practicing non-pharmaceutical interventions to limit the spread of COVID-19. These include wearing of a mask, washing of hands regularly with soap and water, and avoid large gatherings. As Gauteng, we continue to mark substantial resources available to fight COVID-19 and to save the lives and livelihoods of South Africans. The more people get vaccinated, the greater the chances of us fully opening up all economic sectors and getting back to doing things that we love most, including attending sporting events, cultural and entertainment activities under the safety protocols of the new normal. Honorable members, the global economy is expected to experience a stronger recovery in 2020-21. International Monetary Fund projects the world economy to recover by 5.9% in 2020-21 after contracting by 3.1% in 2020. IMF has in fact revised up the growth prospects for advanced economies, while growth for emerging market and developing economies widely referred to in economic cycles as the emerging market developing economies, which was revised down. National Treasury estimates that the economy will grow by 5.1% in 2020-21 and by 1.8% in 2022. However, there are risks to this outlook, including setbacks in the fight against COVID-19, such as vaccine-resistant mutations and the possibility that the electricity supply could become further constrained. Turning to the provincial economy, the real gross domestic product by the region, which is called GDPR of Gauteng, rose pre-pandemic from 1.1 trillion in 2017 to 1.2 trillion in 2019. Though we are a year-on-year growth rate of only 0.6% in 2019. In 2020, COVID-19 brought reduced demand in all trading partners and the need for lockdowns to slow the spread of the disease. These combined factors reduced the province's GDPR to 1 trillion, a fall of 6.8%. Our forecast is that GDPR for 2020-21 will increase by 4.7%, recovering to 1.1 trillion, and will only surpass the pre-pandemic production levels in 2023. Metropolitan municipalities were responsible for 90% of Gauteng's economic activity in 2020. The city of Johannesburg recorded the largest contribution at 44.3%. It was followed by our administrative capital of the city of Tshwane with 28.5%. The city of Ekurhuleni accounted for 19.7% of the Gauteng economy. The two district municipalities, which is Citibank and the West Rand district, accounted for a combined share of 7.5%. All of Gauteng's municipalities recorded negative growth rates in 2020 as they suffered reduced demand and economic restrictions from the pandemic. The largest negative growth rate was recorded in Citibank, where GDPR fell by 7.8%, while the smallest was recorded in the city of Johannesburg at 6.2%. In 2020-2021, all municipalities in Gauteng are expected to recover and record positive growth rates. The highest focus is for the city of Ekurhuleni, where GDPR is predicted to increase by 5.1%, and the lowest is in the city of Tshwane, which we will see an increase of 4.2%. Honorable members, we remain fully committed to accelerating the implementation of our response plan to preserve jobs, to grow the economy, to create new employment opportunities for the citizens of the province. Let me briefly reflect on the significant progress made by our economic response plan, focusing on key areas, which is the first one is the SMMEs and township enterprise empowerment. The second one is infrastructure as a catalyst for corridor development. The third one is partnership with private sector. And the fourth one is special economic zones, which we call them high growth sector. We are promoting and facilitating investment in special economic zones. We believe that SEZs are the investment anchors for development of network industries in the province and reduce the cost of doing business. As a result, various special economic zones are currently being developed in strategic areas in our province, including the high-tech SEZ, Val SEZ, OR Tambo International Airport SEZ, Tshwane SEZ, and Western Corridor SEZ. SEZ-related construction programs began in August last year, and the investment in these projects have increased from 2.5 billion to 4.3 billion. So far, the business case is that all technical reports, master plans, and studies have been completed for the high-tech and science SEZ in the industrial area, which is in Tshwane. In addition, construction in the Eastern Corridor has begun at Bonarero Park, where 9% of construction has been achieved. As part of SMME and Township Enterprise Empowerment, the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller in this financial year allocated 10 million as its capital seed contribution towards establishment of the Retail Support Fund. This fund focuses on the full spectrum of the township retail value chain participation. The Gauteng Enterprise Propeller will increase its contribution to the fund by 10 million each year over the next 2 financial years. Honorable members, the riots which saw shops vandalized and looted in July affected more than 18,000 jobs in the province, and the cost of business in the province is estimated at 3.5 billion. In response to Gauteng provincial government we established an online application management system in October with the option to use the regional offices for direct disinvestment of joint Gauteng Economic Propeller and Industrial Development Cooperation rapid response funds for distressed township businesses. The support is up to 50,000 for informal businesses in grant funding and up to 1 million for formal businesses, which is 50% of grant of the grant, and that 50% we take it as a loan, the other one. This is in addition to our township revitalization program that we have been implementing to reposition the economy by using government's significant procurement muscle to drive economic inclusion and broad-based Black economic empowerment. As part of this program, we have crisscrossed the province doing, amongst other things, registering township enterprises on the central supplier database to ensure that they access opportunities in public sector. During these outreach programs, we also created awareness about e-invoicing, a platform that allows service providers to submit their invoices online and track them, which is a major innovation in our ongoing effort to ensure that suppliers are paid on time. Since April 2019, we've procured goods and services from thousands of township suppliers to the value of 7.4 billion. Our message to township suppliers is that registering on supply database is free. No one must charge you for a service that is offered by our government for free. Honorable members were also encouraged by the progress that is made to implement the National Economic Recovery and Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, which focuses on infrastructure investment, localization and reindustrialization, and export promotion with an employment orientation and supportive policy environment. Given the size of our economy and contribution to the national gross domestic product, Gauteng will benefit immensely from these national initiatives. Honorable members, we continue to make a steady progress towards clean governments in this province. A total of 17 departments and entities achieved clean audits in the financial year of 2020-21, an indication that government is making steady progress in strengthening financial management, which is in line with the commitment to promote clean governance and accountability in the usage of our public funds. This is the first time in this sixth administration that we achieved this number of clean audits. It demonstrates our commitment to promote clean governance, accountability, and the integrity of our public institutions. Honorable members, the 2020-2021 MTF budget that I tabled on the 1st of March 2021 was premised on 4 priority areas of the Gauteng COVID-19 response plan that would be to focus on resource allocation. This budget was formulated against the backdrop of severe resource constraints and fiscal consolidation measures that were necessary in the short to medium term, which are expected to end in the 2024-25 financial year. As the financial year has progressed, we've gone through the second and third surge of COVID-19 pandemic and now find ourselves in the grip of the fourth surge, which will further dampen the positive signs of growth that were beginning to emerge. Despite the structural impediments that the Gauteng City region, together with the rest of South Africa, must overcome to break free of the low growth trap. This is over and above the Economic Recovery and Reconstruction Plan, which, while formulated to revive the economy in the wake of the devastation caused by COVID-19 pandemic, become more urgent after the destructive civil unrest that we witnessed in July 2021. As was the case when tabling the 2020-2021 MTF main budget, there is very little fiscal leeway available to us. And this requires that we become conscious to the reality that we have to do more with the resources that we have and actively seek alternative sources of funding for the GPG projects and priorities, either through partnerships with private sector, state-owned enterprises, other spheres of government, or two bilateral or multilateral development partners as a way of leveraging on resources outside the fiscus in achieving the objectives of the sixth administration. To this end, the Gauteng Provincial Treasury has formulated a document to review that not only clarifies the process of seeing and receiving official development assistance, which you call donor funding, but also outlines the various sources, bilateral and multilateral, and mechanisms for accessing such funding across infrastructure and non-infrastructure priorities. This will enhance the work of the Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency, which we call it GIFA. In doing so and exploring mechanisms for accelerating the delivery of infrastructure as a means to achieve the ideals of the GGT 2030 plan. Working within this challenging economic environment, Gauteng Provincial Treasury is constantly looking at various ways to enhance our own revenue collection, to supplement funding of the provincial priorities. Our own revenue enhancement strategy was approved by EXCO on the 31st of March 2021. Gauteng Provincial Treasury is leading the rollout of the implementation and will ensure that the relevant provincial departments and public entities remain committed to mainstream the identified activities towards optimal revenue collection. The updated estimates revenue of 3.7 billion over and above the baselines is projected over the 2020-2021 MTF. The information will be updated as and when information related to new sources of revenue become available. Honorable members, Gauteng Provincial Government remains committed to public infrastructure delivery. The National Development 2030 provides us with a clear roadmap on how to eliminate poverty and reduce inequality. Infrastructure remains a key pillar in achieving these goals. Gauteng Provincial Treasury recognizes that infrastructure delivery is dynamic and that as a collective we must solve complex problems before the impact of our investment shall be visible. Based on the portfolio of evidence submitted by the various departments, we have had to adjust infrastructure budget to 11 billion over the total investment of 10.6 billion, which is allocated to the Departments of Human Settlement, Department of Health, Department of Education, and Department of Roads and Transport, whilst the remaining of 506.7 million is allocated to Departments of Economic Development, Social Development, Agriculture and Rural Development, Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, and Infrastructure Development. We urge these departments to improve the impact of our investment on service delivery on social gains. In March 2020-21, with the appropriation of the main budget, we highlighted the need to place more focus on making infrastructure affordable and enhance value for money, thus ensuring effective, efficient, and economical use of public funds that are related to infrastructure investments. We still have a long journey to walk before we will see the results that intended the impact. Although it is difficult under the leadership of the Center of Government led by Babu David Makura, we remain committed to continue with our reform initiatives to address the institutional blockages as well as the weaknesses within the infrastructure value chain. Our specific focus will be on the implementation of standardized cost guidelines, ensuring that credible business cases are prepared before funds are allocated, and working with all stakeholders within the infrastructure space to ensure that we can respond to the challenges that we face. The infrastructure cost guideline establishes prescribed standardized approaches for projects procured by Gauteng Provincial Government. The key objective is to make infrastructure more affordable and obtain value for money. This is in response to costs which are currently too high, poor output results, and low investment impact in terms of service delivery and social gains. The infrastructure cost guideline will promote good governance and prudent financial management. Thus, it is an integral additional part of the evidence-based budget reforms introduced by Gauteng Provincial Treasury in the 2016-17 financial year. Honorable members, today we are adjusting the fiscal envelope upward with a net increase of 7 billion. This means that the overall budget of the Gauteng Provincial Government increases from 1.142 billion that I presented to this House in March and to the adjusted appropriation of 149.5 billion. The 7 billion includes a total of 4.3 billion that is added to the provincial equitable share, which of 3 billion of this is to cater for the public sector wage agreement. This shows that as government, we care about the plight of our workers in these difficult times. As part of Gauteng COVID-19 response plan, we're making the following allocations: 5.4 million towards the health human resource response plan to COVID-19, and 1.2 billion for the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative funding towards the Basic Education Youth Employment Initiative. And it will be 1.1 that goes there. Health staff and assistant nurses will get 74.6 million, and social development social workers will be receiving 43.7 million. To ignite the Gauteng economy, we're making the following allocations. A total of 114.4 million is allocated for technical adjustment from underspending infrastructure projects towards the Tshwane SEZ and infrastructure expansion. We call it TASES. That is expected to not only boost manufacturing, but also to provide much more needed jobs and stimulate the economy. A total amount of 86 million is a reallocation from surrendered surplus funds towards GEP program on contract financing to support SMMEs. A total amount of 366 million from internal reprioritization of underspending infrastructure funding towards Gauteng Management Agency patronage guarantee shortfall. This amount will be clawed back from the roads and transport in 2022-23 and 2023-24 budget baseline. In terms of conditional grant funding, we're making the following resources available: an amount of 13 million towards statutory HR component of human resources and training grant towards January 2021, additional intake of medical interns and community service cohort, an amount of 7.1 million towards the mental health services component of the HIV and AIDS, TB, malaria and community outreach conditional grant programs, an amount of 25.6 million towards the subsidy component of the early childhood development conditional grant. During this adjustment budget process, a total of 665 million in conditional grants and 1.2 billion in provincial equitable share funds is being rolled over to honor obligations for the 2020-2021 financial year, together with 465 million that was allocated from the previous financial year. Honorable Speaker and Madam Chairperson of committees, despite the challenges that we faced due to the COVID-19 pandemic, government remains committed to accelerating the implementation of our provincial priorities. Gauteng Office of the Premier is going to be allocated an amount of 14.9 million to fund payments for mental health care users. Gauteng Department of Education is going to have a reallocated amount of 378 million for personal protective equipment. Gauteng Department of Community Safety is allocated an amount of 8.3 million, and this amount includes 3.2 million, which is a reimbursement of stipends paid to patrollers on behalf of the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement, and 3.8 million is for agreement with SANRAL for the provision of law enforcement agencies to enforce traffic laws. Gauteng Department of E-Government is allocated an amount of 79.2 million for the funding of SEP Unlimited during deployment licenses and enterprise support. In conclusion, Madam Chairperson of committees, I would like to emphasize the point that I made earlier in my speech, that resourcing the budget in these resource-constrained times requires that requires that be there an appreciation from all of us, particularly within the government, that we owe it to those whose name we serve to jealously guard these resources and deploy them where they will make a maximum impact, which is possible. Diabulela, Madam Speaker, but before I sit down, we have to inspire the confidence of the people that we judicious steward, that we are judicious steward who can be trusted with public funds, that we can be trusted with public funds. We also have to be cognizant that having to make to do with less resources we are expected to deliver more, which is part of the pain that we have to endure in ensuring that we bequeath a sustainable fiscus to the generations to come. Lastly, Madam Chairperson of Committees, let me express my appreciation to Babu David, Premier Wetu, David Makura, for always being there to provide us with leadership, with guidance and support as we implement the program of the 6th administration. My colleagues in the executive and the Premier's Budget Committee for continuous engagement, support and teamwork that is there. Honorable members of the House, in particular the Chairperson of Finance Portfolio Committee, under the leadership of Honorable John Mpisi, Honorable Sokaile Kanyile, our Chairperson for SCOPA, for their diligent oversight of our provincial finance. The Gauteng Provincial Treasury team that is led by HOD Ngumisa Mnyani for your tireless work and commitment in managing our provincial resources and supporting departments and entities, including municipalities. Finally, let me thank my family for their support that inspire me each and every day. That makes me to be standing here proudly so in front of you, Madam Chairperson of Committees. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Okay, thank you very much, Honorable MEC Nkomora Lehomo, for your finance speech. Nyabulela guys, Nyabulela kakhulu, Honorable MEC. Can we now move
And
to
she looks
the
very
next
smart.
item on the agenda?
Thank you. Truly appreciate it.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of...
Okay. Secretary, you are calling the next item on the agenda. And
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight on the second quarterly report of the Department of E-Government for the year 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mpisi. Please present your report.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Can I switch off my video so that I can have a good bandwidth where I am? Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Honorable Chair of Chairs, I'm tabling the report on behalf of the Portfolio Committee of Finance and E-Government. I request that the areas that I'm not going to read will take as read and only focus on the high-level summary of committee's overall assessment of the department. Chair of Chairs, the department responds to three points of growing Gauteng together priorities, namely the building a capable and ethical developmental state. Two, the priority number 2 being the economy and job infrastructure. And 3 being education, skills, revolution, and health. Chair of Chairs, the department has set 23 targets and achieved 20, which equates to 87% of the APP's achievement. The Portfolio Committee noted with concern the overspending and will continue to monitor the performance on a quarterly processes. Chair of Chairs, the department has reported 147% budget expenditure, and the Portfolio Committee noted with concern the overspending and will continue to monitor the performance on quarterly basis. On the GOD chairperson, the department reported that there was a 1% work allocated to to people with disabilities during the quarter under review, while youth received 22 and 53% allocated to female-owned companies. The department reported to be fully compliant with the with all fiduciary requirements and the respondent to all requests from the GPL and the Public Service Commission on the capacitated department. There are 90 vacant funded posts from a total of 890 funded posts. During the engagement, the department mentioned the challenges in achieving targets due to vacant posts. However, the portfolio committee is of the view that the vacant funded posts perpetuate under expenditure and should be addressed immediately. On the process followed, Chairperson, the committee researcher tabled an analysis of the performance report and the department led by MEC Nomantu Nkomora-Lehoko presented the second quarter performance report to the portfolio committee, focusing on the departmental financial and non-financial performance. On the 3rd of December 2020, the portfolio committee deliberated and adopted the oversight report on the second quarter performance to the department. The report was subsequently submitted to the proceeding units for tabling and consideration. On program one, Chair, on program one, the portfolio committee commends the department in the uplifting of the township economy. Again, the target to fill the vacant funded post, which I already read, Chairperson, the portfolio committee acknowledges the challenges stated by the department on the reasons for the vacancies and will monitor the progress on the filling of the vacant funded post with immediate effect. On program two, Chair, the portfolio committee notes with concern the reasons and the encouragements that encourages the department to improve on its core functions, which is the rolling out of the integrated land targets and the GBN projects. The department reported to have conducted 2 digital surveys with the aim to ensure the economic growth and innovation. The portfolio committee supported the initiative by the department to constantly seek to improve their offering. On the ICT, to stimulate the ICT industry and the development of the ICT skills, the department planned to support 80 previously disadvantaged ICT entrepreneurs through support programs. The portfolio committee will monitor the performance going forward. On the acknowledgements, Chairperson. Sorry, Chair. On the committee findings, the portfolio committee is concerned about the performance verification of the GBN targets, which are not satisfied with as the portfolio committee. On the recommendation, we recommend that the department strengthen the contract management with SETA to review the GBN service level agreement to include the joint verifications of projects, and that report should be a written response, including the plan. The response must be due to us by the 10th of January 2022. On acknowledgements, the portfolio committee extend the gratitude to the Honorable MEC Nomantu Nkomora-Lehoko and the officials of the Gauteng Department of E-Government for their cooperation during the consideration of the report. Appreciation for diligent and dedication and commitment shown during the deliberations on the second quarter performance report process goes to all the members of the portfolio committee, Honorable Malema, Honorable Mukwebo, Honorable Paladi Dihamela, Honorable Moriarty, Honorable Macheke, Honorable Randall, Honorable Mazwi, Honorable Masuku. The committee's gratitude is extended to the following support staff: the acting group committee coordinator, Mr. T. Skosana, committee coordinator, Mr. Z. Mabuza, acting senior coordinator. It's extended to Dr. John Nsane, researchers, Ms. L. Chilwani and Mr. M. Tsetla, media officer, Mr. Dikula, Information Officer, Mr. Nzibande, Committee Administrator, Ms. De Beer, Service Officer, Ms. Msimanga, and Hansard Recorder, Ms. R. Singh, on adoption of the report in terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164 of the Standing Rule of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. The Portfolio Committee presents the oversight report on the second quarter performance of the Gauteng Department of E-Government for 2021-22 financial year and recommends for its adoption. Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. There's someone's mic is on, it is disrupting. Thank you very much.
It's mine.
Okay,
Okay.
Councillor Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Mpisi. Any seconder to the report?
I'll second, Member Randall.
Thank you very much, Honorable Randall. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Yes. Will the secretary please read the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Honorable Mpisi, please read your report.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I won't read the entire report. I'll focus on the executive summary, the concerns, as well as the recommendations. And I take the areas that I haven't read, be taken as read. Chairperson, the aim of this program is to provide effective leadership, management, and administrative support to Treasury's programs, as well as the members of the Executive Committee, of the Executive Council, and the Accounting Officer. Of the 4 performance indicators under this program, most performance targets were achieved apart from one. The performance target concerns the attainment of an unqualified audit. The Portfolio Committee applauds the GPT for obtaining a clean audit for the period under review. The GPTs reported that it intended appointing 50% of women at the SMS level. On the contrary, 51% of women were appointed at the SMS level. The Portfolio Committee welcomes the surpassing of the appointment of women at the SMS level, thereby promoting women's sense of self-worth in this particular regard. Furthermore, the GPT was able to pay 100% of suppliers within 30 days after receipt of the correct invoices. That was the administration program. On program 2, the sustainable fiscal resource management. Under this program, the Portfolio Committee noted with appreciation that all 3 performance targets earmarked for the quarter under review. The performance target pertain to producing 3 in-year monitoring reports for the department according to the National Treasury time frame. 1 in-year monitoring report for entities according to the National Treasury's time frames, and the disbursement of cash to the GPG departments in line with appropriation. On the Gauteng Infrastructure Finance Agency, the Gauteng Infrastructure Finance Agency endeavored to be the center of excellence in the public sector in strategic infrastructure financing solution. It also places emphasis on sound corporate governance in the Gauteng Fund Project Office in respect to effective and efficient resource management services. On the project development and compliance, the GIFA reported that the purpose of this program is to develop infrastructure projects from sector departments, municipalities, and provincial agencies through process and structures such as the Gauteng Infrastructure Coordinating Council, the Premier's Budget Council, and the engagement with the accounting officers. The business unit is responsible for developing the project into comprehensive business plan that are ready for funding and implementation. The key of this business unit involved identification of appropriate projects, pre-feasibility and feasibility assessment work, risk assessment, development of business plans, commercial and operational plans due diligence. Of the four plans performance target applicable to this program for this period under review, GIFA managed to achieve 2 performance targets. The portfolio committee is concerned that GIFA earmarked the TIH EB 4 and 5 project for feasibility study without prior examination of the marketability of the services of the facility intended providing and whether there is a potential market for such a service or project. The portfolio committee is concerned about the delay of the appointment of the transactional advisor for Merafong Bioagency project, which is indicative of poor planning. The portfolio committee noted that the Emerald underperformance, the Tshwane Bioenergy project owner, the Tshwane Economic Development Agency, will raise funds to co-fund the feasibility study that the bid evaluation committee report for the GPL project will be revised and resubmitted to the bid adjudication committee in the 3rd quarter. On the structure of finance, the portfolio committee commended GIFA for achieving its performance target under this particular program. On program 6, Madam Speaker, the Gauteng Audit Services, the portfolio committee noted that the Gauteng Provincial Treasury planned to track 50% of the implementation of the internal audit recommendation by the departments and entities. To the contrary, the GPT tracked 100% of the implementation of the internal audit recommendation for departments and entities. The portfolio committee commended the GPT for tracking the implementation of all the audit recommendations as clean audits are premised on the strength of internal controls. Furthermore, 19 internal controls assessments were conducted. On the committee's concerns, Madam Deputy Speaker, with respect to the administration, the committee is concerned about 24% vacancies rate in the GPT in light of the high unemployment rate in the country. The portfolio committee is concerned about the delay in the appointing of the transactional advisor for Merafong Bioenergy project, which is an indicative of poor planning. With respect to the financial performance, the portfolio committee is concerned about drastic overall under expenditure of the GPT, albeit achieving its performance target. On the recommendations, the GPT should submit a human resource capacity strategy with the timeframes in view of the high vacancy rate. That will be on as a written response to the portfolio committee by the 10th of January 2022. That GIFA should provide a detailed explanation on how it intended commissioning the feasibility study without prior examination of the marketability of the services the facility intends providing and whether there is a potential market for such service. We request that by the 10th of January 2022 as a written response. GIFA should submit the strategy on how it intends mitigating against delays in the appointment of the transactional advisor for Merafong Bioenergy projects. The response be submitted by the 10th of January 2022. That the GPT should provide a report explaining the discrepancies in the financial and non-financial performance, and whether this is not suggestive of the misalignment between its programs and the financial resourcing thereof. The report should be submitted in writing by the 10th of January 2022. On acknowledgements, the Portfolio Committee extends gratitude to the Honorable MEC Nkomorale Hoko, the Head of Department, Ms. Mnyane, CEO of GIFA, Mr. Opa Siabi, and officials of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for their cooperation during the consideration of the report. Appreciation for diligence, dedication, and commitment shown during the deliberations on the second quarter performance report process goes to all the members of the Portfolio Committee. The committee's gratitude is extended to all the support staff for their hard work during this process. On adoption, after due consideration, the Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the second quarter performance report on the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for 2021-22 financial year. And in terms of Rule 117.2C, read with Rule 164, the Finance Portfolio Committee present to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the second quarter performance report of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for 2021-22 financial year. Councillor Nene, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mpisi. Any seconder to the report?
Honorable Dikhamela seconds the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dikhamela. Now ask the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, please read the next report, next order.
Order number 4, Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of Gauteng Provincial Government, GPG, for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mpisi. Please report, present the report.
Thank you very much. Can people switch off their mics, Chair, because it's very disruptive? Chairperson, thank you very much. I'll take that, Chairperson. The areas that I'm not going to read will be taken as read and only consider on the executive summary and the consents and the recommendations. The Gauteng Provincial Government quarterly financial performance report is tabled by the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, affords the Portfolio Committee an opportunity to interrogate the financial performance, financial position, and monitoring the financial performance of the Gauteng Provincial Government, its department, for the quarter under review. Chairperson, as at the end of the second quarter, the GPG department's requisitioned 66.9 billion, of which is 46.5% of the appropriated total budget. The provincial receipts arising from the provincial equitable share, conditional grants, and own revenue amounts to 57.2 billion, 12.9 billion, and 2.9 billion, respectively. It is worth noting, Chair, that the revenue collection, as per the main appropriation for the 2021-22 financial year, was projected at 6.98 billion. However, at the end of the second quarter, 2.9 billion, or 41%, was collected, thereby under collecting by 619 million, or 8.9%. During the quarter under review, the GPG expenditure amounted to 68.9 billion for the adjustment appropriation. The cumulative expenditure of the most department is equal and greater than 45% of their final appropriation, apart from the Department of Human Settlement at 30%, roads and transport at 40%, agriculture and rural development at 41%, sports, arts and culture and recreation at 36%, Gauteng Provincial Treasury at 39%, infrastructure development at 40%. The departments advance variety of reasons for their unimpressive rate of expenditure, ranging from high vacancy rate and delays in implementation of new organizational structure, slow implementation of infrastructure project, as well as prolonged supply chain procurement process. There is a high probability that most departments will break even at the end of the financial year, except the Department of Health and Education, which show a propensity to overspend, followed by the Department of Community Safety, Gauteng Provincial Legislature, and the Office of the Premier. Of importance, Chair of Chairs, in terms of the economic classification personnel cost account of 40% of the main appropriation for compensation of employees. Most departments spend between 45 and 52%, while slow spending was recorded under GPT, Department of Economic Development, and the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture, and Recreation, which performed at 37.7%, 38.3%, and 39% correspondingly. On the other hand, the total expenditure for the goods and services amount to 14.8 billion of the main appropriation. There is a projected under expenditure of 616 million, mainly from Department of Health and Roads and Transport. However, medical suppliers operating lease displayed the proclivity to overspend. Of the main appropriation of 11.3 billion for infrastructure projects, the expenditure of 3.7 billion was realized at the end of the second quarter. Most departments performed equal and greater than 30%, apart from Department of Infrastructure Development at 19%, Department of Agriculture at 25%, Department of Human Settlement at 28%, which is a concern to all of us as a portfolio committee. Regarding the conditional grants, the overall performance for most departments at the end of the second quarter was equal and greater than 39%, apart from the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, and Human Settlement, which recorded an expenditure of 5%, 25%, and 28% respectively. This is a worrisome, Chair of Chairs, and we hope that the departments are listening to correct this particular performance. GPG spent 10.4 billion in the main appropriation of the 24.9 billion for conditional grant. Chairperson, despite the GPG's department lackluster financial performance, with further easing of the lockdown restriction brought about the COVID-19 pandemic, the overall expenditure of the GPG department, we hope it will improve. Our concern, Chairperson, you are disturbed, Chair Vali Mike. The Department of Health, we are concerned that the department may overspend by the end of the year due to public sector wage agreement that was implemented in September 2021. That in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic, the department is unable to plan, manage, and transform health infrastructure in line with the national and provincial policy objectives. On education, the delay released of the education infrastructure grant and the extent to which the department was complicit by not adhering to the grant condition. Whether the lofty ideal of inclusive, quality, and developmental education of children with severe to profound intellectual disability will be realized, it is our concern. On human settlement, that there is a high risk of not completing the project within this program. If the remaining infrastructure cash flow will be utilized in the second half of the financial year, we hope that the department will achieve its objective. On the Department of Agriculture, the prospects of these projects reaching dialogical conclusion in view of the perpetual underperformance, it's worrisome. That the department's conditional grant business plan were finalized late when the approval of business plans by the transferring officer should be forwarded to us by the end of March, 31st March 2022. The Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, the sluggish financial performance of the department ascribed to the supply chain management processes, which indicative of poor planning. That the department utilizes 0% of its allocated EPWP integrated grant, thereby frustrating the government strategy to reduce poverty through the elevation and reduction of unemployment. On infrastructure, we're saying whether the department is adding value to the province in view of the prolonged implementation of the project with hefty financial implications in front of us. On the Department of Transport, that the potential under expenditure at the end of the financial year in view of the current expenditure levels, it's worrying us. On recommendations, Chair, on human settlement, that the department should provide a report with milestones on how it will expedite expenditure to circumvent the surrender of conditional grants to the National Treasury. That the department should submit a plan highlighting remedial measures to ensure that its cash flow will be utilized in the second half of the financial year. On education, the department should submit a report to the Portfolio Committee of Education indicating on how it plans to mitigate against poor performance, which is symptomatic of non-adherence to education infrastructure grants conditions. On the Department of Infrastructure, that the department should provide a report highlighting whether there is value for money in the project they implement on behalf of the client's department. On roads and transport, that the department should submit a plan of how they intend mitigating the potential under expenditure at the end of the financial year and at the end of the financial year of the current expenditure levels. On acknowledgements, the Portfolio Committee extends its gratitude to the Honorable MEC, the Head of Department, and all the officials of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for their cooperation during the consideration of the report. On appreciation for diligence, dedication shown during these deliberations on the second quarter financial performance report process goes to all the members of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Malema, Honorable Paladi Dikhamela, Honorable Macheke, Honorable Masuku, Honorable Moriarty, Honorable Randall, Honorable Masui, and Honorable Mukwebo. The committee's gratitude is extended to the following staff members: Mr. Skosana, Mr. Ntsane, Mr. Mabuza, Mr. Tsetla, Ms. Chilwani, Mr. Ntsibande, Mr. Dikola, Ms. Dipier, Mr. Mabuza, Ms. Msimang, the catering assistant, Ms. Intene, and Hansard recorder, Ms. C. On the adoption, Chair, after due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee's adopted the second quarter financial performance on the Gauteng Provincial Government for 2021-22. In terms of Rule 117.2c, read with Rule 164, the Finance Portfolio Committee present to this House and recommends for the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the second quarter financial performance report of the Gauteng provincial government for 2021-22 financial year. Thank you very much, Baya Danki Kensiri Rodebua.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mpisi. Can I get a seconder to?
Honorable Malema, I rise to second, Chair of Committees. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malema. I now ask the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. All those not in favor say no.
Usebenza umkholo wami namhlanje, salo.
Yeah, usebenzela umntana sekhaya. Thank you very much, Swari. Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Infrastructure Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Infrastructure Development for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Honorable Mudisa, please read your report.
Thank you so much, Chair of Chairs. May I also, like Member Mpisi, request that parts of the report that I'm not going to read be considered as read due to time limitations. I will only focus on the introduction of the report, committee consents, committee recommendation, acknowledgements, and adoption. Chair of Chairs, this report has been developed in accordance with the sector oversight model, the GPL Committee Oversight Accountability Framework, as part of the GPL project on standardization of oversight, accountability, and reporting in Gauteng. It further outlines the macro assessment, which looks at the overall performance of the department, the micro assessment, which focuses on program by program performance. This is done to determine if there is a balance between the department's output, inputs, and outcomes. The committee's approach is focused on whether the department's planned outputs have been achieved and whether the allocated funds have been effectively and efficiently utilized to ensure value for money. This assessment forms part of the oversight work that is continuously carried out by the committee to evaluate the implementation of programs against set targets and expenditure for the period under review. On the committee findings and concerns, with respect to Program 1, the committee is concerned that the budget was overspent with 14% and yet the 16% of the targets were achieved. With respect to the committee is concerned that the target on Program 1, the committee is concerned that the targets related to procurement channel towards Military Veterans Association companies were not achieved. The committee is also concerned that targets related to procurement channel towards people living with disability companies was also not achieved. Whilst on Program 1, the committee is concerned that targets related to township enterprise revitalization were not achieved. On Program 2, the committee is concerned that there are delays in completion of Mandisa Shikeka, CHC, and the Khuzong South Clinic projects. The committee is also concerned that the Department of Health targets were not achieved. And then on Program 3, the committee is concerned that targets related to work opportunities are not achieved, and that the targets related to work opportunities in municipalities are also not achieved. The recommendations of the committee, based on the information set out herein above, as well as the committee concerns, the committee therefore recommends as follows. One recommendation, one is that on the Infrastructure Program 1, the department to instigate thorough measures in ensuring the alignment between the input and output. A written response will be handed over on the 14th of January 2022. That the department to submit a progress report specifying measures put in place in ensuring that targets related to procurement channel towards military veterans companies are achieved. Response will also come on the 14th of January 2022. That the department submit a progress report specifying measures put in place in ensuring that targets related to procurement channel towards people with disability companies are achieved. The written response is also expected on the 14th of January 2022. That the department to submit a progress report specifying measures put in place in ensuring that targets related to procurement channel towards TER programs are achieved. Written response is also expected on the 14th of January 2022. The department to submit a progress report specifying measures put in place in ensuring that targets related to the completion of Mandisa Shikeka Community Health Care and the Kutson South Clinic projects. The 14th of January 22 written response is expected. That the department will submit a progress report specifying measures put in place in ensuring that the Department of Health targets are achieved. 14 January 2022, a written response is expected. Department to submit a progress report specifying measures put in place ensuring that targets related to work opportunities are achieved. 14 January 2022, written response is expected. The department to submit a progress report specifying measures put in place in ensuring that targets related to GP or Gauteng Province municipalities work opportunities are achieved. 14 January 2022, a written response is expected. On acknowledgement, the chairperson of Portfolio Committee of Infrastructure Development and Property Management would like to thank MEC Mutara, head of department's entire executive for their efforts in consideration of this report. Chairperson further appreciates the diligent deliberation of Honorable Member Magagula, Dialetlabela, Member Ndlovu, Member Skiman, Member Diache, Member Fuchs, Member Hoffman, Member Mufama, and Member Mabala. The committee chair would also like to thank T. Skosana, M. Chabalala, K. Mdlaluse, A. Madlala, T. Kumalo, T. Mulibana, N. Bonani, K. Mpirimi, and Ngube for their dedication and assistance. On adoption, in terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Infrastructure Development and Property Management present before the House the oversight report on the Department of Infrastructure Development second quarter report for the 2021-2022 financial year for consideration and adoption. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Committees.
I'm here in shouting down this thing. I'm sorry. Any seconder?
Chair, Member Fuchs, I rise to second.
Thank you very much, sir. I now ask the question. All those in favor say yes.
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 Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. All those not in favor say no.
Yes, yes, yes.
All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Thank you very much. The report is adopted. Secretary, please read the next order.
Order number 6, Road and Transport Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Road and Transport, including Gautrain Management Agency and G-Fleet Management for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Secretary. I now call upon Chairperson Skiman to please present the report.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I would also like to request that those sections that are not read be taken as read, and I'll be focusing on the executive summary, the committee concerns, the committee recommendations, acknowledgements, and the adoption. In the quarter under review, the committee noted that the department and its entities were able to contribute towards 2 provincial strategic objectives, namely Priority 1, building a capable, ethical, and developmental state, and Priority 2, economic transformation and job creation. This was achieved through the payment of 80% of SMMEs and township businesses within 15 days against a planned target of 70%. Appointment of the service provider for the construction of the K46 William Nicol Road, installation of 95% of subsidized buses with electronic monitoring devices to improve the reliability of the subsidized bus services to commuters, and this was done through the small monitoring firms. Bid specifications and draft adverts for the new subsidized bus contracts have been finalized and approved by the Bid Adjudication Committee. In relation to achievement of service delivery targets, the committee noted that of the 17 targets applicable for the period under review, the department achieved 5 outputs, which equates to 29% at the end of the quarter. The committee noted that the GMA achieved 19 out of 24 planned targets, which equates to 79%, and the G Fleet managed to achieve only 3 out of 7 planned targets, which equates to 43%. The committee commends the continuous achievement of planned targets by the GMA, which is the Gautrain Management Agency. However, the committee is deeply concerned by the continuous low level of attainment of planned service delivery targets by the department and G Fleet, and will continue to urge both to enhance performance and capacity to resolve the challenges that may exist in the implementation of these planned targets. Furthermore, the committee is of the view that the lack of senior management and technical skills within the department and G Fleet may have a bearing on their performance in relation to the planned service delivery targets. In relation to expenditure in the quarter, the committee noted that the department managed to spend an amount of 1.8 billion or 21.59% for the quarter under review across all programs, whilst G Fleet spent 223 million or 28%. The committee noted that the department recorded slow expenditure during the quarter under review, particularly due to delays in the implementation of planned service delivery targets as a result of delays in infrastructure projects. The committee is concerned over the slow spending within the department, as it might result in underspending of the budget at the end of the financial year, as in previous financial years, and might also result in an audit finding. The non-financial performance per program, the committee noted that the department and entities continue to face challenges with the implementation of planned targets in relation to planned procurement targets, particularly related to women and persons with disabilities, due to delays and challenges within the procurement system. According to the department, intervention measures have been adopted and communicated with supply chain management and internal auditing on possible ways to resolve this challenge. The committee is of the view skills capacitation of the Supply Chain Management Directorate will play a major role in addressing the challenges as indicated above. On the implementation of infrastructure projects, the committee noted that there seemed to be no developments with regard to the relocation of illegal residents along the road reserves to allow for the continuation of construction of the K54 and K69 roads in the city of Tshwane. The committee is concerned that there seems to be a lack of intergovernmental relations between the department and the city of Tshwane in resolving the relocations, as planned targets are being pushed back on a continuous basis. The committee is also concerned that further delays may result in an extension of construction timelines and budgets, which will have a negative impact on future provincial budgets and possible cash flow problems for the appointed contractor. With regards to subsidised contracts, the committee noted that the department was able to finalise bid specifications for the 3 new subsidised bus contracts, and the bid evaluation committee has made recommendations and approval for advertisement on an open tender. According to the department, the tender was advertised on the 15th of October 2021. The compulsory tender briefing was held on the 27th of October 2021, and the closing date for the tender is on the 7th of December 2021. However, the department has been served with court papers by 3 parties challenging the tender, seeking that the tender be set aside, and the court hearing is set for the 30th of November 2021. Whilst the committee commends the department for being able to advertise these tenders on an open tender for the first time since 1998, the committee is concerned over the court hearing on subsidised bus contracts and the impact it might have on the current and future contracts. In conclusion, the committee noted that the department and its entities are failing to meet the same targets that were raised as a concern in the previous quarter, particularly on the expenditure awarded to women and persons with disabilities, appointment of new subsidised bus contracts, the Gautrain, the GMA rail and bus passenger targets, and the debt collection system seems to be not effective enough, as G Fleet client departments are not paying outstanding debts within payment periods. The committee insists that the department and entities should focus on resolving the above challenges in line with the intervention plans in place. I move now to the committee concerns. With respect to the achievement of planned service delivery targets by the department and G Fleet, the committee is concerned over the continuous low level of attainment of planned service delivery targets, noting the number of infrastructure projects that are experiencing delays within the department as raised in previous financial years. With respect to expenditure in relation to women and persons with disabilities, the committee is concerned over the continued failure of the department to achieve the planned targets as raised in the previous quarter and financial years. With respect to vacant posts, the committee is concerned over the increase in the number of vacant posts within the department, in particular senior management and technical skills, noting the bulk of infrastructure projects planned for implementation in the current financial year and over the MTF period. With respect to spending of the allocated budget, the committee is concerned over the slow spending within the department, as it might result in underspending of the budget at the end of the financial year, as in previous financial years, and might result in an audit finding. With respect to infrastructure projects, the committee is concerned over the continuous delays in the relocation process regarding the construction of the K54 and K69 roads in the city of Tshwane. With respect to the appointment of new subsidised bus contracts, the committee is concerned over the court hearing on the subsidised bus contracts and the impact it might have on the current and future contracts. And finally, with respect to the RT46 contract, which relates to G-Fleet, the committee is concerned over the continuous challenges experienced within this contract and the impact it might have on the allocated budget of the entity and its future and its operations towards its client departments. Moving to the committee recommendations, which are as follows: that the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the implementation of intervention measures in place to achieve planned service delivery targets within the department and G-Fleet in the remaining quarters of the financial year. That the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the implementation of intervention measures in place to achieve targets for women and persons with disabilities in line with the adopted intervention measures of supply chain management and internal auditing. That the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the development of the new organizational structure. The report should include the vacant posts for senior management and technical positions, as well as progress made in filling these positions. That the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the intervention measures in place to curb underspending of the allocated budget at the end of the financial year. That the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the developments with regards to the relocation of illegal residents, delaying the construction of the roads K54 and K69 in Tshwane. The report should also include the challenges experienced, stakeholder consultation process, and proposed intervention plans with timelines. That the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the outcomes of the court hearing and recommendations thereof in relation to the subsidised bus contracts. The report should also include the possible impact of the court hearing on current and future contracts. And finally, that the department and G-Fleet management should provide the committee with a detailed report on the intervention measures in place to remedy the challenges experienced with Westbank. The report should also include the source and budget utilised for the appointment of an external party to review services offered by Westbank, punitive measures against Westbank, and future proposals to curb the existing challenge. In relation to the acknowledgements, the committee wishes to, well, firstly would wish to express our appreciation to all members of the committee for their commitment to the oversight process, as well as the MEC Mamabolo, the acting OHD, and officials from the department for their cooperation during the quarterly report process. We'd also want to express our appreciation to the committee support team for their support and work during this process. In terms of Rule 117 2C, read together with Rule 164, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport, Gautrain Management Agency, and G-Fleet Management second quarterly performance report for 2021-2022. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Skiman. Any seconder?
I rise to second.
Your name, sir?
Honorable Malema, thank you, and my apology for that.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Malema. I now ask the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is now adopted by the House. Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, including its entity for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary. I now call upon Honorable Matseke to please present the report of the committee. Honorable Matseke.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the portfolio committee on sports, recreation, arts and culture. I hereby table the committee's report on the second quarter, the report of the Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation for 2020-2021 financial year as follows. Madam Chair of Chairs, may I request the part of the report that I will not be considered as read by the visual on concerns, recommendations, acknowledgement and adoption. In terms of the quarter under review, the department was allocated a budget of 322,757,000 and they spent 278,303,000, which represent an 86.23%. The department has set 84 targets for the quarter under review, and of this, 46, which represent 55%, was achieved. They have managed to pay 99% of invoices within 15 days during the quarter under review, which is a huge improvement. The committee, however, is concerned that they are not spending on the EPWP grant, which shows that they are unable to create jobs in the sector. The committee further is concerned about the ongoing vacancy rate in the department and the delays in finalizing the procurement of laptops for the support staff, core staff, and managers, which were reported from the previous quarter. This continue to adversely affect the department's performance in meeting their service delivery targets. They also procured 3% of goods and services from township businesses. On program by program, expenditure on program 1 under administration, they received a quarterly allocation of 31,573,000 and they spent 36,932,000, which represent 117%, which is an overspend of 17%. On program 2, cultural affairs, they received a quarterly budget allocation of 44,596,000 and they managed to spend 35,872,000, which represent 80.4%. Program 3, library and archival services, received a quarterly budget allocation of 189,251,000 and they managed to spend 173,329,000, which reflects 91.6%. Program 4, sports and recreation, was allocated a quarterly budget of 57,337,000 and they managed to spend 32,170,000, which reflects an expenditure of 56.1%, which is a concern to the committee. The Gauteng Film Commission received a quarterly budget allocation of 10.7 million and they spent 9.2 million under the quarter under review, reflecting 86% expenditure. Their service delivery targets for the quarter under review were 25 and they managed to achieve 10, which was 60%. Under committee concerns, the Mandela Day was not commemorated due to internal challenges. The target for 20 heritage sites provisionally declared as planned. The department planned to conduct 4 building inspections, however, this was not achieved. Under committee recommendations, the committee therefore recommends the following: put plans in place to ensure that the Mandela Day is commemorated yearly. The type of what is expected is a plan. When by 28th of February 2022. On number 2, provide the status report on the declaration of the 20 heritage sites. Type of expected, it's a report. When is it due? On the 28th of February 2022. Then the last one is on submit a report on the inspection of buildings that were planned for the quarter under review type, which is expected. It's a report. The due date is the 28th of February, 2022. On acknowledgement, I would like to acknowledge the MEC of Sports, MEC Mbali-Thorpe, together with the HOD, Ms. Masisi, as well as officials from the department. I would like to further appreciate the diligent deliberations of honorable members, Honorable Mudise, Honorable Ndlovu, Honorable Chabalala, Honorable Edwinson, Honorable Nisi, Honorable Titangano, Honorable Adams, as well as Honorable Khadebe. The committee further want to acknowledge the support staff led by the Group Committee Coordinator, Ms. Panto Ambalo, Senior Committee Researcher, Dr. Nenweli, Committee Coordinator, Ms. Gubudu, Committee Researcher, Ms. Shikwani, Committee Administrator, Mr. Dubula, Information Officer, Ms. Kiwitz, Communication Officer, Mr. Rikola, Public Participation Officer, Mr. Mahlala, Senior Hansard Recorder, Mr. Makwela, Hansard Recorder, Ms. Moremi, and Service Officer, Ms. Mamabolo, for their role throughout the process. On adoption, after extensive deliberation, the Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation Committee adopted the second quarterly performance report of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation for the 2021-22 financial year, in accordance with Rule 117, Sub-Rule 2, Section C, read together with Rule 164. The Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation Portfolio Committee tables the report to the Virtual House for consideration and adoption, considering the concerns and the proposed recommendations made in the report. I thank you so much, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mateke. Is there any seconder?
Ezra Lutswalo, seconds.
Thank you very much, member. I now ask the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes, yes.
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 All those not in favor say no. The yes have it, and the report is adopted by the House. Secretary, please call the next order.
Debate on the annual report of the Department of E-Government for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The first person to open the debate will be Honorable Dikhamela. Honorable Dikhamela, is this the opportunity to open the debate?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of Committees, for the opportunity. The Honorable Chairperson of Committees, the Honorable Speaker and Deputy in absence, Honorable Premier of Gauteng, members of Executive Council, Honorable Chief Whip of Majority Party, Honorable members of the Legislature. It is an opportunity, and indeed it is an honor today to take part in this debate of the annual report of the Department of E-Gov for 2020-2021 financial year during this upsetting time of COVID-19 pandemic and emerging variant called new COVID Omicron, which delay and distract the service delivery to the South Africans and the citizens of Gauteng in particular. Madam Chairperson of Committees, this is one of the most critical for the department that carries the hopes and aspirations of people of Gauteng for emancipation to attain economic freedom and salvage the bondage of hunger and poverty across the boundaries of the province. Honorable members, the clarion call to reigniting the economy of Gauteng cannot be emphasized enough. Indeed, the Treasury dwelt on the performance at length during the implementation phase, pointing out the Gauteng City region is taking a lead in the implementation of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan announced by our Honorable Comrade President of the Republic of South Africa, President Ramaphosa. Honorable Chair of Committees, and members of the legislature. The ANC in its 54th National Conference placed the need for the organization to truly embrace its role as a strategic center of power for social and economic transformation in the country. This assertion is premised on an organization capable to manage its policy implementation as an organization characterized by its ability to evaluate how the people's mandate continues. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Act number 108 of 1996, as amended, is the supreme law of the Republic. In Chapter 2, the Constitution serves as a legal foundation of the democratic South Africa, whereby the rights and responsibilities of citizens are prescribed. The Department of eGov is also established within the context of Section 125 of the Constitution, not to deprive the people of Gauteng their rights for access to information. The Gauteng Department of eGov was officially proclaimed on the 11th of August 2015, aiming to create a connected government by enabling simpler and more convenient government processes and to act as a catalyst for sustainable economic growth through promotion of effective, efficient, and customer-centric processes across government. The department was mandated to realize ICT-established public service delivery that offers opportunities to improve efficiency and access to public services, develop the transparency and accountability for Gauteng provincial government, and empower citizens of the province to better participate in the decision-making process that affect their experience of government. Madam Chairperson of committees, the department is committed to better coordinating resources across the government and leverage private partnership to improve the speed and quality of public services delivered to citizens by making them available online. On GCR eGov strategy, the approved strategy seeks to move the province from e-government to e-governance, where the connectedness of government to citizens is universal and the public service is modernized through enabling citizens to easily interact and receive government services. This ease of interaction will also result in government services becoming more affordable to access and delivery. The linkages between the Department of eGov strategic pillars and GCR strategies expressed in the department's plans to roll out of the Gauteng broadband network across GCR and delivery of e-services, interoperability, and the eradication of duplication of applications within the Gauteng city region through effective governance to promote and increase the use of available e-services and stimulate the ICT economy in the province. This can be seen in the continued focus on high growth priority sectors and infrastructure investment projects that are instrumental in unlocking the transformation, modernization, and re-industrialization of different corridors and districts of our Gauteng city region. Madam Chairperson of committees, Gauteng Provincial Treasury will be working with the Department of eGov to ensure that the Executive Council resolution on centralization of ICT functions within the department is implemented in order to eliminate the duplication of applications as well as the ring-fencing of funds for software packages. This will enable eGov to properly exercise its role as the custodian of ICT in the province. Madam Chairperson of committees, progress has also been made on the implementation of the common platform that allows citizens to access a wide range of government services through a single window at a click of a button, and provincial department developed applications which are periodically tested as a design and validation center to eliminate crashes, thereby minimizing disrupted connectivity. Madam Chairperson of committees, the promotion of the usage of eGov services is paramount to the citizens of the province to transform their food.
Keep it down a bit.
Can I ask MEC Nkomo Ralihuku to mute herself, please? Madam Chairperson of Committees, the promotion for the usage of e-Gov services is paramount to the citizens of the province to transform the remote areas of Gauteng city regions through advancing critical economic program which seeks to benefit the working class and the poor. The department conducted e-services advocacy program and conducted a customer satisfaction survey with client departments on service offering. Furthermore, the department has a strategic objective to stimulate the ICT economy. This is achieved by facilitating incubation and innovation, as well as encouraging public-private partnerships for the development and rollout of e-Gov services. Madam Chairperson of Committees, without fear of contradiction, this can be attributed to the high level of success and great achievement for the department. The e-Gov is continuously supporting and capacitating the affected entities for them to comply with PFMA and other funding requirements model which are related to minimum norms and standards for different fields of services. This can be seen in the continued focus of high growth priority sectors. Madam Chair of Committees, Gauteng Provincial Treasury will be working with the department to ensure, Chair of Committees, the guidelines that are formulated are applicable to all provincial government departments and their trading entities and provincial public entities as listed in the Public Financial Management Act will be outlined. This will also include all categories of infrastructure, information technology, leases, acquirement of land, goods and services being procured. Madam Chair of Committees, equally important, the Treasury Department must find innovative ways to ensure the rotation of suppliers. Can I ask Ms. Ncube to remain still, because he's like disturbing there with the open mic, please, Madam Chair of Committees. That movement is attracting me and is disturbing. Madam Chair of Committees, equally important that the Treasury Department find innovative ways to ensure the rotation of suppliers, which is a serious challenge that has continued to be sharply raised by township suppliers in their interaction with government, so that it becomes a reality. Our effort as ANC-led government is to contribute significantly to the growth of the small business sector and create much needed jobs. Treasury must also intensify monitoring to assess whether funds allocated for the projects in local communities are used correctly to deliver essential public services to the citizens. Honorable members, Honorable Chairperson of Committees, can I request Honorable Ncube to mute the screen, because there is a lot of mobility that is attracting attention from my side. Please, Honorable Ncube, can you please mute your screen?
I'll do it, ma'am.
Honorable members, the department.
Honorable Chairperson, I thought I was going to do it, but you've already done it. But please, honorable members, let's switch off our mics as well as mute let's switch off our videos and mute our mics as a please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of Committee. The honorable members, the departments must interact directly with communities to understand their views about service delivery and intervene immediately if there are challenges. Such a fundamental approach will ensure that the department plays an active role in facilitating proper usage of public funds at local level and contribute immensely to improve relations and interaction between communities and municipalities in Gauteng. We commend the performance plan for the department, which anchored objectives and priorities for economy, jobs, infrastructure, skill revolution, education, health, integrated human settlement, and land release, safety, social cohesion, and food security, building a capable, ethical, and developmental state for better place in the province and for sustainable development for future generations. We also commend a resilient departmental outcome during its implementation, and effective performance phases in this current financial year, which seeks to address the following critical issues: enhance sound finances in the province, increase compliance with legislative prescripts, ensure the sustainable local government finances, fast-track the reduction of youth unemployment, promote the alternative source of funding. Madam Chair of Committees, much as we are confident and complimenting the achievement of the department, we want to indicate categorically clear that those objectives must always be aligned to the strategic objective of the ANC, as vindicated during ANC Lekgotla, to realize a social compact and economic emancipation in real principle for poverty alleviation. Honorable members, while the department is working towards the realization of the outcomes set out in the performance plan to achieve the strategic objectives, the department must also not forget to focus on the following deliverables aspects for 2021 financial year. This can be seen in the continued focus. I'm going to jump some of this because I don't have much time. Honorable members, the department must continue to interact directly, and then those commitments will ensure the effectiveness and efficient administration of provincial fiscal resources and obtain value for money, provide support to provincial department and entities to promote improved legislative compliance in line with financial regulation and improve audit outcomes, promote and enforce transparency and effective supply chain management in the province, and provide the oversight on the implementation of the open tender system. We also encourage the department to monitor increased supplier participation in high-value government contracts to achieve targeted 30% spending of government procurement should be directed towards the township suppliers for economic empowerment. In conclusion, Madam Chairperson of Committees, the department must provide independent, objective assurance and consulting services that add value to the operations of GPG institutions through a systemic evaluation of government risk management and control to enhance and protect organizational values. Chairperson of Committees, the ANC-led government acknowledge the challenges encountered by the department, and though through the oversight, we will ensure that the department implements accountability measures and consequence management to avoid poor performance of the Gauteng provincial departments during the year. Madam Chairperson of Committees, the ANC government respect Auditor General's opinion at all material times. We have noted that the department received an unqualified audit opinion with no other matters in the audit report. The ANC-led government believes in integrity, accountability, ethical and morality of leading transformation agenda under the auspices of a treasury as cornerstone to change lives of people for economic emancipation and redress the inequality for societal challenges, which was demonstrated on many occasions for historic legacy of to be pursued by the 6th administration, which is a mandate given by the people of Gauteng. As ANC, Madam Chair of Committees, we do have confidence on our provincial government to lead Gauteng communities for the better life. We therefore commend the hard work of the department to continue introducing innovative ideas to help the poor and the working class. I thank you very much, Chairperson of Committees.
I like it too, Shongakona. Thank you very much, Honorable Chamela. Thank you very much, members. I now move to Honorable Randall to please respond to
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chair of Committees. Chair, the Auditor General indicated that there has been an improvement in the audit outcomes with the department that has now received an unqualified opinion on the annual financial statements and a material finding on compliance with the laws and regulations. It highlighted the root causes being one, management that did not perform adequate reviews on financial statements, and two, management that did not implement adequate contract management processes due to the lack of timely planning, monitoring, and the review of contracts. a major risk area being the supply chain management, where urgent intervention is required. There is also an alarming increase in the occurrence of irregular expenditure for this department compared to prior year, with IT governance and system controls concerns that remain, with some stagnation noted. Madam Chair of Committees, to illustrate the seriousness of the aforementioned, the department on the 13th of October last year submitted 10 condemnation requests for major transgressions, and that's irregular expenditure, totaling 846 million rand. These requests were then resubmitted this year in February again. Some of the transgressions are mainly because of one, non-compliance to procurement processes on the GSOC, this is the Security Operations Center, on air robotics training, on parking leases, on Guardian proxy licenses, on the request for variation after a contract expired, that is your email as a service by Afrovation. The second transgression, deviation.
Member, whose mic is that? Ma'am, Honorable Mpo. Okay. Honorable Randall, you can continue.
The second transgression being the deviation from normal procurement processes for the procurement of the Gauteng broadband network services excluded from CETA's request for bid, and the proposed substantive conditions not yet attained. Madam Chair, we do note the very troublesome relationship that this department has had with CETA in the past, and we cannot afford the Gauteng broadband network being terrorized and being halted because of this, and this needs urgent attention. The third transgression is the contravention of National Treasury Cost Containment Practice Note for travel costs. The fourth one is the extended use of CCTV security surveillance rental, not in line with the contract. That's the Vimba, the supplier. And the last one, the extended use of X-ray machines, not in line with the contract, Komanani. So, Madam Chair, the main finding by the PSCM on the condonement request, our consequence management measures, as well as investigation test reports that remains outstanding. To date, only 4 condonement requests were approved, and if this state of affairs does not make one uncomfortable, then nothing will. This is a clear indication of a lack of accountability and a lack of proper oversight by the executive. Let's not forget about the 6.8 million rand loss suffered due to a payment made to Microsoft Ireland as an amount of US$ 20 million instead of rand 20 million that resulted in this loss due to a weakened exchange rate at the time of the refund. The high unspent balance of over 204 million rand is a cause for concern. This could have been spent to uplift and upskill many young residents to become better equipped in the new digital era, where new job opportunities that did not exist yesterday are now up for grabs. This is exactly where the department has failed to meet a number of targets in terms of training and development, and has performed at unacceptable levels. Chairperson, the department had the opportunity to revise its APPs because of the COVID-19 pandemic. The high failure rate to train people through Action Lab or place any youth in experimental learning must be condemned. And the department owes us details as to why it was unable to adjust to the pandemic conditions in order to achieve its targets. Chairperson, the anticipated benefits of e-government is supposed to include efficiency, improved services, better accessibility of public services, more transparency and accountability, citizen empowerment through access to information, and less corruption in the administration if it is being implemented in the right way. Now, Chair, I'm curious to know what score our residents and especially our unemployed youth would have given this department in terms of its performance during the 2021 financial year. Member Dikhamela, to believe is one thing, but to do and to action is the ultimate aim that we should all be, working towards. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Randall, for your input. We now move to Honorable Mazwi from EFF.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair of Chairs, and greetings to all members in the House. The EFF continues to being opposed to the Gauteng government having e-government as a stand-alone department, as the idea of e-government has got the corruption written all over it. Nevertheless, because it is a department that exists, we have access its performance through we recommend it be merged with another department like economic development or treasury. This department was allocated 1.3 billion for 2021 financial year, of which is underspent its budget by 204 million across all three of its programs. This under expenditure comes as no surprise, considering that the department has previously underspent its 2019-2020 financial year budget. Furthermore, the department incurred regular expenditure amount to 569 million as the result of non-compliance, which appears to be a button in this department. The department under expenditure under program 2 being its information and communication technology service amount to 1.7 million, further retreat to our position that this department is unable to articulately provide one of its primary service. It is supposed to support this administration GGT 2030 strategic priorities of keeping up with rapid developments in ICT, with the aim to accelerate the modernization and digitization of government service. MEC, why should we continue to fund a department that fails to take effective and appropriate steps to prevent irregular expenditure amount to 569 million as required by Section 38(1)(c)(2) of PFMA and Treasury regulation? We are essentially wasting money and feeding the pockets of looters in this department. Madam Chair of Chairs, it remains suspicious that broadband is rolled out without the involvement of the municipalities in the province. This is because many municipalities have already embarked on their own infrastructure building program in select metros area where we have a massive tenders that could also benefit all the municipalities in Gauteng. We are yet to receive a satisfactory response as to why the massive broadband tenders does not include municipalities so that resources can be saved, because already the province has taken the initiative to roll out broadband. As the EFF, Madam Chair of Chairs, we will always encourage the use of science and technology, because a fourth industrial revolution is upon us and can never be avoided. We are for any form of technology that shall be as inclusive as possible and that will be used towards developing the industrial economy of the entire province and the country in general. This is why we remain that the National Department of Communication take over the broadband and its rollout. We have continuously relayed the existence of the competent state-owned entities that can roll out broadband to the entire country, such as Telkom, SITA, and are experienced enough to do the job. With this mind, we fail to understand why the Gauteng government in particular
Member, I think it's time up. Honorable Member, Honorable Mazwi, I think it's time up.
Okay, Madam Chair of Chairs. And then as EFF, we are not in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Moriarty.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I was expecting that, Mazwi.
The annual report carries the legacy of previous years' failures. Moreover, eGov attracted material findings in the opinion from the Auditor General. In subsequent quarterly reports, there has been progress to rectify. But, colleagues, this is a debate on the annual report. Accordingly, as a committee, we agreed that eGov must be judged on the status at the time of the annual report. The time for any congratulations may well come in a future debate, but not now. The irregular expenditure is largely the carryover of the complete collapse of management of assets that are core to eGov's mandate from prior years. We call upon the HOD and the MEC, who is politically accountable for the success and failure of this department, to prioritize the process of regularization of these irregular expenditures. The huge irregular expenditure draws attention away from other forms of maladministration taking place. For example, the inability to provide sufficient audit evidence and ineffective contract management. But critically, Madam Chair of Chairs, the opportunities that were missed in terms of the missed targets were in respect of job creation and youth empowerment. For example, on page 17, the report shows zero. I'll repeat that, zero. Not 1, not 10, not 100, 0 out of 20,000 Gauteng provincial government staff benefiting from ICT skills development. Secondly, there was 0 youth out of the targeted 100 for experiential learning. And then thirdly, there was 0 out of 80 people benefiting from ICT bursaries. Now, I know things depend on the appetite of potential applicants, and I understand that COVID made things difficult, but it didn't make things totally impossible, which is what we are expected to believe. Well, I don't accept it for 1 minute. This is a complete failure, and it's devastating on those that are job seekers, especially the youth. Madam Chair of Chairs, the Public Service Commission advised that the committee that out of 42 senior staff members, 10 were found to have potential conflicts of interest due to their shareholding in other businesses. At best, these individuals are probably distracted from doing what we are paying them for. At worst, there is a potential for corruption. It is no good pointing fingers at officials or blaming the past. The critical faults contained in this annual report will be repeated unless A, there is an acceptance by the HOD and the MEC that they own the failures as well as the successes, and B, there should be consequence management. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Moretti. I now call upon the MEC. I think it's the MEC that is supposed to come in to respond to the debate. Honorable MEC Nkomora Lehoko. MEC Nkomora Lehoko. Am I the only one who's not able to hear the MEC?
We hear you well, Chair of Chairs.
We can't hear the MEC.
Hello, Chair of Chairs, I'm here.
Okay, Honorable MEC Nkomora Lehoko, it's your opportunity to respond to the debate, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Thanks, Chair. Let me thank you, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Honorable colleagues in the legislature,
members of the House, and
Madam Chair of Chairs,
They've muted you. They've muted you, Missy. There is a gadget that is
Thank
on
you, Madam.
that must be
Thank
switched
you.
off.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry about that, Madam Chair of Chairs. I'm just busy with interviews. Thence I was a bit disorganized, but I'm with you. I'm honored to table today 2020-2021 annual report of the Gauteng Department of eGov to highlight key achievements of the department. Madam Chair of Chairs, the strategic plan and the 2020-2021 annual performance were revised in the wake of the unprecedented impact of COVID-19 pandemic. Despite the challenges, the department made progress in implementing the departmental strategic plans, which are aligned to the Growing Gauteng Together 2030 plan of action, and the provincial transformation and modernization and the reindustrialization. During the period under the review, the department continued to invest in the modernization of the province through continued rollout of ICT infrastructure, and the department continued to roll out the Gauteng broadband network and provide local area network and connectivity to a number of schools and teacher training centers and libraries. Besides that, there are other areas like your Kopanong centers that we have done that rollout to them. And we have provided and we have improved the connectivity that is expected that we should be doing as a department. So the department, again, we have improved on our ICT oversight as a department. And the departmental facility, we managed to facilitate the development of the 4IR strategy, and the strategy lays the foundation for modernization of the province and objectives of digitizing all government departments. We managed to implement phase 1 of the strategy, and the strategy was launched together with Gauteng Center of Excellence, where I am standing, Madam Speaker, is the center, and I'm expecting the committee of the legislature to come and visit this smart center that we've created here. And anytime that they want, because there are even classes that are happening on daily basis in the center. Gauteng Center of Excellence is one of our world-class centers that will ensure that we realize the goal of stimulating the ICT economy through facilitating incubation and innovation, as well as encouraging public-private partnership for development on a rollout of e-government services. And again, the department will continue to stimulate the ICT industry to promote and support youth in ICT environment through facilitating incubation programs. And quite a number of those that we've done, including ICT entrepreneurs that we have supported, are in all the corridors of the province. We have done a lot of things, Madam Speaker, on ICT governance, and I think those things, some of them, you will get them when we present some of the annual reports, because they're in the annual report of the department. We have done developed 2 ICT life cycle roadmaps that are there in the province, and provincial ICT processes and procedures that we're following in the ICT industry. They are following industry standards and procedures. For example, your application development, life cycle, and end user devices roadmaps. In terms of the audit, the department will have achieved an unqualified audit outcome with emphasis on matters on the following: the restatement of corresponding figures, underspending of the vote and movable tangible capital assets under investigations. And we did explain the issue of underspending, Madam Chair of Committees in the committee. They are aware of that, but we still believe that we can go for clean audit in the next financial year. And I think members of the House knows exactly where the department comes from. It's not something that we are not owning it up. And I want to answer Honorable Member Moriarty. In my life, I will never shift blame and responsibility when I'm deployed, Member Moriarty, in government. I know that when you arrive, even if the department was dead, like this department, because there was no department, but I never said that it was not me, it was somebody else. This department was formed in 2015, but unfortunately, it was one of the worst departments, new as it was, when it comes to issues of corruption. And you members in the House, you are aware of that. I never hide it, because I know that if I want to correct it, I must not hide anything. Hence, I never hide it, and I've turned the tie in the department. Any one of you can come and check now the department. It has shifted from where it used to be. Now it's one of the better departments. It's what you will expect that it should do, it should deliver. So I don't like it when it's like now I'm shifting blame with my HOD. We've never shifted any blame. And unfortunately, this HOD that you say is shifting blame, it's a new HOD that has just arrived. He has not even completed a year in the department, but he has managed to change things to be where they are. So, and we will still continue working with yourselves in ensuring that all the things that you raise in your reports, we do it, because we can't change the department if we're not going to take serious the work of the Gauteng legislature, the recommendations that you always tell us that we must do. On the issue of irregular expenditure, we are aware of the number of the amount of the irregular expenditure, and we came and clarified to the committee why we're sitting there, where we are sitting in the irregular expenditure. But I'm happy now that at least Treasury now is managing to assist us to deal with the irregular expenditure, that we found it here. And we've managed to get even the assets that we're not aware where those assets are in the department. Hence, now we know that there is a change in whatever made us not to get the clean audit as a department. And I think, Member Mazwi, I am not going to fight with my friend, Member Mazwi, because I know him, Shem. He always says some things about Treasury, not equal. We are talking about eGov. And at eGov, I think Member Mazwi will agree with me that the eGov is better than yesterday now, and things will change for the better, because you have seen me doing trainings, and we have invited some of you to come and witness the work that we're doing in the department in empowering young people in your communities. Again, we have ICT infrastructure, which is the core of our department. We're ensuring that the network that is required is connected to the Gauteng City region, and we've built upon that. And the department, again, we're acknowledging the 4IR that it requires an approach that is inclusive to stimulate innovation and allow citizens to interact with government through the applications. Hence, we have a number of applications that we've done as a department. And we've played a critical role in supporting and provide data analytics to the sub-work stream of the Provincial Disaster Management Center that we have been used for COVID-19. And the advent of COVID-19 pandemic has elevated and confirmed the need for us to have broader advocacy of the available e-services to the citizens. And we want to ensure that citizens are aware of an increased uptake of government services to their disposal through Gauteng digital platforms. The department again has developed the food COVID-19 food parcel standard dashboard to enable tracking of food parcel delivery during lockdown period. And we've also developed the GPT service delivery interventions analytics platform to monitor and track all services that are delivered. And we can just log in at the provincial contact center. So again, the department is managed to implement an unstructured supplementary service data service that has been used which has been added as an additional channel to interact with provincial hotline. The citizens and caseworkers can log in and follow up cases on *134* GSA hashtag, even if they have no data or airtime. And in the road shows that we've been doing, we've been telling citizens about this importance of this provincial hotline, because people think that if you want to access government things, you must have a data. You do it without data. Hence, we even encourage them to have those online sessions that we are doing. All of you members, you can register online and do these online courses. We're not only doing it for citizens, even yourselves, you are the citizens that can get help in this. Going forward, the ICT solution advocacy, facilitation and communication initiatives will enjoy greater prevalence with a particular focus of ensuring that citizens are made aware of e-services that we have for utilization. And now what we have done, we're trying to simplify our e-services so that each and every person is able to access e-services. We do have them, but I've realized that they are more difficult for some of us to do those e-services. Hence, we're changing it now to become more simpler in your phone so that you can get them and get any assistance that you want to do. Again, we have research that is reputable. We're doing research with institutions that are reputable because we see the importance of upskilling and reskilling our own. Hence, we have partnership with universities, and we will continue to place youth in ICT-related opportunities for experimental learning purposes and support township-based entrepreneurs with training and mentoring programs as part of our township economic revitalization program. We continue to contribute and upscale our contribution to the ICT Action Lab as the entry point and we are contributing to TEPO 1 million programs through ICT partner programs. And I think, Madam Speaker, I would like to answer some of the things that colleagues have done. Member Dramela, you indicated in eGov that eGov was formed in 2015, hence it's a new department if it was done in 2015. But we don't have an excuse on some of the things that colleagues you want us to do. But we are mandated to deal with ICT, to provide opportunities and skills to our people again, empower citizens. Hence, we have this Gauteng Center of Excellence that is responsible for ICT. In November, we have launched ICT training sessions now on the areas where you have your shelters. Any shelter for abused women, you must give it to us, but we have 21 shelters that we have lined up for training sessions. Every month we have something that we want to do. In June, we're focusing on young people. In August, we're focusing on women. Now it's December, it's shelters for abused women and people with disabilities. So each and every year, there is no day or a week that is a day for us to relax, and it's a day for us to start working. And I think we have the strategy from eGov, and we're working very closely with the GCR in the province. We want to enable our citizens, as we're rolling out the network, we're centralizing all ICT things in the province. When you go and do oversight in the government departments, ask them, those that have not centralized or any application that they are using for ICT. We have eGov, like we have infrastructure department for centralization. ICT is done by the Department of eGov. Anyone in your offices, in your committees that say they are responsible for ICT, please tell them that eGov is here. But I know that already we are 8 departments now that have centralized all their ICT work. Very few that have not done that, but even them, they are in a process, because before they take up the work that they've been doing, we're auditing that so that we don't take things that are having problems on our side. So again, I think the issue of irregular expenditure, I've indicated that irregular expenditure, Moriarty, has been cancelled, and the new procurement processes now have been done. We're following all the necessary processes. We will come and present to you. We're zero now at irregular expenditure. Everything has been done by Treasury and the Department of eGov, including National Treasury. So currently there is no month-to-month contract that we are having. Hence, we know that we are going to have clean audit, because we'll never have now any contract that is going to be month on month. CFO is new. He comes from the ranks of the legislature, by the way. He understands the regulations properly. Hence, immediately in his presence, he's not even a year, by the way, too. Hence, in his presence, he knew what is expected by the members of the legislature, because he knows that what must be done in the HOT. So we're following up all the contracts. We're finalizing everything on vacancies. We're employing everyone now. We're focusing on women, by the way, but we're training women again, because some women are unable to be chief directors and directors because they don't have the skills. But now we're skilling them, all those that are internally, because if we are not skilling them, it's not going to help us. We will still be stuck where we are. And in terms of corruption, that we've implemented all the Chapter 9 institutions, the recommendations that are coming from them, being it PSC, SIU, as you are aware, everything that we're supposed to do, we've implemented that. We will come and present to the committee the things that we have done. And I think, Chair, on the GPN contract, I think even that contract is busy. SETA is busy with the department now, because SETA is managing the GPN contract. But unfortunately, when it comes to accountability, we can't say it's SETA, it will be us. Hence, we will always make sure that we sit on SETA's neck to do the right thing when it comes to GPN contract. So there is no new reported incidents in the year of in the year of 2020-2021 on the corruption, especially on the old contracts, because some of those old contracts now have been cancelled by the department. I'm just trying to check other things that we have asked. The issue of SOC, I think HOT is finalizing that process too, because although I've got a report 2 weeks back that they're finalizing all the processes of the contracts, including the area of robotics. We dealt with that one, we've closed it. We'll come and present to the committee the achievements and the work that we've done, which, by the way, we were told by you to do that. So all the things that we've instructed us to do, we've dealt with them. And we're reviewing, as I've said, we're reviewing all the contracts as a department, and all the material findings that came out from AG member Randell, we're dealing with those issues that we were told by AG to deal with them. But in the next meeting, when we meet you with yourselves as a committee, we'll definitely indicate what we have done and the work that we've already finalized up to so far. Yeah, thank you so much, honorable member, honorable members and member. Let me thank Honorable Member Mbisi for the work that he has been doing with the committee in supporting us as the Gauteng legislature. And I want to table the annual report for the 2020-2021 financial year, Madam Speaker, from the Department of eGov with compliance with Section 40 of the Public Finance Management Act 1 of 1999 as amended. But thank you, Chair, and thanks to HOT and the team, and thanks to you, Chair, with your team and the committee members for the work that you have been doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nkomo. Yeah, you can switch off your mic, ma'am. Thank you very much. We can then move to the next item on the agenda. Secretary, please read the next report, the next order.
Consideration of the Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of e-Government for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Can I then call upon Honorable Mbisi to please present the report?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs, and I must congratulate my colleagues on the debate. I must say that I was tempted to debate, but my task is to present a report. However, next time I will have to debate on matters to correct certain things. Chair of Chairs, thank you very much. I will table the report, the annual report for the Portfolio Committee, and I'll take the areas that I'm not going to read as read. Focusing on the work done by the Portfolio Committee working with the department. This committee oversight report provides an overview of performance of the Gauteng Department of e-Government for 2020-21 financial year and seek to measure progress in the implementation of project and efficiency in the utilization of the allocated budget. To achieve its objective, the department was appropriated an amount of 1.3 billion to fund 3 programs, namely the administration, the ICT, and the human resource services, with an expenditure amount of 1.1 billion, which is equivalent to 85.3% of the allocation. The under expenditure is attributed mainly to the vacant funded post across all programs and the delay of procurement processes for goods and services. The bulk of the department's expenditure was realized in Program 2, ICT shared services, mainly for the provision of the ICT services through the GBN. The Gauteng Department of e-Government has achieved numerous milestones since the rollout of the GBN project in 2014. These include, amongst others, the rollout of the ICT infrastructure, the e-government services, and the implementation of the voice over internet protocol connection, which has reduced telephonic communications costs between the departments. Progress has also been made in the implementation of the common platform that allows citizens to access a wide range of government services through a single window at the click of the button. Provincially developed applications are periodically tested at the design and validation center to eliminate crashes, thereby minimizing disruption connectivities. To promote the use of e-government services, the department conducted an e-services advocacy workshop and conducted customer services survey with clients department on the service offering. Furthermore, to the promotion of the use of e-government services, the department has a strategic objective to stimulate the ICT economy. Even with the recorded success, there are persistent challenges ascribed to vacant funded posts across all programs, delayed implementation of GBN projects, non-compliance to legislation, and significant inefficiencies on the internal controls. Through human resource service programs, which is assigned to optimize, digitize, and promote human resource services related business processes, the department conducted advocacy workshop at the GPG entities. The purpose of the workshop was to promote the use of the e-services in order to promote business processes efficiencies, which shows commitment to constantly modernize human resources business processes within the province. The portfolio committee is of the view that the department, through the rollout of the GBN projects, improves the lives of the people around the province by providing connectivity to the government services and improves productivity by limiting inefficiencies of client and the GPG departments as a whole. The portfolio committee during the year under review notes with concern that the department has regressed from the progress made with regard to asset management, in that the asset register for Gauteng broadband asset computer equipment is not well maintained and adequately reconciled to the record, which I think it has changed now because we're dealing with the annual report. The portfolio committee is of the view that the department does not conduct the verification of assets and does not also have a procedure manual to implement the provision of asset management policies. The portfolio committee urges the department to manage the center with diligence to avoid cyber attacks on the provincial work. On the concerns, Chair of Chairs, the portfolio committee is concerned about the asset register with regard to GBN assets, the perpetual irregular expenditure, performance verification of GBN targets, the findings of the Auditor General to predetermine objectives and compliance. On our recommendations, Chairperson, the portfolio committee recommends that the department should submit an audit outcomes of Gauteng Audit Services on the GBN assets management by the 10th of January 2022, that the department should submit the findings of the investigation. Chair. I'm here, you just disappeared, I'm here. Submit the findings of the investigation related to irregular expenditure and remedial measures to address the findings by the 10th of January 2022, that the department should strengthen the contract management with SETA to review GBN service level agreement to include verifications of projects. On acknowledgement, Chair of Chairs, the portfolio committee acknowledges all the honorable members of the portfolio committee during the consideration of the report. On appreciation, we appreciate all the staff members who have done the work in this particular portfolio committee. And we extend our gratitude to the Honorable MEC Nkomorale Hoko, the head of department, Mr. Cyril Baloyi, and all the officials of the department for their cooperation during this report. And on adoption, Chair of Chairs, after due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee adopted the annual performance report of the Department of E-Government for the 2020-21 financial year in terms of Rule 1172C, read with Rule 164, the Finance Portfolio Committee present to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's report on the annual performance report of the Department of E-Government for the 2020 and 21 financial year. Chair of Chess.
Thank you very much, Honorable PC. Any seconder?
Honorable Malema, I second Honorable Chair of Committees.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malema. I now ask the question. All those in favor say yes.
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 Yes, yes.
Yes, yes, yes. All those not in favor say no. Yes, have it. The report is now adopted by the House. We now move to the next item of the agenda. The Secretary, please read the report. Read the next order.
Debate on the annual report of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Secretary. I now call upon Honorable Modise to start the debate.
No, it's Honorable Mpisi, Chair.
Oh, Mpisi, kanjani manje?
Yeah, Umdise charity IT infrastructure.
So by donation today. Okay. Thank you very much. Honorable Mpisi.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I'll take the areas that I'm not going to read as read and focus on the executive summary, the concerns and the recommendation. Chair of Chairs, an annual report is a comprehensive report on the department's activities throughout the proceedings of the financial year. The annual report intends to give the legislature information about the financial and non-financial performance of the provincial government's department. Furthermore, the annual report is an important tool in assisting the Finance Portfolio Committee and the public's understanding of the operations of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury and its component, which is Gauteng Infrastructure Finance Agency, as well as ensuring the accountability of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. The Gauteng Provincial Treasury met most of its performance targets for the 2020-21 financial year as set out in the annual performance plan of the 2020-21 financial year. A total number of 32 performance targets applicable for the period under review. The GPT achieved 30 performance targets, translating to 94% of the APP achievement compared to the 87% in the previous financial year. There's an improvement there. The 94% APP achievement compares favorably with the 91% expenditure of the final appropriation. As at the end of the financial year, the administration program achieved all its planned performance targets. Performance targets are associated with the attainment of the unqualified audit opinion, suppliers payment within 15 days and 30 days after receipt of correct invoice, timely submission of the approved annual performance plan to the GPL, and the number of youth development against the staff establishment. Of the 11 performance targets applicable under the Sustainable Fiscal Resource Management, 10 performance targets were achieved. The area under performance pertains to 0.07% of assessment reports of the submitted planning document completed within 10 working days. The areas of the underperformance relate to GIFA completing one feasibility study as opposed to 3 planned feasibility studies, realizing one project to the market, contrary to the planned 3 projects, and not facilitating either of the 2 identified projects to reach final close. As at the end of the 2020-21 financial year, GIFA spent 95.36% of its total allocated budget compared to 95% in the previous financial year. Financial governance achieved all its planned performance targets without deviations. Key achievements include 100% submission of the annual financial statements by the departments and entities, the tabling of the consolidated AFS within the prescribed timeframes, producing 4 departmental 30-day supplier payment compliance report, and the submission of the 70% of the invoice electronically, which was exceeded by 13%. The provincial supply chain management achieved most performance targets set out in the annual performance plans, but one. And underperformance is linked to the failure to track 100% of the supply chain management risk compliance plans, as 86% of the supply chain management risk compliance plans was tracked. Noteworthy achievements pertaining to the compilation of the 4 reports regarding the 30% spent on township suppliers, including those participating in the high value contract, and the number of the SCM risk compliance assessment completed for the department. The municipal financial management, the municipal financial governance program planned to achieve 4 programs targets for the period under review, and all of the performance targets were achieved. The program conducted 32 assessment of the MFMA compliance by delegated municipalities in Gauteng. 24 municipal budget assessments were conducted, and 3 publications were compiled on the provincial grants allocated to the Gauteng municipalities. Of importance, Chair of Chairs, this program conducted 31 intergovernmental relations engagement, in contrast with the schedule of 20 IGR engagements. Under the Gauteng Audit Services, 5 performance targets were planned and all performance targets were achieved. For example, the key performance achievement include the issuing of 19 of audit committees approved audit plans to departments and entities, 100% tracking of internal audit recommendations tracked at the departments and entity level, producing 19 Auditor General follow-up reports, and conducting 19 annual internal control assessments. Of significance, this program issued 93% of audit reports to the departments and entities against the 85% in the previous year. It is worth noting, Chair of Chairs, that neither the GPT nor GIFA reflect on any major strategic risk that warrants intervention with respect to their APPs or budget or a performance in their report of this kind. On our committee concerns, the committee is concerned about the following. One, the inability of GIFA to achieve performance target under its core mandate. It is a worrying factor. That GIFA struggles to facilitate projects to conclude financial close, which is at this stage of the project's development. On the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, the poor monitoring of guidelines on emergency procurement in view of the alleged personal protective equipment procurement irregularities in the province, and that conducting the risk compliance assessment becomes a futile exercise if the SCM risk compliance actions plans are not tracked in all the departments to ensure risk mitigations. Remember, this is from the previous financial year. On the committee recommendations, after assessing the annual performance of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury and GIFA, the Portfolio Committee recommends the following and requires the response that should reach the Portfolio Committee by the 10th of January. That GIFA should devise a strategy and submit to the Portfolio Committee indicating how they intend improving on performance target under its core mandate. That GIFA should provide a report highlighting the extent to which the appointment of the service provider to assist GIFA with business process re-engineering within the project development lifecycle to accelerate projects to reach financial close has improved its performance. On Treasury, that GPT should submit a report detailing the extent to which the monitoring guidelines on emergency procurement is effective in curbing procurement irregularities. That the Gauteng Provincial Treasury should provide the names of the 2 departments which the SCM risk compliance action plans were not tracked, the extent to which they were risk prone as a result of the risk compliance action plans not being monitored by the GPT. On acknowledgement, the portfolio committee extends its gratitude to the MEC, Nkomorale Hoko, the head of department, Ms. Nyani, and the officials of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for their cooperation during the consideration of this annual report. Appreciation for diligent dedication and commitment shown during deliberations on the annual performance report processes go to all members of the Finance Portfolio Committee, Honorable Malema, Honorable Palalidi Khamela, Honorable Macheke, Honorable Masuku, Honorable Moriarty, Honorable Randall, Honorable Mazui, and Honorable Mukwebo. The committee's gratitude is extended to the following support staff: Mr. Skosane, Mr. Ntsani, Mr. Mabuza, Mr. Tsetla, Ms. Chilwane, Mr. Tsibande, Mr. Dikola, Ms. Dibier, Ms. Nsimang, Ms. Ntene, and Ms. Singh. On adoption, Chair of Chairs, after due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the Gauteng Provincial Treasury Annual Performance Report for the 2020-21 financial year in terms of Rule 1172C, read with Rule 164. The Finance Portfolio Committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report for the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, inclusive of GFA's annual performance report for 2020 financial year, 2020-21 financial year. Rodebwang Amanda, Nene. Thank you, Badanki.
Thank you very much, Honorable BC. Any seconder?
Member Randall,
Any seconder?
Member Randall, I second, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Randall. I now ask the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, please call the next order and please make sure you call the right order. Thank you very much, which is going to be a debate. Ne?
Debate on the annual report of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Let's have Honorable Malema to open the debate.
Ke a leboha. Motlhomphegi mme modulasetulo wa baduladitulo tša dikomiti go lekgotla theramelao la Gauteng mme Nkosi Malebane le mothuši wa gago Ntate Kanyane. Motlhomphegi mme Seboledi sa ntlo ya lekgotla theramelao la Gauteng mme Mekgwe le ga se gona le mothuši wa gagwe mme Tlhakaza Manamela. Motlhomphegi mopremiera wa Gauteng Ntate David Makhura Mmirwa. Motlhomphegi sefepi segolo sa mokgatlo wa
Speaker, this is wonderful, but can we have a translator, please?
Motlhomphegi sefepi segolo sa mokgatlo wa thato ya bontši ba batho Ntate Mzee Khumalo, baetapele le difepi tša mekgatlo ya kganetšo ka ntlong ya lekgotla theramelao la Gauteng, maloko a khuduthamaga a hlompegago, maloko a hlompegago a lekgotla theramelao la Gauteng, batho ba Gauteng ka bophara, go lena ka moka ke re madume ga a fele, kgotso ya morena e be le lena. Honorable Chair of Committees, I am greatly humbled and privileged by the honor bestowed on me by the African National Congress to partake in the debate today on the annual performance plan of the Department of Treasury for 2020-2021 financial year. You will be aware that this debate, Madam Chair of Committees, takes place under the most difficult atmosphere resultant from the repercussions and constraints of COVID-19 pandemic. Madam Chair of Committees, it is common cause that the GPT is one of the most critical departments which carry the aspirations and hopes of the people of Gauteng for socio-economic emancipation in the province. Honorable members, the clarion call to reigniting the Gauteng economy cannot be emphasized enough, neither can it be overemphasized. Indeed, the Treasury dwelt on the performance at length during the implementation phases, pointing out that the Gauteng City region is taking a lead in the implementation of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan announced by the Honorable President Ramaphosa. This can be seen in the continued focus on high growth priority sectors and infrastructure investment projects that will be instrumental in unlocking the transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization of the different corridors and districts of our Gauteng City region. Madam Chair of Committees, Gauteng Provincial Treasury will be working with the Department of E-Government to ensure that the Executive Council resolution on centralization of ICT functions within the departments is implemented in order to eliminate the duplication of applications as well as the ring-fencing of funds for software packages. This will surely enable e-government to properly exercise its role as the custodian of ICT in the province, as earlier indicated by the Honorable MEC Nkomralo Hoko in the House. Furthermore, we commend Gauteng Provincial Treasury to have issued cost guidelines to departments and entities to pave the way towards a standardized budget approach and processes in the determination of financial information. The guidelines will be applicable to all Gauteng provincial government departments and their trading entities and provincial public entities as listed in the Public Finance Management Act of 1999. These guidelines will include all categories of infrastructure, information technology, leases, acquirement of land, goods and services being procured. Madam Chair of Committees, equally important is that the Treasury Department must find innovative ways to ensure the rotation of suppliers to ensure that rotation of suppliers becomes reality, which is a serious challenge that has continued to be sharply raised by township suppliers in their interaction with government. Our efforts as the ANC-led government is to contribute significantly to the growth of the small business sector and create much needed jobs. Treasury must also intensify monitoring to assess whether funds allocated for projects in local communities are used correctly to deliver essential public services to citizens. Honorable members, the department must interact directly with communities to understand their views about service delivery and intervene immediately if there are challenges. Such a fundamental approach will ensure that the department plays an active role in facilitating proper usage of public funds at local level and contribute immensely in improving relations and interaction between communities and municipalities in Gauteng. We commend the performance plan for the department, which anchored objectives and priorities for economy, jobs, infrastructure, education, skills, revolution, and health, integrated human settlement and land release, safety, social cohesion, and food security, building a capable, ethical, and developmental state for better place in the province and sustainable development for future generations. We also, in the same vein, commend a resilient departmental outcomes during this implementation and effective performance phases in this current financial year, which seeks to address the following critical issues, namely, enhance sound finances in the province, increase compliance with legislative prescripts, sustainable local government finances, reduced youth unemployment, alternative source of funding, to mention but few. Madam Chair of Committees, much as we are confident and complimenting the achievements of the department, we want to indicate categorically clear that those objectives must always realign to the strategic objectives of the ANC as vindicated during ANC Lekgotla to realize a social compact and economic emancipation in real principles for poverty alleviation. Honorable members, whilst the department is working towards the realization of the outcomes set out in the performance plan to achieve the strategic objective, the department must also not forget to focus on the following deliverable aspects for 2020-2021 financial commitment, and namely, to ensure the effectiveness and efficient administration of provincial physical resources and obtain value for money. Provide support to provincial departments and entities to promote improved legislative compliance in line with the financial regulation and improve audit outcomes. Promote and enforce transparency and effective supply chain management in the province and provide oversight on the implementation of the open tender system. We also are encouraging the department to monitor increased supply participation in a high-value government contracts to achieve targeted 30% spending of government procurement, which should be directed to township suppliers for economic empowerment. Lastly, the department must provide independent, objective assurance and consulting services that add value to the operations of Gauteng provincial government institutions through a systematic evaluation of government risk management and control to enhance and protect organizational values. Madam Chair of Committees. Honorable Madam Chair of Committees, the ANC-led government acknowledges the challenges encountered by the department, and through oversight, we will ensure that the department implements accountability measures and consequence management to avoid poor performance of the Gauteng provincial departments during the year under review. Madam Chair of Committees, ANC government respects AG Auditor General's opinion at all material times. We have noted that the department received an unqualified audit opinion with no other matters in the audit report. ANC-led government, Madam Chair of Committees, believes in integrity, accountability, ethical standards, and morality of leading transformation agenda under the auspices of Treasury as a cornerstone to change lives of people for economic emancipation and redress the inequality for societal challenges which were demonstrated on many occasions for historic legacy to pursue the sixth administration mandate given by the people of Gauteng effectively. Madam Chair of Committees, as the ANC, we do have confidence on our provincial government to lead Gauteng communities for a better life. We therefore commend a hard work of the department led by Honorable MEC Nkomo Ralohoko to continue introducing innovative ideas to help the poor and the working class. When the Honorable MEC took over, some doubting Thomases casted far-fetched aspersions on her ability to get it right. Today, we are proud of the good progress recorded by the department under her watch. Big up to you, Honorable MEC Nkomo Ralohoko and your team. And please note kindly that if better is possible, obviously good is not enough. We know you could have done better had it not been some unforeseen COVID-19 related constraints in various departments. Unlike other parties, Madam Chair of Committees in the House, as the ANC, we are not confused. We are, however, convinced that the department is still on the right track. And it is for that reason that we rise to support the annual report by the Gauteng Provincial Treasury in the House. I thank you.
Well done, Malema. Well done.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Randa.
Thank you, Chairperson of Committees. It is benefiting to note that today is International Anti-Corruption Day. And with this in mind, I wish to deliver my speech on the Gauteng Provincial Treasury's annual report. Chairperson, I wish to congratulate the department on its third consecutive unqualified audit opinion and want to specifically mention that it was supply chain management, normally a high-risk area for many other departments, that were not flagged for this department, Gauteng Provincial Treasury, but it received the green light, and 60 million or 91% of the allocated 677 million rand budget. Chairperson, the Auditor General reported that it is this Gauteng Provincial Treasury who is especially grappling with and facing a myriad of social ills such as unemployment, crime, poverty, and inequality when it comes to the service delivery environment, with another concern being the legislative space with regards to litigation against the state and its erosion on the already constrained fiscus. Now, Chair, this ANC-led Gauteng Provincial Treasury needs to restore confidence by addressing and reducing the noise around corruption and irregular expenditure. A total amount of 9.7 billion was recorded as irregular expenditure in the 2021 financial year for Gauteng provincial departments. We note the Auditor General's remarks yesterday when she said that national and provincial departments, the irregular expenditure rose with 34% to 167 billion in the same financial year. Ms. Nyani, the head of department, told the finance portfolio earlier this year that it was now a matter of residents versus the self-enrichment of officials. And she shared the department's mission as a treasury that drives world-class financial support through tight fiscal controls upheld by a culture of good corporate governance for our stakeholders. So the flouting of supply chain laws when making decisions must need primary attention. Chairperson, reasons for deviations in this department's programs included the need to revise targets due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and the Government Gazette 43188 issued in March 2020 with regards to the national state of disaster. Although these deviations are limited, it is the Auditor General's special COVID-19 reports on procurement of PPE equipment that raises red flags in terms of non-compliance with National Treasury instructions, deficiencies identified, for example, with contracts that was rewarded to service providers with no previous history of supplying or delivering PPEs, no stock control or inventory management with regards to PPE delivered, and the extent to which the Gauteng Provincial Treasury were effective and or successful to assist departments, and not to forget struggling local municipalities through Program 5, Municipal Financial Governance, during the 2021 financial year. Chair of committees, for Treasury to achieve its mission, one must remember that ill discipline in any success story is a warning, because sustainable finances require constant discipline. Now, given all the uncertainty brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, caution is advisable both now and in the future. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Randa. Honorable Mazi, it's now your turn.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Yeah, Chair of Chairs, as EFF, we can only access Treasury appropriation based on what its mandate is, which among others is to ensure comprehensive, including economic growth, tax policies and administration for sustainable growth, job creation and industrialization, strength, government financial management. The evidence is that, Chair of Chairs, in the massive job losses that the country is recently experiencing, the slow growth in the economy, inequality, proving that a trickle-down economy to not work in national, and it will be not work for the province. Treasury's role is not only to allocate resources to the government department and its entities, but also it must play a critical oversight role on the expenditure, promote good governance and financial management of all the departments in the province. So-called clean audit are a step in the right direction to promote a good governance. However, an economic policy based on the growth without a directly dealing with a structural problem of our economy doomed to fail. Despite a clean audit, the province departmental financial control expenditure and the equal of services delivery, as well as the quantity of actual service delivery, remains a problem. You will know that we remain downgraded as South African government, including some of our SOEs. The provincial budget must indicate sensitively to this truth and reality. Although Treasury did not both irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure in 2021 financial year, particularly attention must be paid to all other provincial government departments which are still lacking in financial management. Take for instance the 1.1 billion irregular expenditure in the Department of Infrastructure plus the 3.9 billion of tender irregular in the Department of Health, to mention but few. This could have been avoided in Treasury playing a more active oversight role in enforcing its regulations. The Gauteng Infrastructure Funding Agency, also known as GIFA, that we always complain about with Chair MPC, he can attest to that, had underspent by 4.4 million of the allocated budget of 2021 financial year, but this fact is almost irrelevant. The main reason is that the impact of their work should ideally boost attaining of strategic goals of Gauteng province infrastructure holistically. This must be logically done and should be in line with the basic government framework. This can only be truly achieved if GIFA is correctly placed. And Madam Chair of Chairs, the Treasury is not the right place for the unit. They should be placed with the Department of Infrastructure with strategic link to COGTA for the obvious reason that is good work that GIFA is meant to do in boosting a strategy infrastructure for Gauteng. The more that 61.4 million given to GIFA by Treasury in 2020-21 financial year is misplaced. Honorable Madam Chair of Chairs, giving a local and district municipality additional money to help them make sure that their budget are funded and that their financial available is not suitable at all. All municipalities must find innovative about both ways of the generating own income beyond collecting rates and taxes and making up electricity and water costs, especially in economy that is losing jobs. The EFF has in the past raised concern about lack of clearly coordinating industrial expansion strategy, and by giving money to township business is not an industrial strategy. To protect this economy and create the much needed job for our people, especially graduates, developmental state must create massive protected industrial development in areas where the country does not enjoy competitive advantage. Treasury, together with the Department of Economic Development, must charge the lead in state-led industrial policy that will protect, in fact, industrial. Thank you, Madam Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mazwi. I now call upon Honorable Moriarty.
Thank you, Madam Chair of Committees. You know, while we generally can commend Treasury, they must be criticised for just accepting the waste that is committed by their stepchild, GIFA. I say waste because Gauteng residents pay 57.3 million rand or thereabouts each year for a group of people who are supposed to raise finance for much needed public infrastructure that could not otherwise be afforded through loans or cash. Our committee is overwhelmingly of the view that year after year, we see the same list of projects that variously are at feasibility stage or are awaiting transaction advisors to be appointed or are market ready. What we seldom see is a project or two that is successfully constructed. Indeed, often we have seen a list that mysteriously no longer includes a particular project or two, but a year or so later, those same projects come back. In short, the committee in the main is not convinced that GIFA is providing value for the millions they are being paid year after year. In a focused intervention study, we engaged with the beneficiaries of the various projects. We asked them whether they thought they benefited from the work of GIFA. The responses were varied. In the main, those who viewed GIFA positively seemed to do so more for the fact that GIFA paid for the feasibility study rather than for any other reason. I was also struck how easily the processes get delayed so easily in these GIFA projects. You know, Madam Chair of Chairs, I still hold the view that it would be probably quicker and cheaper for the Gauteng Provincial Treasury to go to the bank and get a loan to finance these projects. And I'm amazed that GIFA tells us so often that projects cannot proceed because there is no appetite in the market for these projects. I find this very odd. The nature of these projects is that private partner arranges the finance and government, in one form or another, pays back over time. What private investor would not find this attractive? Unless it's the projects themselves that are obstacle for interest. You know, I would have thought that we'd be seeing more projects like schools, health facilities, and housing, rather than the projects like innovation hubs, rooftop solar, and even an aerodrome. So this caused me to question, who initiates these projects? Who decides there's a need for one of these things? I would have thought it would have been a client department or municipality concerned, and that they would be saying, gosh, we need this, but we don't have finance, can you assist? But it doesn't seem to be the case, because I could not get an answer. Madam Chair of Committees, it seems that GIFA works on programs that benefit only themselves and some consultants. So I repeat a call I made before, which is a call echoed by virtually everyone in our committee. GIFA should be closed down. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Moriarty. Honorable Raleigh Huku, MEC, please respond to the debate.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair of Committees. Madam Chair of Committees, let me greet Speaker Premier, Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker Premier, colleagues in the executive, and honorable members of the House. Madam Speaker, Madam Chair of Committees, I want to thank you very much, all the colleagues that have contributed to the debate on the 2020-2021 annual report of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury and Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency. We always welcome your comments and suggestions. We welcome your criticisms, because these assist us to address certain challenges that might have missed during the course of implementing our programs. Indeed, 2020-2021 financial year was a difficult year due to tremendous challenges that impacted directly to us as Gauteng Provincial Treasury. These challenges were worsened by the outbreak of the COVID-19, which led to thousands of people losing their lives in our country and destroyed their livelihoods and millions of people. That said, Honorable Chair, Provincial Treasury once again is maintaining a clean audit. This shows that this department continues to lead by example in ensuring that all provincial financial resources are managed effectively in a manner that promotes transparency, accountability, and delivery of services to the public. Our government component, which is Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency, also achieved a clean audit outcome. GIFA performs an important task of sourcing alternative funding to alleviate the pressure on the already strained fiscus for the delivery of strategic infrastructure projects in the province. Honorable members, let me also take this opportunity to congratulate other departments and entities who have achieved unqualified and clean audit outcomes in the financial year of 2020-2021. In fact, Honorable Chair, 2020-2021 was a year where Gauteng achieved the highest number of clean audits in this sixth administration. It was a record year for us as provincial government. A total of 17 departments and entities achieved clean audits in 2020-2021 financial year. As the government that is committed to transparency and accountability, we will continue to implement credible financial controls, improve financial management, and provide quality public services. This is what we must always do to protect public resources, build and maintain trust with our people. Let me briefly deal with some of the key issues that I want to highlight before we close this debate today. As part of our contribution to radical economic transformation, we continued in the year under review to register township entrepreneurs on the central supply database. The aim was to ensure that they access opportunities in the public sector. We realized that registration on central supply database must be combined with supplier development as well as access to finance and markets in the mainstream economy, in order to accelerate economic transformation, inclusion, and sustainability of these emerging entrepreneurs. That is why we also conducted how to tender workshop to support these entrepreneurs, workshops on how to tender rather, to support these entrepreneurs to build sustainable businesses that can provide services to both public and private sector. We also continue thus facilitating the faster payment timelines. Furthermore, the department continued to implement various initiatives to reduce youth unemployment. This included providing external bursaries to deserving students, providing hands-on work experience to graduates through in-service training programs. We also recruited and trained about 60 learners from various municipalities as part of municipal SCM learnership program to boost the capacity of supply chain management in local government. In the 2020-2021 financial year, Provincial Treasury paid 100% of all invoices within 30 days. In fact, 93% of these were paid within 15 days. The Gauteng Provincial Government Debt Management Committee has been functional for 5 years and has made significant progress in resolving payment issues between municipalities and the departments. Since the 1st of April 2019 to 30th of September 2021, Gauteng GPG departments paid municipalities an amount of 5.26 billion. This equates more than 2 billion rand per financial year. Going forward, the Debt Management Committee remains committed to assist both departments and municipalities in managing the overall outstanding debt. We will work closely with infrastructure development to sort out provincial assets registers so that we can reduce the number of disputes on payment of rates and taxes. We have managed to build strong partnership with various stakeholders, including National Treasury, National COGTA, and Provincial COGTA to work on capital expenditure on issues around Gauteng. Our aim is to ensure effective and efficient implementation of capital projects that are meant to improve services to citizens, attract economic development, create jobs, and reduce poverty and unemployment. This can be done through better planning and eradicating fraud and corruption at local government. Gauteng Provincial Grants Management Committee has managed to bring the rollover process forward by a month. This innovation initiative gives municipalities an extra 10 months to spend approved rollovers if done well before 25th of August each year. We will conduct the site visits to grant-funded projects or project sites which assist greatly. That's what we also do on those site visits to grant-funded projects or project sites which assist greatly with verification and support of rollover applications. Spending patterns also improved over the past years with lesser amounts as unspent for all rollovers. For an example, the total rollover last year was 670 million compared to a total of 486 million of this year. So a similar trend is noticed in the programs with a total of 45 million as unspent. For example, SREC grants last year compared to a total of 34 million this year. And for the HSDG grants, a similar trend as well with 162 million unspent last year compared to a total of about 400 million this year. Going forward, we want to improve the rollovers approval timelines to ensure that municipalities they can process special adjustment budget by 25th August each year. Honorable members, there were two main challenges that impacted GIFA projects in 2020-2021 financial year. The feasibility studies, which already colleagues are raising here, that must go under various stages of approvals through council structures. And I remember I was at pain at some stage explaining to the members of the legislature how this process is delaying this process that GIFA is supposed to take. And for your information, honorable members, mayors and MMs in the municipalities do agree with that because they know that they are responsible for the delay of the GIFA projects. So some of these feasibility studies undergoes various stages of approval through council structures, including 60-day public participation for comments that is expected. Often these approval processes of feasibility studies are protracted, thus delaying the projects from being released to the market. Confirmation of budget to prove affordability of PPP project was a challenge again. National Treasury should approve feasibility studies that demonstrate affordability before a project can could be taken to market release and procurement stage. Hence, Member Moriarty, you are right when we say we always talk about market release and procurement stage, because that's where these projects delayed. And it's not our making, it's the National Treasury that does that. As a result, several projects delayed in obtaining TA1 and TA111 from National Treasury. We will address these challenges through various interventions in this financial year, because we've already briefed the Minister of Treasury about this process, so that we're able to cut some of this red tape that are delaying the projects, because we all need GIFA to work as it's supposed to be. GIFA will strengthen again its stakeholder relations and communication function and work closely with municipalities, particularly in tracking decisions and developing feedback mechanisms. And already we're trying to improve the unit that is responsible for communication, because they only had one person at some stage. Now we're trying to employ for them so that they can have enough number of people that can be able to assist them to work around these areas where we have seen our weaknesses, and the legislature have identified them, which we don't dispute that. There will be an improvement of political sponsorship and end user project owner accountability. And GIFA is working very closely with Gauteng Provincial Treasury, particularly on Invest, on matters relating to capital budget confirmations. Finally, there will be a continued relationship with GATCA at National Treasury, because there's that unit that resides at Treasury. That's why we're not going to close GIFA even as Treasury, because we need more investors to come to the country. And GIFA is the only agent that this provincial government is having that can do that, that is compliant to that. And there is also a compliance to TR16 regulation requirements that we have to need from National Treasury if we want our projects to fast track. And those approvals processes will definitely help us with your intervention. And I know, Member Moriarty, I had a session with you, and I've even spoke to the mayor and the MMC for Finance in Tshwane in the previous term, before this new term, that they must assist us in Tshwane to approve the projects from coming from GIFA, because the delay is with them. About 3 projects that were supposed to and us having one in the same program. It's in Tshwane where we're having those delays. In other municipalities, Ekurhuleni and Johannesburg, they have approved them. Hence, I believe that with your intervention, especially you, Member Moriarty, Member Randall, Chairperson has been assisting us in other areas, work with the Chairperson of the legislature to make sure that the projects are approved at GIFA. And again, colleagues, GIFA is not only doing only those projects now. When we come and present to you, we are going to give a presentation on other projects that GIFA is doing in building new schools, in building health clinics and hospitals. And now we want to stretch it even in relation to housing. There is a document that the cabinet has approved that document must expand the work that they are doing in relation to that, because they have approved the one that is responsible now for building new schools in the project, so that we speed up the process of these pipeline projects that were expected to do. I agree with the delay, but I think let's work together to ensure that instead of closing it down, because it will be wasteful expenditure according to people that understand finance, because it's established and there are people that are working. We must make them work better, and we must get assistance from yourselves as the provincial legislature, because you are responsible in ensuring that the rate of unemployment, poverty, and other things that comes up with those things in this province are done with these organizations or agencies that were formed them. Your role is to criticize, help us at the same time whilst you are criticizing us. I agree with you, Member Mazwi, with the issues that you are raising in growing our economy in the province, and I fully agree with you. And again, when it comes to the issue of clean audit that you're talking about, we want more clean audit in the province. We have plans now in place. We have one-on-ones with MECs directly in those departments. HOD is having a technical team that is led by DDGs to assist departments to deal with the issue of accrual, to deal with the issue of clean audit, including the issue of ill discipline that Member Randall is talking about, because we can't run away from that some of the people that are employed in our government offices, they don't have discipline. Hence, some of the things we are unable to sort them out. But now we have that, and Premier has said we must form a war room on clean audit that is going to take responsibility on the issues of accruals, irregular expenditure, and already HOD is working with the DG in terms of the terms of reference of that clean audit war room that we must kick it in. Immediately before we go on holidays, they will be having their technical meetings. But he has not stopped to come up with plans, because good thing is that the HOD is an auditor herself, so she knows especially which specific things that we must do, which departments that you all know that are having these problems that we're talking about. Hence, it's going to be easier for us to deal with the problems that we are raising. So I think the role of Treasury, we are aware, is to promote good governance, and we really appreciate that, to deal with corruption, and we do that. We're insisting on the colleagues where they are wrongdoing. They must take action so that we all live in a province that everyone wants us to do. We have the plans on irregular expenditure again. Already HOD is busy with the teams, and those teams are led by DDGs from the GPG departments. They are coming from GPT, going to those departments where we picked up the issues of irregular expenditure, working with them and working with AG to sort out these issues of irregular expenditure that is happening in our departments. But I think, colleagues, I really appreciate the issues that we have raised. We note them, and we want to be clean, to be better as the province. And you are correct, our role is not only to focus on allocating money, Honorable Mazwi. My role is to follow that money, but again, my role is to bring more money to the province so that we have more money, and hence we have the revenue enhancement strategy that we have launched, that now it's at the implementation stage, that we will be able to bring more money in the coffers of the province. Hence, we are even saying the grants that National have, those grants, we must utilize them so that we are able to spend in those grants that National is giving us. Then we can get more money from the National Treasury once we do that, once we spend those grants. But thank you so much, Madam Chair of Committees, and thanks to the colleagues individually, and to Honorable Mbisi with the team that is leading, with Honorable Sotaile, who always calls us and grill us on technical issues where we have not done things correctly when it comes to SCOPA. We really appreciate that work. And thanks to HOD, Nyani, and TTG Vilakazi, and other TTGs that they are working with in the department, and the senior staff members that they are working to ensure that the finances of the province are the finances that everyone is proud of when they stand and present them in front of the citizens. All what is left for us, Gautengers, let's go and service our citizens. They do need us. They need assistance from this government. They need each and every member of the legislature to change their hearts, and their hearts must be the hearts of the civil servant, of the public servants that are responsible for their well-being. Madam Chair of Committees, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. I now hand over to Deputy Chair of Chairs to continue the meeting.
Secretary, can you take us through the next order?
Debate on the annual report of the Department of Infrastructure Development for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Modise.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Speaker of the House and Deputy Speaker in absentia, Honorable Premier of Gauteng, members of the Executive Council, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, honorable members of the Legislature except for one, Office of the Secretary of the Legislature and his team, the people of Gauteng. Chair, a wise man once said, and I quote, "If wishes were horses, beggars will ride," close quote. Today, we're going to hear a lot of hot air from opposition members on how, if they were the government of the day, things would have been done differently. We are going to hear a lot of rhetoric on what should have, what could have, but what never was. Well, if you understood the above quote, then you and I are on the same page. Infrastructure development and property management is a critical economic catalyst in Gauteng. This, Chair, is based on our commitment in the Growing Gauteng Together 2030, when we stated that infrastructure would be central in us delivering a modernized, reindustrialized, and integrated economy of Gauteng. We believe that this is a session to recount on how the department has performed in 2020-2021 financial year on its commitment as reflected in its annual performance plan. The human resource capital is an important ingredient in building departmental capacity to drive its mission. We like to commend the department on its effort to change the lives of the people for the better. Chair, this August House has been turned into a Mukosi House. House sittings are now a platform to formalize with township gossips. Not so long ago, MEC Faith Mazibuko had to answer to a township gossip disguised as an important question by member Shackleton about a John Wick in and around Mamelodi. Without any research, he saw it fit to turn a Facebook gossip into a legislature business. Very soon, MEC Faith Mazibuko will have to answer as to who between Rambo, played by Sylvester Stallone, and Terminator, played by Arnold Schwarzenegger, was the savior of humanity. As if that's not enough, then we have member Chabalala, who continues to prove that the DA has sent councillors in Emfuleni local municipality who are not useful, who can't read, nor advance an argument in council sitting. Hence, he has taken it upon himself to question MEC Lebogang Maile about the politics of Emfuleni and nothing about any other region of the province. The time has come for the DA to consider redeploying member Chabalala to Emfuleni, as he has proven beyond any reasonable doubt that that is his forte and the only area he knows in Gauteng. It's a known fact, Chair, that since Mandisa Mashego left, the EFF has been badly exposed and that they have nothing to offer this house except their usual meaningless howling and disrespect. The most unfortunate fact about the EFF is their continued belief that they have superior logic, and I, for one, do not want to subscribe to any logic if superior logic is what the EFF is offering in this house, which is nothing. Luckily for them, we can't blame them because they believe that a fellow without any military training nor run any government deserves to be referred as a commander-in-chief. Chair, Gauteng needs to invest in a strong network of economic infrastructure designed to support the province's medium and long-term economic opportunities. The economy has already been constrained by inadequate investment and ineffective operation and maintenance of existing.
You are muted, Honorable Modise. Unmute. Unmute, Honorable Modise.
Honorable Chairperson, can we request members not to interfere with the system? They might not agree with the points that Honorable Modise is raising, but please restrain from interfering with our system. It doesn't only affect Honorable Modise, it affects all of us. Thank you very much. Honorable Modise.
Are not like a bones or tell man.
Because our commander-in-chief is our commander-in-chief. It will never change. Roman is gone. Swan is gone. Mohammed is gone. Whether you like it or not, Bones, they are gone.
He's dumb, bruh. He's dumb, bruh.
Don't do that. Let's have order. And I think the administrators make sure that we don't have somebody tampering with the template that we have. Honorable Modise was muted. Let's make sure that the control is central, that you don't have this kind of an interference. Honorable Modise, I've stopped the clock. Your time is 7 minutes. Now continue.
I'm not even sure where I was muted.
Deputy Chair of Chairs.
But I will just take
No,
it
we
from here.
debated and we did not mention ANC. Where both sides
Guide and monitor the effectiveness of infrastructure delivery management system known as IDMS and its project readiness metrics to enable the department to deliver projects on time, of quality and within budget. Monitor the completion of immovable asset register to meet the legislative requirements and standards spelled out in the GIAMA. To monitor the disposal of properties and the effective use of neglected properties and hijacked buildings. To monitor EPWP in relation to providing an avenue for labor absorption and income transfer to poor households. To monitor progress on maintenance of infrastructure projects across the Gauteng City region. Also, to monitor the compliance of building occupied by Gauteng Provincial Government and Gauteng Legislature. The department focus on building local economic capacity is commendable. We have noted that poverty alleviation, fighting inequality and unemployment remain at the center of strategic priorities of the department. The DID has focused on implementation of job creation initiatives for the previously disadvantaged or vulnerable groups, which will be young women, youth, people with disability, and military veterans. Chair, we have witnessed the arrogance of opposition parties, especially the Democratic Alliance, since they ran the 3 metros based on no solid foundation. They know very well that the ANC still receive the lion's share of votes across the province, and that at any day, that big flip-flopper can turn against them. And therefore, they should be humble and treat people with respect.
I still in denial.
The DID obtained an unqualified audit opinion, and the department reported that it has established an audit war room. Strengthen accountability by management, action plans are adequate and effective, increased reliability of information reported. Department further reported that the internal control will in future review process of preparing the financial statements and review them before submission to the Auditor General. We have seen what the DA is capable of doing against its own members, as was the case with member Refilwe Ntseke Negurulin. Maybe this is one of the reasons we saw a number of their members jumping ship to join other political parties just before the recently held local government elections. Chair, I therefore congratulate and support the efforts of the Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management on its annual performance to give more and effective initiatives to promote and develop infrastructure and property investment through advancement of national democratic revolution with the intention to move South Africa forward. Let me take this opportunity here to thank you for giving us a chance to address this august house. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Modise. Let me give Honorable Fox.
Chair, thank you very much indeed. While it is true that the COVID pandemic has had a negative impact on the performance of DID, we need to be circumspect about using it as a smokescreen to cover up for the systemic dysfunctionality of the department. Ever since this department came into being in 2009, performance statistics show that DID is one of the worst performing departments in this administration and is responsible for inefficiency and wastage to the tune of billions of rands. It is dishonest to blame the pandemic when, from the time the department came into being, few projects have been completed in time and within budget, as we regularly come across projects that should take 18 months or 2 years to complete, but are still being implemented after 3 and even 4 years. We have projects into which the department has plowed millions of rands over a number of years, but which are standing abandoned, unused, and deteriorating as we speak. Much more care and skill needs to be shown by officials when spending taxpayers' money. We are acutely aware that DID is the target of cadres, tenderpreneurs, and others who wish to use projects to unjustly enrich themselves at the expense of the department. We know, for example, that there are contractors who bribe officials to ensure that their invoices are included in a particular payment run. All we need from one of these contractors is an affidavit to blow this den of thieves out of the water. We also know from a recent SIU report that contractors were illegally appointed at Anglo Gold Ashanti Hospital, a R500 million project that the Mail and Guardian refers to as a waste of money. Over and above the inability to produce value for money in terms of construction and maintenance, the administration of this department acts in a way that supports the contention that officials are in cahoots with the thieves. The Auditor General highlights, for example, Chair, that awards were made to suppliers without declaration of interest or approval from the accounting officer, that contracts above quoted amounts were awarded, that only one supplier was invited for certain bids, and that suppliers were paid for goods not delivered. And the apologists for this department have the temerity to blame COVID. Pull the other one. In terms of the restoration of Charlotte Maxeke after the fire, it was reported that 2 options existed. The first was a block-by-block approach, which will be completed in 2024. The second was keeping the hospital closed and performing all the restoration work until completion. This option would have resulted in the hospital being restored by the end of this year. Someone needs to explain the rationale for choosing the block-by-block approach. An open letter by a senior doctor, Charlotte Mateke, to the president indicates that there is a crisis in terms of the restoration, that flooding and the theft of pipes is impacting on patient care, and that the hospital has received little to no substantive support from the provincial government. Where are you hiding, Mr. Premier, while all of this is going on? The hospital says that DID has provided no information about the repairs and that no work is currently being conducted. Does this sound like a department in control and serious about service delivery? These, Mr. Premier, are symptoms of a department that bumbles along and which will never meet its targets. User departments no longer wish to be forced by you to utilize the services of DID because they can get better value for money elsewhere. In addition, you want to make DID responsible for infrastructure delivery across the whole administration. That would be the worst decision of your political life, even worse than some of the poor decisions you have made during your tenure. Residents have lost hope that an ANC-led government can ever produce value for money infrastructure. We have seen a lack of expertise, an inability to provide mature and professional management of people and projects, uncontrolled corruption, and a strategic shortcoming by having insufficient resources to manage our property. This department requires a systemic intervention by business professionals and urgently needs to be re-engineered to stem the wastage of taxpayers' money. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's get Honorable Mufama.
Thank you, Speaker. The Department of Infrastructure and Property Development is to build, manage and maintain public infrastructure, supposedly for radical economic transformation, modernization and reindustrialization. As the EFF, we believe that there's nothing radical about 1.1 billion in regular expenditure incurred by this department in the 2021 financial year. In 2019-20 financial year, the department incurred an irregular expenditure amounting to 559 million. There's nothing radical if no step and disciplinary action are taken against the officials who mismanage the budget. Number 3, the Department of Infrastructure and Property Development and many other Gauteng government departments continue to rent buildings, but its mandate is to build, manage and maintain public infrastructure. Number 4, honorable members, there is absolutely nothing radical about fruitless and wasteful expenditure amounting to 22.6 million in the 2021 financial year. This is simple because of poor financial management and over-reliance on tenders. Number 5, as the EFF, we believe radical economic transformation will be if the department is self-sufficient and self-sustaining to perform its own function by initiating a state-owned construction company to employ construction workers and managers permanently. Number 6, the department will not be defending lawsuits amounting to 207 million in 2021 financial year. In 2019 and 20 financial year, against the department amount 286 million. They have managed to settle only 124 million. The balance that still needs to be paid out is 369 million. The NC government loves tenders so much, and it will never build internal capacity and abolish the use of tenders. Number 7, there will be no justification for underspending the budget allocation by 169 million when Charlotte Mateke Academy Hospital remains incomplete after it was engulfed by fire that destroyed the hospital building. Yet Gauteng has a department that must maintain public infrastructure. Chairs, number 8, we all must agree today that the Department of Infrastructure Development is absolutely fail. It was unable to collect 25.6 million in revenue in financial year. Only 2.4 million was collected from anticipated 28 million. This is due to poor financial planning and management. Number 9, with a budget of 3.2 billion, there are infrastructure projects that remain incomplete. The most affected client departments are health, education, and social development. This is an indication of underperformance of the part of department. There was no major construction project undertaken on 2021 financial year. Number 10, the Auditor General observed that goods and services above 500,000 were procured without inverting competitive bids as required by Treasury regulation. These were noticed especially when it came to the renovating of hospital wards in response to COVID-19. This has got corruption writing and all over it. It is quite worrying that the department failed its commitment on facilitating township enterprise revitalization out of target of 29 procurement. It's only achieved 5%. This means goods and services were procured from the traditional white minorities who benefit under the policy of separate development. Number 12, this further highlights of suspicions that this department is riddled with corruption
you forgot
and lies.
number 11. You can't go to number 12 without number 11.
I did read number 11. It is quite worrying that the department failed in its commitment to facilitate township enterprise revitalization. Out of target of 29 procurement, is only achieved 5%. This means goods and services were procured from traditional white minorities who benefit under the policy of separate development. Number 12, this further highlights of suspicions that department is riddled with corruption and lies. Instead of the province address of 2021 financial year on the 25 February 2020, the Premier indicated that the province will adopt a radical approach in the province of service. Number 13, however, there's nothing radical in department first to facilitate township enterprise revitalization. Number 14, as the EFF, we continue to implore the department to refrain from its continued renting of buildings instead of call for it to buy properties to house government. Department understanding the government will always exist. And it's high time that it owns his building instead of empowering capitalists whose main purpose is to maximum profit of taxpayers and expenses. Number 15, further advise the department to establish a state construction company to do all government construction related work instead of relying on tenders and contracts. As an EFF, we reject the budget.
But
I
why
thank
you
you.
voted for number 20, Musa?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Mufama. Let's get Honorable De Jager.
Thank you, Chair. As an oversight committee, our core function is to hold the MEC and the department to account to ensure that budget is spent, process is followed, and that the KPIs are met. We all know the impact of COVID-19 and that what it had on the economy. But I question how a 5-week hard lockdown gets used as an excuse for underperformance and non-delivery of critical infrastructure services, skills development, and job opportunities. It is unacceptable that the department only achieved 25% of EPWP targets in a province with more than 37% of unemployment. This is a massive failure. The department is responsible for EPWP, and when figures are low, it is the department's job to step in and improve on the numbers. EPWP is an important program that plays a pivotal role in skills development, creating job opportunities to our unemployed residents, as well as EPWP can be a stepping stone for unemployed people, in particular the youth, to enter the market as future entrepreneurs. We commend the department for spending 95% of its budget. However, I do want an explanation from the MEC on the misalignment from the inputs versus outputs. How does it happen that you achieve 48% of your targets, but you spend 95% of your budget? And I dare say it might be because of the failure of the department to properly manage project. I previously raised the matter of Ms. Tinswalo Maroleng, owner of a SMME, and where the contractor unilaterally changed their contract. The MEC was right in saying that it's not the department's job to interfere in contracts. But when you only achieve 48% of your objectives, I dare say the department needs to intervene and ensure that the job gets done. When a contractor fails to meet its objectives, the department fails, and that means that communities will not have the benefit of a hospital, a school, a clinic, a library that will give them the dignity that they deserve. Speaker, I want to suggest that the department investigate the setting up of a help desk to assist SMMEs and how to prepare invoices to ensure timeliest payouts, for SMMEs to know what is expected when completing tender documents, and to equip them with the necessary management and negotiation skills required to deal with big contractors. MEC, it might not be your job, but it is the right thing to do to protect all stakeholders. The MEC needs to explain why the department continuously incurred the massive amounts of irregular expenditure. This year alone was 1.2 billion rand. The AG previously raised concerns around, and the MEC needs to explain what measures there are in place to correct the non-compliance of procurement and tender regulations. In closing, I would like to request through you, Speaker, that the MEC provides a detailed report to the committee on how current and future projects in the Department of Infrastructure will mitigate the effects of climate change and what the sustainable development goals would be for this department. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Djachar. Honorable Diale Tavela, you can continue. Honorable Diale Tavela. In the absent, we'll come back. But I think the MEC will be closing. Honorable Diale Tavela, are you around?
Yes, I'm around, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I'm not scheduled to debate today. I think it's a mistake.
Okay, no, thank you. Now I'll call upon the MEC, Honorable Mutara.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and let me take this opportunity to thank the members of the committee for participating in the debate led by the Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Member Mpho Modise. Chair, I want to start by indicating that we, as far as my understanding is that we are debating the annual report. And in our annual report, there is no mention of work to be done at Charlotte Maxeke. And I think that it is opportunist of Member Fuchs to raise the matters around the issues at Charlotte Maxeke while we are debating the annual report. We are attending to the matters at Charlotte Maxeke. They do need a proper legal process for us to be able to proceed with any work. And part of that legal process is to ensure that we make a budget available that is approved using the IDMS system, which is a treasury requirement for us to be able to proceed with any work done there. The unfortunate event and the need to be able to respond and address the challenges at Charlotte Maxeke were not budgeted for and do not form part of the annual report. However, working together with Treasury as well as the Department of Health and the municipality, which in this case is City of Johannesburg, we will ensure that we meet all legal prescripts to ensure that budget is made available, the plans are approved, and the work can be commenced. The work that we have undertaken at the oncology unit has been completed and was subsequently handed over back to the hospital. And that we were able to do using the budget that was allocated to the hospital for maintenance. And of course, however, this means that other remedial work and maintenance work in the hospital that was meant to be conducted will unfortunately suffer because that budget had to be redirected to the oncology unit. So we make do with what we have, but so that next year we don't have to hear questions around the process to be able to remedy the situation at Charlotte was against any treasury prescripts, any laws, any regulations. as we are often told about related to the COVID response and the work that we did in hospitals in relation to the COVID response were irregular in some instances. That is what we are trying to avoid. The past year under review was a particularly difficult year, especially for the Department of Infrastructure Development. And yes, COVID hit the department particularly hard from the onset right up until late into the third quarter. As early as the first and second quarters, the industry as well as some job creation initiatives were unable to be implemented because of the restrictions around the lockdown. It directly impacted and affected EPWP. It directly impacted and affected all our job creation as well as construction projects, because if members would recall that from the first lockdowns right up until the lockdown adjustment 3, the construction industry was not allowed to operate. And as such, labor-intensive programs, job creation programs directly suffered right up, as I indicated, up until late into the third quarter. The question around why we were unable to collect revenue as we had targeted and planned for is as a direct result of COVID, with businesses as well as tenants being unable to meet their obligations on leases. We were able to also give relief to those businesses as well as lessees in line with the COVID regulations and in line with the relief response to those lessees who were unable to pay. I think it would have been unfair and an uncaring situation for us to demand money where money does not exist, because also during that period, those lessees were unable to generate an income from which they were able to honor their lease agreements, directly affecting and impacting on our ability to collect revenue as we had planned. The department has, we have shared with the portfolio committee our perennial issues around meeting targets of military veterans as well as people with disabilities, but we have improved and increased and even exceeded our targets on women-owned businesses with a direct focus on using those companies that qualify to be able to expand on our targets, and we are pleased to indicate that we have exceeded those. We will use those strategies to be able to zoom into the targets around military veterans as well as people with disabilities, understanding that it is a lot of what we do as the Department of Infrastructure Development is labor intensive, and people with disabilities often are unable to provide those services in the labor-intensive programs, and our goods and services budget is not as large as those that which is allocated to the bigger projects. We are able to allocate work and empower those living with disabilities through goods and services, but the budget is lower in this area. We have shared with the portfolio committee time and time again issues just around how we feel and how we need to be able to address the performance on projects. We need the communities to work together, the municipalities to work together, even the law enforcement agencies at some point. DID is now part of the provincial task team that is coordinated by the Department of Community Safety in relation to our response on projects, because it doesn't only affect DID's projects, it also affects national departments, construction projects, municipal projects, and for us to be able to realize the rand value of our investment in the province, we need to be able to have projects that run as smoothly as possible within timeframes and according to budget, so that the rand is circulated in the economy more than once. I'm pleased to report that we are working together with Treasury on SMME empowerment, as well as to be able to ready SMMEs on contract management, on being able to understand the industry, on being able to understand what it is that they are signing up for. Often the Department of Infrastructure Development gets called in by SMMEs at a late stage when they have got disputes with contractors. We are not engaged early enough by SMMEs to give them advance, just to be able to assist them earlier on before they enter into contracts, so that we can guide and assist them. And we have now gone to both even economic development as well as Treasury to be able to run workshops, because SMME development is also the responsibility of economic development. Notwithstanding the fact that the department faced a very difficult year under review, and the lockdown regulations affected the industry directly, it even affected some of our construction sites that had to close because they would have a breakout of some sort of at a particular time. But notwithstanding all of that, the department still managed to contribute to the response to COVID, contribute to the overall health infrastructure reforms. And with that said, we have contributed directly to the health system in the province, which has been upgraded, extended, expanded. I want to take the opportunity to thank the HOD as well as the executive team, the HOD who had joined us in the fourth quarter in the year under review. And I'm sure in the next year under review, we will be able to see a lot more improvement and stability in the department. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you very much, MEC. Secretary, take us to the next order.
Consideration of the Infrastructure Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of Infrastructure Development for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Let me call upon Honorable Modise.
Thank you so much, Chair. I will request the meeting to consider parts of the report not read as read, and if that is the case, the report will focus mainly on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points, which will start with executive summary, committee oversight visits, committee concerns, committee recommendations, acknowledgement, and adoption. On the executive summary, the Portfolio Committee on Infrastructure Development and Property Management present its annual oversight report on the performance of the Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management for the 2020-2021 financial year. The assessment of this report was conducted based on the department allocated resource against the planned targets for the year under review. During the year under review, the department had a total budget allocation of 3.1 billion, and 3 billion was spent, which translates to 95% expenditure. The committee noted with concerns that the department has not performed well when it comes to ensuring that there was alignment between the input and the output, and it was of the view that the department is not putting more effort in ensuring its performance is improved. On the committee oversight visits, the committee conducted project verification on projects implemented by the department on behalf of Education and Health Department. The project visited was as follows: Mandisa Shikeka Clinic, Soshanguve Secondary School, New Acacia Library, Maibuye Primary School, Maibuye Clinic, Ranfontein Clinic, Merafong Clinic, Kutsong Clinic, Bantu Bonke Early Childhood Development Project, Kopanong Hospital Project, Restival Secondary School, and Finetown Clinic. On the committee concerns, the committee is concerned that on Program 1 targets were not achieved, that there was a misalignment between the inputs and the outputs, that there's about a constant failure by the department to achieve targets related to procurement of budget towards people with disability, constant failure by the department to achieve targets related to procurement of budget towards military veterans, and continuation of appointment of pure performing contractors in projects. That TER targets were not achieved, and on program 2, which is public works, targets were not achieved. That target related to conduct 904 condition assessments on state-owned businesses was not achieved because there was no capacity to conduct the assessments. That all departmental infrastructure sub-programs targets were not achieved. On extended public works, that EPWP targets were not achieved. Chair, on committee recommendation, after assessing the annual performance report on the department, the portfolio committee recommended the following and request the department to report to the legislature by Friday, January 7, 2022 on the department should provide the committee with a consolidated report on measures in ensuring that program 1 targets are achieved, intervention to ensure that there is an alignment between the input and the output, and consequence management to be implemented on the inputs versus output, ensuring that budget for procurement of goods and services towards people with disability targets are achieved, ensuring that budget for procurement of goods and services towards military veterans are achieved, ensuring that the appointment of pure performing contractor is kept, ensuring that TR targets are achieved. On acknowledgement, Chair, the Chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Infrastructure Development and Property Management would like to thank MEC Motara, Head of the Department, entire Department Executive for their efforts in the consideration of this report. The Chair further appreciates the diligent deliberation of Member Togo Magagula, Member Kidiboni Dialetlabela, Member Tulani Ndlovu, Member Greg Skiman, Member Nicholas Diache, Member Allen Fuchs, Member Kobas Hoffman, Member Mamsi Mofama, and Member Christina Mabala. The committee chair also like to thank T. Skosana, M. Chabalala, Kem Dlaluse, A. Matlala, T. Kumalo, T. Mulibana, N. Bonani, Kem Pirimi, and N. Ngumi for their dedication and assistance. On adoption, in accordance to Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Infrastructure Development and Property Management present before the House the oversight report on the Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management annual report for the 2020-2021 financial year for consideration and adoption. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let me get a seconder to the report.
Member Fuchs, our second, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let me pose a question. All those in favor say yes.
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 And all who are not in favor say no. The yes have it, and the report is adopted by the House. Secretary, take us to the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Debate on the annual report of the Department of Road and Transport, including Gautrain Management Agency and Chief Fleet Management for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Nell.
Thank you, Chair. The 2021 financial year was an extraordinary year for all South Africans and had a major impact on the Department of Roads and Transport in Gauteng. The COVID-19 pandemic forced all of us to adapt to extraordinary circumstances, and it was same for the department. What such a pandemic also does is to expose weaknesses that were there beforehand, inhibiting the department's ability to adapt to a changing environment. This was evident in the department's ability to achieve its strategic objectives during the year. The department was able to only achieve 39% of its strategic objectives. I'm the first to admit that it would have been difficult for any department and even a business to adapt to the circumstances brought about by the pandemic and to continue delivering on its core mandate. However, most businesses were able to show resilience and adapt to the impact brought about by the pandemic. They were able to continue delivering business services. Whether they were supermarkets, logistics companies, medical aids, banks, or other consumer-focused businesses, they were able to adapt quickly. Many quickly moved their services to decentralized or online service portals. Our government departments, including roads and transport, were not agile enough to adapt quickly to the environment and chose to rather close their frontline services and use regulations to postpone the need for their services, rather than moving quickly to deliver decentralized or online services. Even today, as we sit here 20 months after the hard lockdown, we still have not moved with the times to improve service delivery. It is evident in the ability of the department to address backlogs for driver license renewals, driver license tests, and the issuing of roadworthy certificates and the issuing of vehicle licenses as well, leading to further regulatory extensions due to the lack of capacity. Part of the problem is that the province is not fully in control of its licensing processes. The RTMC particularly is a major stumbling block in the process of issuing various licenses in the province. The RTMC is a non-responsive and one of the most inaccessible organizations for motorists in our province. The ideal situation would be to devolve the licensing functions fully to our province so that we can move these services online and be in charge of our own processes, technology, and equipment, as well as its functioning. There was also a major impact on the department's ability to issue tenders for road construction and maintenance that is causing delays in its road program. Once again, the inability to adapt to a changing environment causing these delays. Through remote work and online meetings, supply chain processes could have proceeded, but unfortunately, the management of the department was unable to quickly adapt to a changing environment. I do have sympathy with the MEC, and I must commend him for his commitment to turn the department around. He's also very responsive whenever we raise issues, and I want to commend him for that and thank him as well. At the same time, I want to call on the MEC to also make the department more resilient and adaptable. We need to move with more services online, lobby to have more regulatory functions devolved to the province, and use technology more productively so that we can increase the capacity of the department and reduce frustration and angst of our motorists in the province. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Dwaba, it's your turn.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. All protocols observed. According to the Department of Roads and Transport, its primary mission is to facilitate and provide an integrated transport system that is reliable, accessible, safe, and affordable. This should be a reality because this is one of the departments that receives enough budget allocation each financial year. For the 2020-21 financial year alone, the department received over 8.3 billion rand as compared to 7.8 billion rand in the previous financial year to ensure the people of Gauteng receive quality service delivered. Deputy Chair of Chairs, as we debate how the department performed in terms of the set annual performance targets, COVID-19 and lockdowns should not be made an excuse for incompetence and underperformance. The Department of Roads and Transport in Gauteng deserves a standing ovation for underspending the allocated budget for 2020-2021 financial year by 1.255 billion rand. The MEC Mamabolo and his dedicated team deserve an award. In 2019-2020 financial year, they underspent by 637.2 million rand. This is double the amount. The department is forever a defendant in various lawsuits. In 2019-2020 financial year, claims against the department amounted to 296 million. In 2020-2021 financial year, claims amount to 303.8 million rand. There is a potential loss of millions which could have gone, yet we are expecting them to provide efficient, integrated transport systems while in so much debt. As if this was not enough, the Auditor General has indicated that her office received only drafts of the annual report from the department with a promise that final drafts will be submitted by the 15th of August 2021. This means this annual report is based on the drafts. Deputy Chair of Chairs, with so much budget allocation, K54 road construction in Mamelodi remains incomplete to this day. We cannot even remember when did construction begin on this road. And it remains an anathema as to why would the department seek intervention of the Premier on matters that could be resolved easily and speedily. Construction of K69 road that connects Pretoria CBD and Pretoria East remains incomplete to this day. This is one of the busiest roads because it carries huge traffic volume. The least said about K46, the better. It is just one chaos after another. We condemn in the strongest possible terms the actions of the MEC and his department for continuously polarizing the country of Disploat and the surrounding areas. Deputy Chair of Chair, Sebokeng DLTC and toilet remain incomplete despite promises from the department that this would be completed by now. Nobody is held accountable for all the delays and misuse of public resources. The Vereeniging Intermodal Facility, it is used as a cash cow by the PSP to drain the resources of the department. We have been saying many times that the over-reliance on contracts and tenders is a recipe for corruption. These delays have corruption written all over them. The only solution is for the ANC government to stop its arrogance and accept that this country needs a state construction company for an efficient construction work. These tenders must be abolished. Deputy Chair of Chairs, with regard to the procurement and contract management, it was not clear if contracts were awarded in accordance with the legislative requirements because the departments alleged that the supporting documents at its regional offices were destroyed during floods. How true is this remains to be seen. The department continues not to have a permanent organizational structure. Key strategic points, posts remain vacant on personnel are on an acting capacity. Where people are employed, they are misplaced in terms of their qualifications and skills, hence such poor performance by the department. Energy fleet management, 44 critical posts remain vacant and the department cannot do anything about that. The regions like Durban are literally run by few individuals with no support whatsoever. The AG observed that achievements in this entity are overstated because there was no appropriate audit evidence to support the reliability of the performance information. Each financial year, the AG remarks that senior management, including the accounting officers, are failing to exercise adequate oversight responsibility regarding performance reporting, compliance with legislation. All these fall on these years. Gauteng continues to be allocated billions of rand of taxpayers' money. In 2020-21 financial year, this agency was allocated 2.6 billion compared to 2.1 billion the previous financial year. Its budget allocation is increasing exponentially despite the increasing number of passengers using its services. Gauteng's ridership is extremely low compared to the amount of money or budget invested. The proposed expansion of Gauteng to other suburban areas shows how aloof our government is with the reality our people are faced with on the ground. It should be noted that most of our people rely on unsafe minibus taxis, unreliable metro rails, yet their taxis are used to subsidize the affluent minorities. This is an example of how anti-poor this government is, that the majority who cannot afford the exorbitant cost of Gauteng must risk their life in unsafe and unreliable modes of transport. We once more reiterate our rejection of e-tolls, which are a direct result of bad government decisions. We again call on the people of Gauteng to continue not paying for a debt they never created. The ANC government must just see it to finish. The decision to scrap the abusive e-tolling system has not been deferred to February 2022. As the EFF, we offer to physically remove them at no cost to the state. The ANC government has been arrogant and giving conflicting messages on the future of e-tolls. No one must make profit out of our rules as it borders on the infringement of the freedom of movement. E-tolls are modern day compasses and must be removed. I thank you, Deputy Chair of Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ledwaba. Honorable Du Plessis.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Premier Makura, Honorable MEC Mamabolo, members of this August House. I want to start my debate by taking a direct quote from the analysis of the annual report for the Department of Roads and Transport. The department failed dismally to realize most of the annual plan targets and subsequently the department did not respond to the set policy priorities in the 2020-21 financial year. It is evidently clear that this was the most wasted financial year ever. The committee should extensively conduct an oversight on the Transport Operations Programme and the Transport Infrastructure Programme, as they largely contributed to this poor performance. It should be noted that the COVID-19 pandemic cannot be used as an excuse for this poor performance. However, poor planning could be another factor causing the poor performance by the department. Close quote. Deputy Chair of Chairs, this trend is extremely concerning, given that in order to reduce congestion on our roads, we need to have a public transport system that is fully integrated so that residents are able to seamlessly travel from their places of residence to work and back on a daily basis. Residents spend the bulk of their hard-earned money on getting to and from work using public transport, including share ride apps like Uber and Bolt. While the Gautrain system seems to run on time for most trips, this mode of transport is not aimed at the residents who is unable to afford it. This is where Metro Rail comes in. Rail is the cheapest mode of transport, yet as we recently learned, there are currently only 17 train sets in operation out of 134 in the province. The quote that I just started my speech with clearly indicates that the Department of Roads and Transport is categorically failing the citizens of Gauteng. If we look at the Transport Operations Program, the department was allocated 2,854,953,000 rand, which was then underspent by 27%, with an amount of 771,013,000 rand. 97% of this under-expenditure was incurred by the Public Transport Services, which is responsible for subsidized bus services, showing that not enough subsidized bus contractors are being appointed by the department. Under the Transport Infrastructure Program, 2,182,619,000 rand was allocated to 5 sub-programs, namely planning, design, construction, maintenance and program support. Here the budget was underspent by 18%, the highest under-expenditure ever recorded in this program. Of the 19 annual plan targets, only 4 were achieved. On the whole, the department only achieved 10 of its 45 annual plan targets. Chair of Chairs, Honourable MEC Mamabolo, we cannot continue on this trajectory as the supply of adequate roads, public transport and maintenance is one of the cornerstones of reviving an ailing economy brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic lockdown, as well as a failing economy brought about by insufficient fiscal planning. In a province that is hard hit by poverty and unemployment, it is our mandate to ensure that every cent that we receive from the taxpayers are used to the betterment of our province and those that live within it. We, as the Democratic Alliance, feel strongly that urgent intervention is needed in the Department of Roads and Transport because it seems that we are being strung along by officials which are either not competent or not willing to do their jobs. As leadership of this department, and we will keep the leadership of this department in check. The sooner we realize that we are here to serve the people and not the other way around, the sooner we will create the capacity to deliver what has so long been outstanding, good basic services and a fully integrated transport system that is so desperately needed in our province. I want to add that the MEC has discussed this with us, and I believe that we will have a much better outcome next time around. But for now, the report holds a number of inadequacies that we need to address as soon as possible. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mabunda, talk to honorable members. Honorable Mabunda.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. In his response to the winds of change, Kwame Nkrumah states, the wind of change is blowing through this continent, whether we like it or not. This growth of national consciousness is a political fact, and we must all accept it as a fact, and our national policies must take account of it. Honorable MEC Mamabolo, we have noted with admiration the changes you are bringing into the department, although we must be the first to admit that it took time to show up. And as Nkrumah deliberately crafted his lap on Macmillan's invention, he remarked, the wind blowing in Africa is not an ordinary wind. It is a raging hurricane, and it is impossible for any power to stop the wind from blowing through. Creativity cannot really be regulated, but it can be encouraged. The redevelopment of a province is an art. It depends on the individual strength of a place and the will of the leadership to bring about change. The department has for some time been running without leadership in senior management, with which the result is characterized by lack of ability to provide strategic guidance that inspires, encourages, while simultaneously enforcing the necessary rules and regulations, but also provide vision and direction to the department. We must commend UMEC for ensuring that such deficiency in the departments is acutely resolved in a short space of time by ensuring that all senior management positions of the department are filled with people of caliber and competence. Good governance produces results that meet the needs of society while making the best use of resources at their disposal. The concept of efficiency in the context of good governance also covers the sustainable use of resources. The principle of good governance serves to always guide public managers in their mandate to act in the public interest. Roads and Transport Department is one of the departments flagged by the AG report on performance and financial spending, noting that this department has a clear mandate of providing comprehensive road infrastructure and roads operational work to create a conducive environment for road users across the province and beyond, with intention to achieve the National Development Plan Vision 2030 by reigniting the province economy and take lead in South Africa's economic reconstruction and recovery plan, as well as Africa's industrialization agenda. The Auditor General has a constitutional mandate and exists to strengthen our country's democracy by enabling oversight, accountability, and governance in the public sector through auditing to build public confidence. Financial management should be judged by the economies with which it has affected without prejudicing efficiency. Effective and efficient transportation provide economic benefits that result in multiplier effects such as better accessibility to markets, employment, and additional investment. Let us appreciate the clean audit achieved by Gautrain Management Agency in the current financial year. It is a job well done, MEC. We must nonetheless work hard to ensure that the department and G-Fleet resolve the matters of emphasis as mentioned by the AG. Road infrastructure provides a fundamental foundation to the performance of the economy, delivering a wide range of economic and social benefits. Adequately maintaining road infrastructure is essential to preserve and enhance those benefits. Thus, MEC, your smart mobility program did go a long way into resolving the maintenance challenges in the road infrastructure in various municipalities across the province. Roads make a crucial contribution to economic development and growth and bring important social benefits. They are of vital importance to make a nation grow and develop. In addition, provide access to employment, social health, and education services. Roads open more areas and stimulate economic and social development. For those reasons, road infrastructure is the most important of public assets. Management of the road asset involves the application of engineering, financial, and management practices to optimize the level of service outcome in return for the most cost-effective financial input. Indeed, the main objective is to simply apply the right treatment at the right time to achieve the desired level of service, indicating that the road infrastructure is a financial asset for society and the economy. Focusing on road maintenance will bring widespread benefits by not only preserving current assets, but also lowering future costs for citizens, road users, and taxpayers. This will prevent these assets from depreciating in value, provided that timely investment is carried out on time. The establishment of the Gauteng Transport Authority is taking us closer to the single integrated, intermodal, reliable, safe, and affordable public transport system across the province. The promulgation of the Transport Authority is informed by the Gauteng Transport Authority Act 2 of 2019 and forms part of the Gauteng Development Strategy, which emphasizes the need for a provincial transport system to facilitate the effective and efficient movement of people, as well as that of goods and services, as a critical component of the growth of any modern economy. Gauteng Transport Authority will and must serve to integrate the various public transport modes and systems in the province and foster cooperation and coordination between public transport authorities and operators in the province. Therefore, MEC, it is our view as the ANC that the Transport Authority must, within reasonable time, resolve the cross-municipal boundary, integration of public transport services, the single ticketing system, redress the apartheid spatial planning on transport to allow economic growth and social opportunity cost for communities to access economic opportunities. The taxi industry, as the most used mode of transport in the province, is also fragmented and faces continuous violence. The biggest challenge for the Department of Transport is the restructuring of the public transport system. The taxi industry is a key player in South Africa's society and economy and should not be neglected. Government should acknowledge its vital role through adequate investment and by realizing a comprehensive and participatory program with taxi operators. Road safety requires the active involvement and commitment from this important stakeholder, and we should use every mechanism available to improve the roadworthiness of the vehicles and the driving behavior of drivers. We have noted the delays in the implementation of projects, some of which are long outstanding projects that were to start and unfortunately could not. And it is our considered view that the now established Transport Infrastructure House will assist in the speed resolution of delays in the implementation of projects. Our understanding is that the Transport Infrastructure House will define and maintain standards for project management within the department. It will strive to standardize and introduce economies of reputation in the execution of projects and be the source of documentation, guidance, and metrics on the practice of project management and execution. And that being the case, it is our hope that project failure and delay will be issue of the past. We must mention to MEC that the department had no senior management, and now most, if not all, with the exception of the HOD, are appointed, which we know and hope will be appointed soon. There is Transport Infrastructure House, which has all the capacity needed in the planning and execution of projects, which therefore leave no excuse to implement all departmental projects to cost quality and time. Indeed, the wind of change MEC must blow. There are some key elements to a department being a success, and that is the smart visionary and great management behind the people that are going to build it. Honorable MEC, when you wake up every day, you have two choices. You can either be positive or negative, an optimist or pessimist. I choose to be an optimist, as you should. There will be those who will be negative, and I hope you know them. It's all a matter of perspective. As the ANC, we are saying continue with the good work. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, we wish to place on record our appreciation to the department for finally advertising the bus contract tender, which has been renewed annually since 2011 and has been the source of the matters of emphasis by the AG. Indeed, the department took a bold step, irrespective of the court cases, as some service providers are refusing to accept that government operate within regulations and rules which must be always followed. MEC, it is our view as the ANC that considering that the time has lapsed since the adoption and approval of the ITM P25, it is time that the plan be updated to be in line with current societal demands. The plan has 4 key focus areas, which are public transport corridors, strategic modal transfer, interchanges, freight routes, and logistics centers, and rail as the backbone of an integrated public transport system. Most transport commuters in the province rely on and use of minibus taxis. We should inculcate that as part of our future planning. Built environment is inconvenient, insecure, and unsafe for pedestrians and cyclists. The interaction between private business government on the development and support of small businesses through infrastructure is more appropriate, and it is our view as the ANC that a sustainable plan and program should be developed and be implemented by the Department of Roads and Transport. Infrastructure is not just essential for faster economic growth, and higher employment. It also promotes inclusive growth, provides citizens with means to improve their own lives and boost their economies, their incomes. It is therefore important for the department to understand its role in the economic development of the province, in that road transport is a means of transport and it offers door-to-door transport, which is suitable for the delivery of finished goods to consumers. It also has the potential of transforming subsistence farming into commercial and dynamic farming system, which unlock the potentials embedded in rural areas. Understanding the condition in which more or new road infrastructure does indeed foster economic growth and is crucial for efficient management of road infrastructure projects. Today, the South African minibus taxi industry remains the critical pillar of country's public transport system. Not only is it the most available mode of transport, but it is also the most affordable to the public. It is thus considered the servant for most urban poor. However, the greatest contestation revolves around the formalization of the industry, including its existence in our future planning. Organizational structure. The minibus taxi industry hails for supporting Black South African communities by providing a decentralized and inexpensive alternative to formalized public transport. Organizational structure affects both the overall behavior of the department and the situations of individuals within the department. The effect of these changes in the environment, cost of and regulations on organization can be partitioned into immediate direct effect of the change and the full effect after organizational structure has had time to adjust. The issue of the structure must be concluded as a matter of urgency to capacitate the department where needed. Due to the static nature of organizational structure, it sometimes cannot meet requirements of efficiency and adaptability. The framework of jobs and departments must make up an organization to achieve the organization's objectives. The spread of production, trade and ideas and the economic ascendancy of mankind all depend upon movement which roads and infrastructure must provide. As I conclude, let me borrow from Amilcar Cabral words when he said, always bear in mind that the people are not fighting for ideas, for things in anyone's head. They are fighting to win material benefits, to live in better and in peace, to see their lives go forward, to guarantee the nature of their children. What matters is not to know the world, but to change it. I thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabunda. Let me call upon the MEC, Honorable MEC Mamabolo, to respond to the debate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Let me take this opportunity to greet the honorable members, in particular our honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, and of course, Honorable Premier, the MECs, the one and only Chief Whip, Honorable Mzikumado, the Chair of the Portfolio Committee on the Department, Honorable Craig Snyman, and all the members of the Portfolio Committee. Let me also greet Chair, the residents and people of our province. The starting point today is to acknowledge the inputs and the comments made by honorable members
who have debated the tabling of this of the annual report of the department. And in formally tabling the annual report, I just want to start here by saying that Honorable Mabunda has excellently and eloquently clarified the position of the department with respect to matters that are before us. Honorable Mabunda has eloquently and correctly clarified and comprehensively spoken to the achievements of the department and its challenges. And I would like to thank him quite sincerely for very profound points that he has made, including the quotation that he has made. The first area where I would like to start is with regard to the matter that has been raised by Honorable Mabunda and honorable members. And this relates, Chair, to the issue that has been a perennial problem in the department and consistently affecting the department's annual reports and its annual performance over the years. And that issue is essentially about the extreme under expenditure and, of course, the problem of irregular expenditure. Now, Chair, at the core of this is the bus subsidy contracts that were only advertised in the first administration post-1994. As honorable members might be aware, the bus subsidy was formally tabled by national government in and around 1998, and since then, it was never advertised. All the years, the bus subsidy, almost worth 2.3 billion, of course, having grown over the years, was never put to the public to invite competitive bids. It has always been running on extensions, and to date, the bus subsidy has severely affected the quality of the bus transport services that members of the public receive, because most of the routes are not lucrative and the bus companies have abandoned the routes, and they are also having a difficulty with approaching finance institutions to be able to get money to recapitalize and buy a new fleet of buses or to renew their fleet. This matter hit us on two fronts, both as an irregular expenditure, but also as under expenditure. I'm very much pleased to announce to honorable members that this matter is part of the past, in the sense that we have now, for the first time since 1998, advertised the bus tender. We have extended the closing period for this tender to mid-January, and we are quite confident that we are set on a path to deal with irregular expenditure and under expenditure that is now running to almost R1 billion. So to that extent, I've clarified this matter in the portfolio committee. And I think it seems like only Honorable Mabunda was in the meeting because he has eloquently spoken to this matter. So that issue will be addressed and will be resolved. I just want to say to Honorable Nel that I commend him for the very positive feedback that he has given. And this is a major turnaround in the oversight functions provided by the portfolio committee for Honorable Nel to give a positive feedback. But I must caution Honorable Nel that It will be incorrect to attempt to separate the MEC from the department. The challenges that the department faces should not be separated from the leadership of the executive. While, of course, he has said something positive, but I think he should be very cautious in drawing a split or a Chinese wall between the department and the member of the executive. The other area where, Honorable Nel, I think you are missing a point, is that I thought you will be aware that we have launched the Request a Slot campaign, which is a campaign that has set multiple digital platforms for us to address the issue of people not finding slots to renew their driver licenses. This campaign has been an overwhelming success. To date, we have not heard of any person that has not been allocated a slot within 30 days. And as far as we receive feedback on social media, people commenting, calling us, and just monitoring the media environment, we have not had any single complaint about the Request a Slot and the multi-digital platforms we have created to address concerns about slots not being available. And in this, I mean the email addresses we have set up, the app that we have, the Request a Slot app that you can download on Android, and of course the web-based platform for requesting a slot. So I'm not sure, Honorable Nel, when you call for better measures, whether you are aware of all this, and I'm not sure where do you live, because we have done exactly what you're saying. We are actually the only province on which we are using advanced technological platforms, even in the, especially in the midst of COVID-19, to address the way in which we deliver services. I'm not sure when you call for IT web-based solutions, we have done exactly that. And I thought you'll be aware of that. Honorable members, considering that we don't have enough time, and as I've said, Honorable Mabunda has really dealt with a number of key issues. I would like to take this opportunity to brief the House that we are also dealing with yet another perennial problem that is raised in the annual report that relates to the, taking forward our smart mobility concept as it relates to modernizing the taxi industry, and in that regard, building a smart, modern taxi industry that is free of violence. As you know, this is a deep-seated historic problem. We have released the reports of the Commission of Inquiry into Taxi Violence, and the report has given us a far much more better, credible platform backed up by evidence and facts on which to modernize and build a smart taxi industry in Gauteng province. To that extent, while we celebrate our achievements in working with the taxi industry, having set up the commission, I would like to announce the following set of measures as part of the way forward on this perennial problem that has been persisting over the years as it relates to taxi violence. The very first one is that we have approached the Gauteng legislature with a recommendation to approve our regulation in which we want to set up the Public Transport Arbitration Office. And the Public Transport Arbitration Office is an office that will be part of the alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, in which we want to make it a policy through a regulation before the legislature, which we hope will be held in the first week of January when the committee is open. And the purpose of this committee is to deal with the taxi route disputes that are affecting the province. We know that there's been violence, people losing their life, death, instability in the province that we have been working with the taxi industry leadership. But as the Commission of Inquiry into Root Causes of Taxi Violence said, our department and the officials have been deeply implicated by the Commission in perpetuating and creating conditions for taxi disputes, particularly on the roads. And it is for that reason that the Public Transport Arbitration Office will be headed by a retired judge as an arbitration office in which the parties with disputes in the province relating to taxi routes and ourselves as the department will approach or attend arbitration and lead evidence in which we will demonstrate by a proper, credible, reputable arbitration alternative dispute resolution mechanism, we will be able to then say who has been allocated the routes, because we as a department have been found to have contaminated and corrupted this process over the years. And we believe that the arbitration office is the best process with integrity, ethical, and with best objective standards, applying the regulations and the laws of this country, but also those of the Arbitration Act or legislation to make sure that we can deal with taxi disputes. This office, we anticipate that once the legislature conduct its processes, depending on what it says, we are looking forward to this office starting to operate in February 2022. And in that regard, we also want to announce a moratorium on all new applications for operating licenses. Honorable members, our routes are saturated. There are too many operators on the routes. And therefore, with immediate effect, we will not be taking applications for new operating licenses, whilst those who want to renew, increase those who are already in the system, we will be able to assist them. We have appointed CSIR to assist us, honorable members, to deal with the problem of auditing through the use of smart technologies, who is a taxi operator in Gauteng. So we are digitalizing the taxi industry in terms of setting up a proper database. And in that case, we will be able to clean data about who is who in the Gauteng taxi industry. We are going to take their biometrics, that is the fingerprint and the photo, to build a credible, reputable database of taxi operators in the Gauteng, linked to the routes that will have been cleared by this Public Transport Arbitration Office. This is a major intervention for us moving forward to deal with the challenges and the problem of perennial taxi violence in the province. Honorable Letwaba, I think all we can really say is to note the points you are making, but I think Honorable Mabunda has answered you, and I'll therefore leave you to the very good speech of Honorable Mabunda. And as for Honorable du Plessis, I thought you will know, as we reported in the Portfolio Committee last week, Friday, that we have up to thus far turned the corner and improved our efficiencies in the supply chain problems bedeviling the delivery of transport infrastructure. We have announced the Transport Infrastructure House. We have shown since it started, we have now from 1 billion cancelled tenders, we now have 0. From 900 million of irregular appointment of companies, we now have 0. From cancelling about 6 tenders worth almost 1 billion, we will now, by the end of this financial year, have procured 3 billion worth of tenders with letters of appointment issued. Honorable du Plessis, this matter was given to you in the Portfolio Committee last week to still be calling for improvements in infrastructure delivery with such massive data speaking for itself about the interventions we have made. I think you're keeping a maximum distance between yourself and the truth, and I'd like to encourage you to come closer to the truth. Don't self-isolate from the facts. Don't quarantine yourself away from the facts and the truth that has been given to you. Honorable members, Many of the challenges in the annual report are addressed. We are finalizing our organizational structure. We will be putting competent people in positions. We have already stabilized the top layer. We have lost an HOD just a week ago on a Friday. We have interviewed and we have a candidate that we have recommended to our Honorable Premier to consider. In the beginning of the year, we are confident that we will start the department with a new head of the department, completing the stabilization of the top layer of the department. And in that regard, Honorable Chair, Deputy Chair of Chairs, I would like to really say Honorable Mabunda has eloquently, quite correctly addressed all the issues that Honorable Ituaba, a permanent doubt in Thomas, has raised. And on that note, I would like to thank honorable members, wish them a good new year, good Christmas, festive period. We will be launching our road safety programs, incorporating COVID-19 in public transport, but also vaccination, and to that extent, also fixing the roads through our smart mobility program. We're also looking forward to be launching the app next year that will deal with potholes across the province. CSIR is completing that process for us. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, let me save you time on that note and appeal to you to drive safely on the roads and to take all precaution and to make sure that you uphold the best standards on the road and lead by example to protect lives of our people. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs and honorable members, and thank all MECs and the chair and the committee for their support.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Mabala Honorable we must caution Honorable Mabala to drive very carefully on the road. Yeah. She will be arrested if she break any rule. Thank you for cautioning her, and would like to reaffirm that Honorable Mabala, drive carefully on the road, please. Thank you.
MEC, your time was up. Thank you very much. Secretary, can you read the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Consideration of Roads and Transport Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of Roads and Transport, including Gauteng Management Agency and G Fleet Management for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sneeman.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I would like to request that the sections of the report that are not read be taken as read, and I'll be focusing in the main on the executive summary, the committee's concerns, and the committee's recommendations. In the financial year under review, the committee noted that the department continued to manage 4 programs, namely administration, transport infrastructure, transport operations, and transport regulation. Furthermore, the department had 2 entities under its wing, namely the Gautrain Management Agency, responsible for the operations of the Gautrain system, and the G Fleet Management, responsible for the provision of fleet services to government departments and entities. The committee noted that the department received an allocation of 8.3 billion and spent 7.1 billion, resulting in an underspending of 1.2 billion or 14.99%. The GMA, or the Gautrain Management Agency, received an allocation of 2.6 billion through transfers received from the department, and the entire allocation was spent on planned targets for the period under review. With regards to the G Fleet Management, the committee noted that the entity's allocated budget for the financial year amounted to 653 million and spent 622 million, resulting in an underspending of 30 million or 4.7%. The committee noted that underspending of the allocation by the department had increased in the current financial year, whilst G Fleet spending patterns improved compared to the previous financial year. In relation to the achievement of service delivery targets, the committee noted that the department managed to achieve 10 out of 45 of its set targets, or 22%, and in the previous financial year, the department managed to achieve 18 or 39 of its targets of 46%. Non-achievement of planned targets was realized across all programs, and the dominant factors for non-achievement of set targets was in relation to the COVID-19 lockdown regulations, which led to the closure of sites and centres during the intense lockdown levels, delays in the appointment of service providers on some of the projects, and lack of tight intergovernmental relations in resolving project challenges and the provision of information. In relation to the infrastructure projects, the committee noted that the Transport Infrastructure Programme was able to achieve some of the planned targets, which included kilometres of serviced roads rehabilitated, kilometres of surfaced roads resealed, kilometres of blacktop patching, gravel roads bladed, and the number of maintenance jobs created. The committee further noted that the department continued to experience challenges as all annual planned targets in the design and construction sub-programs were not achieved due to the COVID-19 pandemic and non-responsiveness of bidders on tenders. The projects affected included, amongst others, development of 2 designs in the city of Johannesburg and construction of 6 provincial roads, namely the P39 Muldersdrift, K46 William Nicol, K148, D483 Bupsfontein, and the P73 Ennerdale. The committee is concerned over these continued delays in infrastructure projects, as there seem to be no or slow progress in addressing challenges surrounding these projects. The committee would assist that the established Transport Infrastructure House, which serves as an overarching project management office within the department, should prioritise resolving the above challenges, noting the impact of further delays on the proposed timelines and future provincial budgets. The Transport Operations Programme, the committee noted that the department was able to develop the minibus taxi operator database and installed electronic monitoring in 87% of the subsidised bus fleet. In relation to the construction of the Vereeniging intermodal facility, the committee noted that the project had been handed over to the Powertrain Management Agency for further implementation. According to the GMA, the new taxi rank has been designed, taking into consideration the issues that were raised on the previous design. The process of engaging the end users with the new design is progressing, wherein 2 meetings with the taxi industry took place, while the next meeting will be with all stakeholders, including PRASA, Transnet, and the municipal representatives, until all stakeholders have signed off on the new design. Furthermore, the department has appointed a new implementing agent, and the GMA has submitted a business case to the department and Treasury on the project. The committee noted that the agency was experiencing challenges of cooperation from PRASA and Transnet in making information available relating to the project. The committee is concerned over the continued delays in implementing the project and the lack of intergovernmental relations between the agency, PRASA, and Transnet, and the impact it might have in signing off and commencement of the project. The committee noted that the department received an unqualified audit opinion with emphasis of matters. G-Fleet received a qualified audit opinion from the Auditor General with the emphasis of matters, whilst the GMA received a clean audit. The committee commends the GMA for its consistent performance and delivery of services as planned. With regards to the department and G-Fleet, the committee noted that the Auditor General raised similar issues of concern as raised in the previous financial years, and these include the inadequate maintenance of technical description indicators, monitoring and reviews, increase in material underspending, inadequate document management over procurement, and contract management, resulting in limitations and material non-compliance in the financial statements and expenditure. The committee is of the view that the department and G-Fleet should prioritise resolving the matters identified above, taking into consideration the audit action plan that has been developed. Furthermore, the committee is of the view that the capacitation of both the department and G-Fleet management with permanent and skilled key senior management will assist in resolving these matters. In conclusion, the committee commends the continued level of performance by the GMA in the current and previous financial years. With regards to the department and G-Fleet management, the committee is of the view that the level of performance requires continuous attention and oversight by the committee in relation to implementation of infrastructure projects, introduction of new bus contracts, which has taken place, or the adverts have taken place, and the development of the new organizational structure. The committee is of the view that the development of the new organized structure should be fast-tracked to enable the recruitment of key senior management personnel who will be in a position to drive the mandate of the department and G-Fleet over the MTF period and beyond. Moving on to the committee concerns, which are as follows. The repeated emphasis of matter raised by the Auditor General on the performance of the department and G-Fleet management, the continuous underspending and low level of attainment of planned service delivery targets by the department, taking into consideration that most of these targets not achieved have a long history of delayed implementation within the department. The continuous failure by the department to achieve a clean audit because of unresolved emphasis of matters raised by the Auditor General, the continued delays in the implementation of infrastructure projects such as the K54, K69 and P39, as well as implications thereof on the reprioritized timelines and budgets, the continued delays in implementing the Vereeniging Intermodal Facility project, and the lack of improvement of intergovernmental relations between the agency, PROS and Transnet, and the impact it might have in signing off and commencement of the project, the delays in the implementation of the functional online renewal system with online payment, and the impact it might have in meeting the national deadline on renewal of licenses by the 31st of March 2022. In terms of the committee recommendations, which are as follows: on the implementation plan and progress thereof, to address emphasis of matter as raised by the Auditor General on the audit opinion on the performance of the department and G-Fleet management. On the intervention plan and progress thereof, to address the underspending of the allocated budget and implementation of service delivery targets that were not achieved across all programs. On the intervention plan and progress thereof, to achieve a clean audit in the next financial year and over the MTF period. On the progress on the implementation of infrastructure projects such as the K54, K69 and P39 through the Transport Infrastructure Structure House. The report should also include the progress made on the relocation of illegal residents in collaboration with the City of Tshwane and interventions by the Office of the Premier. On the intervention plan and progress thereof, to finalise the stakeholder consultation and approval of business case by the Department and Provincial Treasury. On the progress made in the implementation of the functional online renewal system with online payment across all service centres, the report should also include the progress made in curbing the backlog on the renewal of licenses. I move on to the acknowledgements. Appreciation is expressed to all members of the committee for their commitment to the oversight process, as well as the MEC Mamabolo, the acting OJD, and officials from the department and its entities for their cooperation during this particular process. On behalf of the committee, we also express our appreciation to the committee support team for their work and efforts during this process and also in the year that we've about to come to an end. In terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport, Gautrain Management Agency, and the G-Fleet Management Annual Performance Report for 2020-2021. I thank you.
Thank you very much. And can I get any seconder to the report?
Giovanna, second.
Yes. Seconded. Thank you very much. Now, and let me call a point question. Those who are in favor say yes.
Yes. Yes.
And those
Yes.
no. The yes have it. Secretary, can you read the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Secretary. Debate on the annual report of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, including entity for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Letsoalo, talk to the people of Gauteng.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. The Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the executive, honorable members and colleagues, the HOD as well as the officials from the department, residents of Gauteng connecting through different mediums. Deputy Chair, in the premise, the ANC acknowledges and welcomes the annual report of the department for the 2020-2021 financial years considered. We do this with the conviction that the department has consistently strove to redefine the landscape of the sports, arts, culture, and recreative terrain, marred by deliberate neglect of apartheid exclusionary planning, which had resulted in the underdevelopment in almost all of our Black, colored, and Indian localities, which is rather a fact that some in this house would want us to ignore. Well, we'll never forget. Today we lay bare the truth and recall the historical facts that from the inception of the apartheid legislation, social life in South Africa submitted to the race agenda. Sport and recreational institutions conform to the dictates of apartheid socio-spatial regulation prescribed in the Group Areas Act and the Separate Amenities Act. Apartheid laws determine that racial groups be separated in work, play, and socialization. This meant that Blacks, colored, and Indian were spatially alienated, resulting in sport being managed and resourced differently for the various race groups. As we assess the state of sports, arts, culture, and recreation in our province, we must remind those in the opposition benches, especially the DA and Freedom Front, seemingly because they have a self-developed amnesia and believe in the innocence of history, at least as related to their party forebearers, that post-apartheid transformation in sports was sacrificed to achieve political and economic ends as pressured by the white ruling class. At the time, it was largely the anti-democracy white leadership of established sport who controlled the majority of sport resources and expertise, who rejected SACCO's demands for deeper transformation. To this day, we still have got organizations such as the DA and VF, Aligned Afrikaner Solidarity, who are still against transformation in those sectors, and hence they always talk about departments failing. So for them, there's never any department that is successful in executing its program. For example, in response to the International Rugby Board demanding unity before considering South Africa's readmittance in 1991, a white rugby official is quoted as responding, "We will not be bullied into surrendering all we have built up through the years." 30 years later, we still have denialists and apologists who are hell-bent in undermining the transformation of the sport, arts, and cultural construct. And their mouthpieces are some amongst us within the DA and the broad opposition in this house. Bontate Chabalala, Bo Hoffman, Bo Kume, Bo Mawala, Obalabala. The advent of democracy unleashed the creative energies in sports, arts, music, literature, film, and dance, as well as science, technology, and innovation. We know that there are doomsayers such as the National Party of Spring, the DA, that would want to hoodwink society that our democracy has not yielded any material and substantive change for the developmental social milieu of the sporting arts, culture, and recreation, particularly in our province. As far back as 2005, Reverend Makengezi Stofile, the then sports minister, lamented that it is inconceivable that democratic rule and funding for non-racial sports policies and programs have not brought about sufficient sport transformation. It is inconceivable today, Deputy Chair, that there would be any member of this house that would shamelessly posit that the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture, and Recreation has not maintained its transformational thrust as articulated both in the National Sports and Recreation Plan as well as the National Development Plan of 2030. We will, however, stand in agreement with assertions that more needs to be done to ensure access, equitability, and qualitative provision of necessary infrastructure to serve as catalyst to changing social and power relations while forging a decipherable yet solid national identity. Well, we know that there would still be those who will stand in stark contrast to those ideals. We are hosting this critical debate on the eve of the 25th anniversary of the signing of the Constitution, including International Human Rights Day, both to be held tomorrow, the 10th. We are invigorated that the doors of learning and culture have been opened wider and that more will continue to be opened. In focusing the work of the department, our celebration of the anniversary is a moment of nostalgic euphoria for its advent signal the end of an erstwhile era of an exclusive white-mind approach to sports, arts, recreation, and culture, which saw a skewed centralization of resources within white sectors of society at the expense of the values, traditions, and cultural expressions of Black majority. The 25-year review report makes a point that the South African identity, culture, and history and the core values of the nation must be at the center of a transformation, and that the evolution of an endogenous development path for South Africa. It's for that reason that the review also makes an assertion that the arts and culture should be firmly integrated into the national educational curricula to promote creativity and the rich and diverse expression of the South African culture. This could also improve artistic as well as cultural expressions. We note with cautionary observation, Deputy Chair, that the department achieved 81% of their service delivery targets, which is off the 100% mark, especially as read against Treasury regulations. That stipulates that the department should have spent 100% of its allocation by the end of the financial year. We urge the department to systematically actualize on all of their planned targets across the different programs in order to qualitatively achieve their planned targets and utilize allocated budgets maximally. On sports, amongst others, the department registered the following achievements, and this is what would have to be celebrated. They have conducted online training that benefited a total of 389 participants. A total of 211 clubs were supported with equipment and attire, delivered equipment to 5 regions of the Gauteng province for the OR Tambo Songqini Games. 450 schools were supported with equipment and attire. Through their Higher Performance Academy, a total of 32 athletes were supported with training programs in sports science testing, coaching and training programs, and nutritional support. So we're also feeding the masses. A total of 100 participants were provided with coaches training designed to equip coaches with the ability to identify and develop athletic talents. The 7th edition of the Mandela Remembrance Walk and Race was hosted in a hybrid format to comply with the COVID-19 regulations. This is way better than the DS consistently failed to achieve in the whole of the Western Cape province, and hence this notion of complete good governance remains fallacious insofar as matters are concerned. We are particularly concerned that as far as the outcome on integrated and accessible sport, arts and culture infrastructure is concerned, there is a recurring inability by the department to fill their target mandate of installing combi courts in identified localities. This is compounded by the fact that there's an existing backlog for the rollout of this much needed sporting infrastructure to enable and stimulate the local participation. It is our considered view that central to the discussion on sports development and transformation is the issue of a public access, especially by poor communities, to sporting facilities, as successive ministers, including recently Minister Motwetwa once remarked that is why the provision of accessible community sport and recreation facilities is one of the key pillars of the National Sports and Recreation Plan. Deputy Chair, we wish to congratulate the department on the continued hosting of the Hanyani program aimed at getting Gauteng residents physically active and healthy, and thereby reducing the burden on health services in the province. A great number of our members in this house can surely benefit from this program and should therefore endorse its expansion with varied multiplication of the organizers across the 5 corridors to stimulate broad economic participation amongst event or program coordinators. On arts and culture, the sustained cohesion and stability of the nation state requires a confluence of values and interests, the legal quality of its diverse members, and a willingness to work for higher levels of social integration and collective cohesion. In his seminal essay on national culture, Frantz Fanon, a progressive and writer, outlines the role of culture in African liberation struggles in the light of the fact that European colonialism presented itself to the world as a civilizing project of barbaric and primitive peoples bereft of culture. Hence, the strategic importance of culture in anti-colonial political theory and the practices of national liberation struggles. Accordingly, the work of the department has ardently continued to excavate and surface the once suppressed identity with the convergence of our now post-apartheid collective identity. The contribution of arts, culture, and the heritage sectors to the economy is increasingly becoming important, as evident in global and local statistics on the socio-economic impact of these sectors. We simply cannot place over-reliance on the primary sectors, which is mining as well as agriculture, when the cultural and creative industries are proving to be new gold mines awaiting exploration. Our Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Recreation and Culture should strive to expand its support to the cultural and creative industries to bolster our economic activity and output pursuant to the creation of sustained income streams. As related to the cultural and creative industries, the department had set 16 targets and 10 of these were achieved. We believe that the department can still do more. The target for 379 schools provided with arts and culture equipment for Wednesday leagues was also not achieved as planned. And this is largely due to the delivery not being possible as a result of access to schools being denied on the account of the lockdown and the restrictions. The department is working closely now with the Department of Education with a mutual understanding to roll out the equipment to identified schools. Deputy Chair, we urge the department to expedite the process of establishing the review committee in accordance to the National Heritage Resources Act to adjudicate and declare heritage sites provisionally as the targets couldn't be met until such is realized. Positively, we are enchanted that the department continues to facilitate the celebration of national days and has actively mobilized society to have an appreciation of their historic significance. The celebration of these days contributes towards some of the priorities of the Gauteng provincial government, namely social cohesion as well as a nation building. The department implemented a total of 17 market access initiatives during the reporting period. This is 9 more than planned. This, in essence, demonstrates innovation as they were delivered with no additional cost due to relationships that the department would have built with the province. Notwithstanding the other milestones that I will have mentioned as reached by the department, we would like to request that the department pay attention to the following issues: the understanding of the appropriated budget, delays in completion of infrastructure projects, the high vacancy rate, which has remained obstinate, finalization of the organizational structure review process, delays in the procurement process that affect the achievement of planned targets, as well as achieving targets set for designated groups in both employment and procurement dimensions. Deputy Chair, as we wrap up the year, I'd like to leverage this opportunity to remember and pay tribute to Honorable Leboga More, as well as Honorable Lindiwe Lasindwa, whom we lost earlier in the year. We are incessantly poor at their absence and pray that their souls will continue to rest in peace. In the final analysis, the ANC is a majority representative of residents of Gauteng. And I want to repeat that part, Deputy Chair. The ANC as the majority representative, Lendate Kume, I want him to hear as well here. The ANC as a majority representative of residents of Gauteng supports the annual report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Letsoalo. Ntate Chabalala, take the platform.
Thank you, Deputy Chairs, Chair of Chair. Yet again, we debate the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture, and Recreation's annual report for 2020-21 financial year. However, it is said that every year we raise the same issues, yet nothing is done to address the issues of under-expenditure, underperformance, and failing to deliver the department's core mandate. The fact that this department consistently ignores our recommendation demonstrates that it cares little about the plight of our people who are in desperate need of sporting facilities, as well as support from the department to nurture their talents. The department has underspent by 160,537,000 across all its programs. It is concerning that the department constantly underspends on infrastructure projects, while there is a dire need for libraries to be completed, as well as sporting facilities. This amount could have gone a long way in building sports and recreation facilities in communities that lack these resources, particularly our townships. Some communities which are located outside the suburbs do not have access to recreational facilities, which can have a major impact on their quality of life. The department has incurred almost 13 million rand in irregular expenditure, the majority of which was as a result of not inviting competitive bidding. It is unacceptable that officials constantly fail to adhere to the supply chain management procedures. It is high time that MEC Mbali Hlophe acted against officials involved in this irregular expenditure. Should no action be taken, it will open doors for further corruption within the department. Deputy Chair of Chairs. The department has a high vacancy rate of 27.3%, which is 3 times the recommended rate by the Public Service Commission. A total of 43 employees left the department during the 2021 financial year, which contributed to the increase in the vacancy rate. This high vacancy rate is contributing to the department's underperformance, as there is no personnel to execute some of the daily tasks in terms of delivering services to our people. With the high unemployment rate in this province, the department must prioritize filling of these posts to ensure that our people are employed during this difficult period of the COVID-19 pandemic. This department has failed to create a conducive environment for opportunities in the fields of sports, arts, culture, and recreation so that they can be supported and flourish. During the year under review, no targets were reached in the following areas. 0 schools were provided with arts and culture equipment for Wednesday leagues against a target of 379. 0 ECD classes in primary schools were imaged into arts classrooms against a target of 5. 0 arts and culture programs were implemented in correctional centers against a target of 9. 0 local emerging authors were supported against a target of 50. 0 non-profit organizations were financially supported to inculcate the culture of reading against a target of 7. 0 archival contributions were made to the National Automated Archival Information Retrieval System against a target of 100. 0 combi codes were installed against a target of 5. 0 indigenous games clubs participating in indigenous games tournaments against a target of 6. MEC Mbali must be ashamed that her department achieved 0 targets, yet they spend millions of taxpayers' money. Since she took over the reins as a political leader, this department has performed from bad to worse. The MEC must stop. The MEC is prioritizing spending on insignificant and less impactful programs. Yet insignificant and less impactful program instead of providing much needed grants to artists, athletes who lost their livelihoods and were forced into unemployment during the COVID-19 lockdown. This department needs a dedicated political leader who will prioritize service delivery. However, for that to happen, there is a need for a change of government as the ANC has failed and is continuing to fail our people. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Munisi.
Deputy Chair of Chairs, I'm going to debate on behalf of Member Munisi.
Continue, Honorable Chitangan.
Deputy Chair, it remains increasingly evident that the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation does not know how to effectively prioritize the cultural and creative arts and sports sectors as strategic growth areas in order to position Gauteng as the home of champions and the hub of Africa's competitive sports and creative industries as outlined in the 6th administration's intended areas of strategic intervention. The department was allocated 877 million for the 2021 financial year under review. This follows an expenditure of only 90.6% of its budget in the 2019-20 financial year, achieving only 68% of its target. The continuous failure of this department to adequately spend its budget perpetuates the conditions for a lack of social cohesion and national building in the province as set out in its objectives. MEC, following an under-expenditure of over 91 million of the final appropriation in the 2019-20 financial year, your department has underspent the 2021 financial year budget by 160 million across program 1 to 4. Even if we were to attempt to disregard the under-expenditure across the programs, this department was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence that systems and processes were established to enable consistent measurement and reliable reporting of performance against various indicators and departments' programs. Moreover, how are we expected to continuously fund the department that has no expenditure management or even consequence management systems in place? We know this to the effect because the department has failed to establish effective and appropriate steps to prevent irregular expenditure amounting to over 12.8 million. This department does not even have sufficient appropriate evidence and disciplinary steps were taken against officials who had incurred irregular expenditures and required by Section 38 of the PFMA. There are never any investigations into irregular expenditure performed. This department reporting on program 3 being the library and archival services across its various indicators. Number of records transferred to the archival repository, registry inspection conducted, and the new libraries built continuously reports insufficient measurement definitions, process, and the method of calculating as being unclear and undefined. There is no healthy procurement of services and goods through competitive bids in this department. This is evident in how the department was only able to maintain 22% of procurement from women-owned companies and only 12% of procurement from youth-owned companies within the allocated budget at the height of unemployment and perpetual poverty. It is clear to us the department's inability to encourage and provide adequate resources for our people is creating an environment for citizenry that is fast becoming inactive. This contributes to an increase in non-communicable lifestyle diseases such as diabetics, cholesterol, and heart disease, which ultimately have negative effects on the country and society as a whole. This department failure to effectively reach targets, it sets and engage communities has a direct impact on the quality of life of South Africans and places a greater burden on the healthcare system, which leads to more being unable to economically be productive. We are aware that the department has drawn extensively from the EFF with complementary cardinal pillar when developing and finalizing its future plans in programs 2 to 4. With this in mind, we must make it clear that we look forward to the removal of all statues, museum monuments, streets, public facilities that memorialize colonialism and apartheid, as well as those who oversaw the oppression of the Black majority to be removed from public sight and, when necessary, destroyed. I salute.
Thank you. Honorable Adams.
Good afternoon, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, MEC, all members, the people of Gauteng, the sporting, loving people of the province of Gauteng. I'm very tempted not to go into the details of my debate because all the previous speakers mentioned, a lot of the detail, but maybe it's important also that I also lament some stuff because my heart really goes out to the people of Gauteng, especially when it comes to the sporting mad province, where a lot of people see sports and recreation as avenues, escape routes, career building, hope in hopeless situations. But let me start, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, by saying the department, in my view, has been struggling to fill vacancies, which has a huge impact on the service delivery in our province. The underspending has been also mentioned by the other members of the Portfolio Committee in Program 1 and all the other programs. Is once again an indication, I believe, of the department's failure to assist in building the struggling economy of the province. Families who are struggling to put bread on the table could have benefited from the department's employment package. In my view, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, MEC, the department has dismally failed the unemployed people of Gauteng. Almost every single community in this province has been negatively affected by COVID-19, and the department could have played a better role, I believe, in assisting with job creation through employing people in vacant positions. I would also, at this stage of the race, urge the department to please give special preference to our people with disabilities, as they, the department, are still struggling to attract people with disabilities, as we can see in the executive summary of Program 5. One can understand that the rollout of the Wednesday leagues at schools in Program 2 had to be cancelled due to COVID-19 restrictions, but the non-achievement of the ECD classes is not acceptable. The department will have to ensure that they appoint service providers who complies fully to the requirements of the project, since partial complaint will always spiral from fractional to non-service delivery. My humble plea today to the department is to please support the non-profit organizations who is willing to assist with the culture of reading financially. Same with the emerging authors in our province. Their contributions have a lifelong benefit to the education as well as the economy of Gauteng. In Program 4, our province does an excellent job, and I must say, an excellent job in identifying and developing athletes of a high standard. Through this program, sportswomen and men are developed into national and international champions, and an underspending of 42 million is an alarming amount at such a crucial program. These monies could have assisted with the club or school sport development. We know COVID-19 can be blamed for some failures, but in this case, better planning could have led to better assistance towards the people of the province. My last point, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, is not in the annual report, but I must lament it, and I've done it over and over again, is the issue of the people of Westbury. The issue of the Mabaleng project. In 2014, the former MEC of Sports, Arts and Culture, MEC Pape, proudly pronounced it and opened this facility, or the opening and the building of this facility. It had to house sports activities such as football and netball and cricket and other sporting codes. It is very difficult, MEC, I must say that everywhere I turn in Westbury and Claremont and surrounding areas, at the doorstep of my house, the doorstep of my church, the doorstep of the shop, the doorstep of the sports field, I am questioned. It's very difficult when service delivery doesn't reach the people, and yet you as an MPL live in that community, so you are targeted and arrowed. Today I must say, sadly, that the department has disadvantaged the community of Westbury and surrounding areas. The stadium in Westbury is now non-functional. Ribbons were cut on a facility who was supposed to lift our people out of the quagmire of drugs and alcoholism and teenage pregnancies and the ills that goes with it. It is my plea to the department is to please prioritize this project for the sake of the youth and their future. Relating to infrastructure, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, the department needs to give a clear development plan with clear indicators on how and when they will complete the outstanding infrastructure across programs 2 and 4. Programs like the Bob van Renen Stadium, the HMPG program, the Ristafal Library and other buildings, Acacia Library, and also the Women's Living Monument. All these things, there are a lot of infrastructure programs that is not complete. I want to ask the MEC today, MEC, make some fire among the departments. Let them understand the plea and the plight of our people. We can't have COVID and still have no facilities that can give us hope and recreation. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much. Honorable Atkinson.
Deputy Chair of Chairs and Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members. With the economically devastating times that we are living in, exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic, there's never been a time when the work of the Department of Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture has been more necessary to bring hope and relief to the people of Gauteng. For many residents, life in sports or in arts and culture can provide hope for a fulfilling career while bringing happiness to its spectators and audiences. The recent announcement by the government of an unemployment rate of 37.9% and a youth unemployment rate at a shocking 77% shows how vital it is that this department's programs must provide hope, particularly amongst the youth, by alerting residents to a future doing something that they may love and enjoy. In the arts arena, we have seen actors, musicians, and artists who have been most severely affected by the pandemic. Many unable to play, act, or display their art lost their income for an extended period of time. These levels of frustration boiled over a fortnight ago when a group of artists, according to a City Press article, invaded the MEC's office due to delays in receiving COVID-19 relief funds. While in no way condoning trespassing on provincial government premises, these actions highlighted the lack of empathy many felt the department displayed. What has been particularly galling was that the department has underspent a total of 61 million rand of its cultural affairs budget out of a total budget of 160.537 million. At a time when Gauteng residents are in their greatest need, the department proves unable to assist by leaving a very significant portion of its overall budget unspent. In the department's annual report, the 27% staff vacancy rate is highlighted. An inability to deliver on programs relates to its high vacancy rates and is an indicator of why much of its budget remains unspent. During a recent report to our SRAC committee, it was indicated that most of the department's programs had not met targets due to internal challenges. This inability by SRAC to meet its mandate has also caused concern at the Select Committee on Public Accounts, SCOPA. In its most recent report on the department, SCOPA has required remedial action from the senior directors at the department by providing regular reports on filling vacancies and its progress on the programs it is required to execute. Deputy Chair, the department has cost 717 million to run over this past year, and the question remains whether the people of Gauteng see any value in the money spent. What hope is provided to our people in Gauteng when the only people who seem to benefit are the department's employees who earn good salaries, but are not contributing to improving the lives of the people it's meant to serve? Would the residents of Gauteng not get better value if greater care was shown to our artists and sportsmen by money passing directly to them through public-private partnerships with arts and sports bodies? Wouldn't it be better for all concerned if the department is restructured with more money spent on those in the sports and arts rather than on departmental salaries? The department highlighted the COVID-19 pandemic as the main reason why it has been so poor in delivering on its mandate and programs. I'm told by colleagues who have served much longer than me on this committee that this underperformance has persisted for many years. While SCOPA's attempts to address this underperformance has already been mentioned, the recent local government election may have an unexpected influence on the department's future. A new government in Gauteng, likely to be elected in Gauteng in May 2024, may require much better value for the 717 million this department costs our residents. Whether the department continues to exist in its present form will be decided on how successful it is in delivering to Gauteng residents over the next 2.5 years. Continued failure to do so would see the likelihood of a smaller department with much more of its budget going directly to the sports and art people it's required to support. The actions of the senior management of SRAC over the next 2.5 years will decide on what its future structure will be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable MEC Mehlophe, respond to the debate.
Thank you, Chair of the session. Premier David Makhura, Speaker and Deputy Speaker of the Legislature, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, honorable members. My apologies, my voice, I seem to have lost my voice due to the flu that I've got. I have the distinct honor and privilege to table before the House the 2020-2021 annual report of the Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, as we account for our people and the legislature on the successes and challenges in service delivery and the implementation of our policy articulations insofar as heritage, sport, library services, cultural and creative industries are concerned. As popularly known, our sector is one of the most impacted by the prevalence of this COVID-19 pandemic. due to the prohibition of mass sport and art gatherings, as they remain super spreader events. In this regard, at the height of the hard lockdowns of 2020, of which this annual review looks into, the department had to find creative ways to embark on its work, ensuring our sectors are not further disadvantaged. Madam Speaker, earlier this year, the South African Cultural Observatory revealed that locally, the contribution of the cultural and creative industries fell from 84 billion in 2019 to 42 billion in 2020, representing a drop of close to 50% less than it was in 2019. This is glaring, and this signals how hard it has been for the sectors to thrive, but also signals the amount of work that our department had to downgrade on because we could not continue with the number of mass events that we've had. So when Member Shabalala speaks about the zero targets, zero achievements, and so forth, what he fails to recognize is that in 2020, we were hit by the hard lockdown, of which the predominant of the year of 2020 meant that a lot of our programs could not continue, impacting terribly on the number of events that we had to embark on and so forth. However, this setback and this was as a major setback for us, as the COVID has forced us to explore various online and digital avenues to conduct our work. As we speak, digital platforms are increasingly becoming important for the cultural and creative business, the gaming industry, our online services, and so forth. More support for the shift to online business models will be needed going forward. Even if this pandemic is to become a thing of the past, this legislature may need to articulate itself on data costs and the general technological barriers, especially for the disadvantaged. Even in the midst of the pandemic, the department continued to deliver services to the people of Gauteng. So let's correct what members of the opposition speak about, the artists that came and so forth. They were not contesting the issue of relief. What they were speaking about was a recent major events fund we had put forward. And that is what has been the bone of contention, not the relief. And this is why I will show you. Minister Mthethwa recently announced and congratulated the province as being the #1 distributor of social relief to artists and athletes. We accounted for 44% of the national count, followed by KZN and Western Cape, which were at 11% respectively. So that is a huge jump that shows you the amount of work that this department had to dedicate in providing relief to athletes and artists, because we had an appreciation that we have a number of artists and athletes that reside here. This signifies the seriousness with which the department takes its stakeholders. Whilst we appreciate being recognized in the country as the leading province insofar as the provision of relief to artists and athletes are concerned, we are awake to the reality that not everyone could be assisted. Gauteng remains the province of choice for a number of individuals who seek to take their talent to the next level. And so it should not shock you when you get young people coming from as far as Mpumalanga, Eastern Cape, and so forth, Limpopo, etc., etc. And all of them gravitate to this province. And what that then creates is a huge need and work that the department needs to do in ensuring that we assist these individuals. And that is why, even with the relief work that we did, we put aside a huge amount of money to make sure that we're able to assist as many as we possibly could. On Program 1, Honorable Speaker, we acknowledge that our department is confronted with a high vacancy rate. However, contrary to the beliefs of the DA and the EFF articulations, this is due to the concerted efforts of bringing about clean governance, resulting in a number of senior managers having to be offloaded from the system. This is knowledge that they are aware about because we have reported on this within our portfolio committee meetings. We have also made an indication that we've put together an HR recruitment plan, which is to ensure that all the key and critical positions, especially those of chief directors, must be filled before the end of this financial year. As I indicate, that because of the various reports that spoke to the corruption, maladministration, and so forth that had taken place in the department, we really had to clean house. And part of that was the resultant of a number of the chief directors having to be offloaded and some of the directors. The department acknowledges the role the small medium enterprises play in creating jobs in our province. In the year under review, we have paid 78% and 97% of valid invoices within 15 days and 30 days respectively. This is a signal of the unwavering commitment to ensure that small businesses continue to function optimally. Under Program 2, we are relentlessly working towards the transformation of our Gauteng heritage landscape, and Liberation Routes is a signal of our identity, an avenue for us to revive the township economy. In this regard, 15 geographical features were listed and recommended for the approval of the South African Geographical Names Committee. And further, our collaboration with the city of Johannesburg has seen 486 unsung heroes and heroines of the liberation struggle identified as part of our ongoing work to honor struggle icons whilst transforming our heritage landscape. In addition, as part of our mandate to foster social cohesion nation building, 110 socially cohesive initiatives were achieved through the cultural and creative industry sector throughout our corridors. Honorable Speaker, we trained 880 women in our Basotho script writing and directing workshop. This is a program which reinforces the transformation of the film production and audiovisual industry through training young women in script writing and production. Further, 128 street echo buskers were assisted. Now, these are the individuals that you see performing at the streets just by the robots before the cars are to go through. This administration committed to support those individuals with training and development so they may develop their craft and be reintegrated back into society, a move to take them out of the streets. This program therefore intersects with the social development program of alleviating homelessness. In partnership with the Gauteng Pop-Up Art Galleries, we implemented 24 visual arts exhibitions. This is our effort to daily support the artists to showcase their outstanding work as part of market access initiatives. On our libraries, Honourable Speaker, much of our infrastructure work, as some of the members have indicated, has really been entailed in closing off projects of the previous terms. In this regard, we're able to conclude on the Boipatong Community Library and the Rastafal Community Library, were accordingly opened and now serve the communities within which they reside, and aid us in our achieving our objectives of entrenching the culture of reading and learning. And indeed, the projects, those that are in Westbury and the HMPG, as we have also indicated, are the ones that are equally a prime, and we are working together with the DID to ensure that we close off also on those projects so that we may be able to focus only on projects of this administration and ensure that all those of previous administrations can be finalized on. Honourable members, financial support was equally provided to 9 municipalities in Gauteng to the value of 165,300,000 for the functioning of community libraries. We further extended library information services through the installation of 21 blind user-friendly computers across the province to ensure that those differently abled are not deprived from access to information. In supporting the ECD, we provided books and educational toys to our 12 ECDs. This forms part of our cradle-to-grave approach of ensuring that we cover both young and old alike. Under sport and recreation, we subscribe to the view that sport serves as a great tool to foster social cohesion, as it is through sport that a child that is born in squalor may contest with the child born with a silver spoon in their mouth on an equal footing, where their talent becomes their yardstick to gauge their performance and not their socioeconomic background. In this regard, we have supported 211 clubs and schools with equipment and attire. In addition, a total of 100 participants were given coaching training designed to equip coaches with institutional ability to identify and develop athletes across the province. To this end, the department, in collaboration with the Gauteng Aquatics and Gauteng Department of Education, implemented the Water Safety Program, which benefited more than 2,000 young people. This is a very important program, which allows us to expose young kids, especially from disadvantaged backgrounds, into water sports, which remain dominated by the minority. Importantly, our novel program called the Anyani Wellness Program was implemented in all corridors to promote a healthy lifestyle, benefiting more than 1,000 young and old participants. This program helps us to reduce our province's health bill. As you all are aware, we have one of the highest provincial health bills in the country. Through inculcating a culture of healthy lifestyle, we are able to reverse the tide on illnesses such as diabetes, high blood pressure, and obesity, as some of the illnesses associated with an unhealthy lifestyle. The 2020 edition of our Mandela Remembrance Walk and Run was hosted in a hybrid format. It took the form of a virtual event where participants ran and walked in their own space of comfort, since we could not gather. This format therefore allowed us to turn what was usually a national and a local event into an international event where participants throughout the globe, reaching as far as Australia, Italy, the US, and within the continent could participate. With regards to our entity, our GFC, we congratulate the clean audit received by our entity, showing that development and good governance go hand in hand. The entity, while small in size, has a huge role it plays in ensuring transformation in the film sector. In this regard, the GFC continues to run a number of training and development sessions for emerging filmmakers, whilst funding various reputable local blockbusters, amongst these such as your award-winning Finding Lerato, Letters of Hope, Alone, to name but a few. Honourable members, we are equally proud to announce that the entity has a newly constituted board, and we believe that this will allow the entity to grow to greater lengths. Madam Speaker, we are more determined in finishing our cause, the cause of building a united, democratic, and prosperous state. Of course, seeing every child accessing libraries, sporting, and art facilities despite their race and class. I embody the words of the former President Mbeki, that those who complete the course will do so not only because they do not, as fatigue sets in, convince themselves that the road ahead is still too long, the inclines too steep, the loneliness impossible to bear. We will complete this cause. In closing, Madam Speaker, let me join Honourable Member Letsoalo in bidding farewell to Honourable Member Muri, who we lost due to the pandemic. He remained a committed servant and a loyal member of this committee, who did not obsess himself with political grandstanding, but was always fair in analysis. May his opposition counterparts learn from his great example. I thank you.
Thank you, MEC, for the response. The Secretary, read the next order.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Consideration of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, including NTT for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Macheke.
Deputy Chair of Chairs. On behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture, I hereby table the committee's report on the annual report of the Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation for 2020-2021 financial year. As follows, Deputy Chair of Chairs, may I request the part of the report that I will not be reading be considered as read by the visual House. I will focus on the executive summary, on concerns, on recommendations, acknowledgement and adoption. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the committee noted that the department achieved 81% of their service delivery targets, which is worrying as they continue to underperform from the previous financial year. These targets were achieved with the 81.7% expenditure, which is not in compliance with the Treasury regulation that stipulates that the department should have spent 100% of its allocation by the end of the financial year. It is concerning that the department continued to underspend and underperform regardless of the committee recommendations made in the previous financial years in this regard. The concern of the committee is in relation to adverse effect this has on service delivery on the ground. Related to the above concern is the increasing vacancy rate in the department that has impacted on the performance of the department in the year under review. As a result, most of the planned targets were not met due to the high vacancy rate and the department's failure to fill vacant positions in line with the approved organizational structure. The plan was to maintain 9% of vacancy rate, but this rate was at 27.3% at the end of the financial year under review, which shows an increase from the 23.6% vacancy rate at the end of the previous financial year. This is due to the delays in the recruitment, selection, and appointment processes. The delay in the filling of vacant positions has serious impact on the direct bearing on the monitoring of established controls and action plans to ensure performance reports were supported by complete, relevant, and accurate information. Furthermore, the department incurred irregular expenditure of 12.795 billion, which shows an improvement when compared to 70.677 in the previous financial year. This is worth noting, Deputy Chair of Chairs, because I've heard quite a number of our colleagues in the opposition raising the issue that relates to the irregular expenditure. But you can see that there is a huge improvement from the 70 million of the 2019-2020 financial year to 12 million. It shows that the department and the MEC, they are really looking at this issue as it relates to irregular expenditure. This expenditure is due to that the department did not always follow competitive bidding processes in the current financial year, and prior years identified irregular contracts that were still in use. The Auditor General noted that the effective steps were not taken to prevent this irregular expenditure yearly. Some goods and services with a transaction value of above 500,000 were procured without inviting competitive bids, and that disciplinary steps were not taken against the officials who had incurred or permitted irregular expenditure. The department therefore maintained an unqualified opinion with material non-compliance findings. For the year under review, the department budgeted an amount of 877,512,000 and spent 716,975,000, which represents an underspending of 160,537,000 due to the high vacancy rate. On Program 1, administration received a total budget allocation of 160,609,000 and spent 140,733,000, showing an underspending of 19,872,000. Program 2, Cultural Affairs, received an allocation of 222,856,000 and managed to spend 161,934,000, reflecting a 60,922,000 underspending. Program 3, Library Service and Archival Services, received an annual allocation of 265,133,000 and spent 227,464,000, which reflects 37,669,000 underspending. Program 4, Sport and Recreation, was allocated an amount of 228,914,000 and managed to spend 186,840,000, which reflects an underspending of 42,074,000. The Gauteng Film Commission, which is an agency of the department, was allocated an amount of 35,985,795 rands for the year under review, and of that had an expenditure of 34,040,682, reflecting 1,980,000 underspending at the end of the financial year. They had 33 sets target and they managed to achieve 31 of those targets, with 2 not achieved. The GFC obtained an unqualified audit opinion in the year under review. The AG affirmed that the financial statements of the GFC presents fairly in all material respects the financial year position of GFC as at the 31st of March 2020. It must also be noted, Deputy Chair of Chairs, that the GFC for the past 3 or so financial years, they've been achieving a clean audit. On committee concerns and findings, the committee is concerned about the increasing vacancy rate that continues to impact on the department's ability to execute its mandates and ultimately compromising service delivery. The vacant position of the Chief Executive Officer in the Gauteng Film Commission that has been filled by an 18 person for the past 2 financial years. On committee recommendations, the committee recommends the following. The department should provide a plan to address the high vacancy rate that has impacted on its deliverables. Type of the expected outcome, it's a plan. The due date is on the 28th of February. 2, provide a recruitment plan for the Gauteng Film Commission Chief Executive Officer position and other senior officials positions. Expected, it's a plan. The response due date is on the 28th of 2022. On acknowledgement, the committee would like to thank the MEC of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, Honorable Mbali Fope, the HOD, the CEO of GFC, as well as all the officials of the department and GFC for their participation on the annual reports. The committee further would like to appreciate the diligent deliberations of honorable members, Honorable Letswalo, Honorable Mudise, Honorable Ndlovu, Honorable Chabalala, Honorable Atkinson, Honorable Nisio, Honorable Sangano, Honorable Khadebe, as well as our good Bishop Adams. The committee further wants to thank all staff for their commitment throughout the process of the annual. On the adoption, after extensive the portfolio committee of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation adopted the annual oversight report on the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation for the non-financial year. Sub-Rule 2, Section C, read together with Rule 164. The Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation portfolio tables the report to the House, consideration and adoption, considering the concerns and the proposed recommending this report. Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Dr. Macheke. Let me get a seconder to the report.
I rise to second, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Member Adams.
Thank you, Honorable Adams. I'm now posing a question. All those in favor say yes.
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 Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes.
And those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Then the report is adopted by the House. Secretary, the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Public Accounts Standing Committee Oversight Report on the report of the Auditor General of South Africa to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature on the financial statement of the following reports. Department of E-Government, Gauteng Provincial Treasury, Gauteng Infrastructure Financial Agency, Department of Infrastructure Development, Department of Roads and Transport, Gautrain Management Agency, G-Fleet Management, Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, and Gauteng Film Commission for the year ended 31st March 2021. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kanyile. Present the reports at once. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Committees. I table the oversight report of SCOPA on the report of the Auditor General of South Africa to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature on the annual financial statements and reports for the year ended 31 March 2021 of the following departments and entities: E-Government, Gauteng Provincial Treasury, Gauteng Infrastructure Finance Agency, Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development, Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport, Gautrain Management Agency, G-Fleet Management, Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, Gauteng Film Commission. I request that these reports be taken as read and tabled. Like I indicated yesterday, like I indicated on Tuesday, I will highlight additional issues which need the attention of this August House. The reports we are tabling today draw sharply the need to focus on the main issues related to expenditure management. This is because most of these reports are on the opposite side of compliance with legislation as it relates to expenditure management. As I raise the views of SCOPA on this matter of expenditure management, I hope that we will not lose sight of the good work which has been done by the Gauteng Provincial Treasury and most entities in ensuring expenditure management in compliance with legislation. Similar good work has been done by some of the departments whose reports we tabled on Tuesday and some of which we'll table tomorrow. Deputy Chair of Committees, at the beginning of the current sixth term, SCOPA undertook an investigation to the capacity of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, Office of the Premier, and the Gauteng departments and entities of Gauteng provincial government to ensure compliance with the relevant legislation as it relates to expenditure management. This investigation was guided by Rule 1781C of the Standing Rules of Gauteng Provincial Legislature, which stipulates that SCOPA may initiate any investigation in its area of competence. In conducting this investigation, SCOPA intended to use oversight to contribute in getting the accounting officers and accounting authorities to strive for effective and ethical management of public finances and accounting for the utilization of such funds. This could be achieved with a good cooperation of executive authorities. Deputy Chairperson of Committees, in the under review, which is the financial year which ended on 31 March 2021, Gauteng provincial government departments and entities have collectively incurred 9.7 billion rand in irregular expenditure, which is an increase from the 7.5 billion rand incurred the previous year. The Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport and the Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development, whose reports were tabling today, amongst the top 5 contributors in the irregular expenditure in the year under review. The others are Gauteng Department of Health, Gauteng Department of Education, and Gauteng Department of Social Development. The large part of root causes for these amounts relates to non-compliance with legislation, irregularities on the management of COVID-19 expenditure by some departments, has also contributed to this increase. There are instances where the investigations of previous expenditures have resulted in the amounts being recorded in the year under review. Initiatives taken to deal with recurrence of irregular expenditure, like it is the case with the Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport in resolving the problems related to the bus subsidy, must be supported. Deputy Chairperson of Committees, whilst the fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred in the year under review seems to be low at 378 million rand compared to the regular expenditure, it is of concern that it has increased from the previous year's amount of 103 million rand. On the other hand, it is worth noting that no unauthorized expenditure has been incurred by any department or entity in the year under review. This has been sustained from the previous financial year. Gauteng Provincial Treasury is finalizing the processes of implementation of the resolutions of the House on the condonement of the unauthorized expenditure of 2018-19, which was incurred in the Office of the Premier. It was related to honoring the outcomes of Deputy Chief Justice Moseneke's investigation on life as domain. Gauteng Provincial Treasury has also initiated processes to finalize matters related to the long outstanding unauthorized expenditure in the Gauteng Department of Health, which dates back to 2004-2005. Deputy Chairperson of Committees, the PFMA puts the responsibility of preventing the incurring of unauthorized expenditure, irregular expenditure, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure at the hands of the accounting officers and accounting authorities. This is also the requirement of the FAMPLA, which governs the financial management and reporting by the legislature. The reported increase in irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure in the year under review is a demonstration of weaknesses in prevention measures put in place. We must, however, note the point I raised earlier, that some of the increases experienced are a result of investigations which were conducted in prior years' expenditure, which are classified accordingly in the year under review. According to the report of the Auditor General of South Africa, there are some instances where these expenditure types were discovered during the audit, demonstrating inabilities of the relevant departments to report accordingly. These, however, were very few instances. In the process of its investigation, SCOPA noticed that there were a sizable number of departments whose balances of irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditures were increasing annually, thus resulting in material findings by the Auditor General of South Africa. Upon inquiring, SCOPA realized that most of such departments were not investigating the cause of these expenditures as required by the legislation. Thus, this finding by the Auditor General. At the insistence of SCOPA, there was an increased investigation of the occurrence of irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure in the last 2 years. Many departments have concluded investigations and are at the stage of implementing recommendations which arose out of that. On the other hand, the Gauteng Provincial Treasury has found itself being inundated with applications for condonement resulting from the conclusion of the investigations. As per the report of AXA, There are several instances where the problems of the occurrences of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure are a result of weaknesses at the top management, especially where there are acting accounting officers, acting chief financial officers, and acting heads of supply chain management. This point was also highlighted in the report of the Public Service Commission when the Commissioner addressed SCOPA on the 10th of November 2021. Consequence management requires that urgent steps be taken to fill such positions. In addition, consequence management requires that failures in the system of financial management and accountability must be redressed urgently. SCOPA has welcomed the steps which the forensic unit in the Office of the Premier intends to take to ensure that any financial losses due to negligence or fraud is recovered. SCOPA has called for the Premier to act swiftly in the implementation of such measures, especially to recover misappropriated funds. Deputy Chairperson of Committees, an additional focus of expenditure management is on payment of service providers within 30 days. The Gauteng provincial government has adopted a campaign to get all its departments and entities to pay suppliers within 15 days. This is an ambitious resolution which is aimed at making better on the prescription by the PFMA, which requires that payments must be within 30 days. According to the report of the Auditor General of South Africa, about 50% of the audited departments and entities of Gauteng provincial government took longer than 30 days to pay their creditors. It has been said on several occasions that where goods and services are procured, but suppliers are not paid timelessly, this may affect the sustainability of such suppliers. This has the potential to delay or even reverse the objects of Growing Gauteng Together 2030. Deputy Chairperson of Committees, when we table the last report at the sitting tomorrow, we'll raise the last set of issues which SCOPA has identified as important for the attention of the various portfolio committees and the executive authorities working with SCOPA. After due deliberations, the Standing Committee of Public Accounts unanimously adopted its reports on the reports of the Auditor General of South Africa to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature on the financial statements of the following departments and entities for the ended 31 March 2021. E-Government, Gauteng Provincial Treasury, Gauteng Infrastructure Finance Agency, Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development, Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport, Gauteng Train Management Agency, G-Fleet Management, Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, Gauteng Film Commission. In terms of Standing Rule 117, subsection 2 and C, read together with Rule 164, the committee presents to this House the above-mentioned reports for consideration and adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kanyile. Let me get any seconder to the report. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me pose a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes. Yes.
And all those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Now this brings to the end of the sitting. But Honorable Letsoalo, yeah, I've got two announcements. One is the attendance register. Let's make sure that we fill up that attendance register. The second one is the annual Vita Basadi Award and also the banquet gala. Is this evening. You are all invited to Brixton Multipurpose Center. It starts registration 4:30, but the formal program starts at 6. You are all invited, honorable members. This brings us to the end of this sitting. The sitting is adjourned. The next sitting is tomorrow, the 10th, starting at 10. Thank you very much. Officially, the sitting is adjourned. Bye.
Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you.
Thank you.